testimony here. This is from Nathaniel. I just found this, and it speaks to me on a lot of levels. Too many forget that the continuance of a people should come from the love of one's own people, and not a hate for the other. I hate the mistakes I made. I wear them every day, and some I even wish I could take back. But time is merciless and flows only forward. I'm trying to rectify them, but some I may just have to live with. It's an uphill battle. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
No white guilt.
No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
No white guilt.
No White Guilt.
Everything from being a man to encouraging your kin to face tattoos to how you identify yourself and your beliefs to discerning your motivations for why you want to see the children of the West survive. Don't make my mistakes. You'll feel like a fool otherwise. Don't make my mistakes. That's from Nathaniel Nelson. A warning to him about the warnings that he wished he had somebody share with him.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
No white guilt.
No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
No white guilt.
No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
No white guilt.
No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
No white guilt.
And a good Sunday evening, Monday morning for some of you out there. We are going free. Can you hear me all okay? A big thank you to Andreas and team. What a magnificent gentleman and crew that he has there. Very impressed. Took one of the magnificent testimonies, one of the great many magnificent testimonies that we have here in service to White Wellbeing. Put it to music. He actually put it to video just the other day and sent that to me. I'll be able to share that with you all in the very near future. Again, big thank you to Andreas. We're going to bring Tiina forward here in just a moment. Just send her the link. And as I suspect, it was weird. I had a bit of a feeling that there was something technical going to go wrong. And when you know it, it actually did. Isn't that peculiar? You don't normally hear of, or at least I don't experience, some sort of like, I don't know, quasi, just organic feeling that has something to do with electronics. But yeah, I felt a glitch and I was prepared for it, and I was able to take care of it right away. Want to quickly say that if you want to comment or ask questions over the course of the stream, you can do so on the No White Guilt channel. You can do that. Tag me as No White Guilt over on that channel. That'll be the monitors to your left, my right. Discipline channel, that'll be on the monitors to my left, your right, and that's at Discipline with NWG. We're going to have Tiina Wiik. It is, of course, midnight in the land of the midnight sun, and she will be joining us in just a moment. We'll have her with us for about an hour because we don't want to keep her up all night long, but we deeply appreciate her coming on with us because we know that she's a crowd favorite and so many like her. Is everybody hearing me okay? Is the sound all right? I know how we've had some adjustments on this platform, and I want to make sure that everything is okay with the sound and the video feed. It looks like it's okay now on my end, but thankfully, yes, indeed, At least what I'm looking at here seems to be okay. So you can also financially gift on Cash App. I have that up as well. And on Entropy, Entropy is up as well. You can ask questions or post comments in the Tall Kevin widget over there on Entropy, and they won't disappear. You can also vote on those questions, vote them up to see the ones you'd like to hear read and answered or spoken to. If you financially gift on Entropy, it's at a cost of 15% to you to do so. If you do so on Cash App, it is free to do so. It's great to see so many of you all here today. There is so much news. There are so many things to talk about. I want to quickly run through some of these things. We're going to be talking about a couple of questions over the course of the night, and like the identifier questions, names that we call ourselves or could call ourselves. And I do want you all to know that you can also financially gift with cryptocurrency. If you go to my website, nowhiteguilt.org, you'll see a link there for cryptocurrency. If you want to snail mail me, you'll also find a P.O. box under that same tab. It's right at the top of the website, nowhiteguilt.org, for cryptocurrency, and for snail mail under the cryptocurrency link at the very top of the page. And if you financially gift with or if you financially gift and you have a question or a comment, you will get priority, obviously, but we read them all, and we even have some that or at least one that we missed last week that we'll be talking about here briefly. And I want to say right at the very beginning as well, a big happy Thanksgiving to all of our brothers and sisters in Canada. This is, I believe, their Thanksgiving Day, and I hope I'm right. If I'm not, then c'est la vie. But a big happy Thanksgiving to you all. Hope you all have been having a magnificent day. A big congratulations to James Edwards and his wonderful wife, Danny. They gave birth to their third child, a beautiful little girl by the name of Caroline, and heart goes out to them. Also, in the same vein, another third child, D.B. Cooper. And we'll be talking more about D.B. Cooper and his third child a little bit later. And so a big thank you to and congratulations to D.B. Cooper. A big round of applause for both of these families, D.B. Cooper and his wife, their third child as well, a son. And we will talk, as I say, about him in a moment because I can barely restrain myself. We're going to be a little bit later in the show. Actually, what we'll probably do is we'll probably play the Groundhog Fury commercial for Crucible, and you all should. This commercial we are making available all of the different. He's done GIFs or GIFs, however you want to pronounce it. He's done still photos, and he's made several different versions, or not versions, but on several different. So some are MP4, and then what is it, WEBM or something, and so several different formats. And I'm going to provide you all with a link so that you all can just download that from me, download any and all of that material so that you can put it on your Facebook. You can put them anywhere you want. Of course, you can take the link for the URL for the commercial on YouTube and use that, but there might be other opportunities for you, certainly with tweeting, with gabbing and everything. Having the GIFs and the still images and the like will be very valuable. It's clearly improving the interest that's in the book. And we'll play that commercial in just a moment, I think. Don't forget also that up on the Crucible, not on the Crucible, but on the nowhiteguilt.org website, you will be able to find under a tab at the very top that is flyers. I think it's flyers. There is a flyer there, believe it or not, and it is for Crucible. It is anodyne, and it will increase interest in the book, Crucible, which we need to get out to as many people as we possibly can between now and the beginning of November. This is the sprint that we've been talking about and having a glorious success. A lot of challenges as well, but a lot of success, and we're happy to be reporting on that before and behind the scenes. And let's see, I want to make sure we were going to play, I did mention the commercial, and don't forget to share that. If you do want to distribute leaflets, do so only in lawful areas, as you all are wont to do. We always obey the law here in service to White Wellbeing. And on the leaflet, the other thing I want to mention is that it does have a QR code. So that will make it very easy for folks who are proficient with their devices, their mobile devices, to scan and immediately acquire the text. So I want to say, let me see, we've got the big news to share. And so I'll just share share these things very briefly so we can bring Tiina on. We'll have Tiina for an hour, and I believe she's backstage now. And then we'll come back and we'll revisit these things in more depth. So very quickly want to say, again, happy Thanksgiving to everyone in Canada. Big thank you to Andreas and his team for putting that music to that absolutely heart-touching testimonial that we read several weeks back. Big congratulations to James Edwards and his wife, Danny, for their third child, Caroline, and D.B. Cooper and his wife for their third child, who they named after yours truly. Talk about a testimony. We'll revisit that, but I couldn't restrain myself. Named the little guy Jason, and looking forward to him being a great hero for Western kind. There's no doubt he's going to go far and do great things. Don't forget that you can acquire the flyer, and I did that on purpose, over at nowhiteguilt.org, and distribute that, folks, while we have time. You see those, those MAGA areas, distribute that leaflet when it's safe, where it's safe, and let's get this message out to as many as we can. We are not back to where we were before the internet as far as being able to reach out to people because of the censorship, but we're quickly heading that direction because of the anti-whites. So we have to make use of these things. But we can also get on and we can use that leaflet, and we can use what will also be the link that maybe I'll go ahead and make the link available on the website as well. We'll see. But the link that has all of Groundhog Fury's material for the commercial that I will play in 1 second. And once that finishes, and we'll revisit that, and we'll be able to talk about Groundhog Fury, all that he did, all the intricacy, and really celebrate him for that commercial. A lot of big news today. We're going to be talking about all of it. Some tough, some challenging, some glorious, and we're happy about that. And the big news, and we'll revisit this, ladies and gentlemen, but we're just going to give you a taste of it right now. Really, really big news that we wanted to share with you this week is have a look at that. That's right. That's not photoshopping, ladies and gentlemen. That is somewhere in the United States of America. If you recognize it by chance, please don't mention it in the live chat or in the thread, because the anti-whites, of course, will immediately move to vex and everything else, torture and attack the owner of the sign, and we don't want that to happen. So as you can see, it's a major American highway heading both directions, and you can see this billboard. It has been up. It is glorious looking, and it is full size. Yes, it is. Segas is asking, is that a full size? It is. It's a great giant billboard on the side of a major highway in the United States. A lot of traffic. And so we wanted to show that off, but we'll revisit that glorious piece of news right there in just a bit. But the first thing I think we're going to do is we're going to quickly play the glorious Groundhog Furies commercial, and then we will come right back, and we'll have Tiina Wiik with us when we do. And let me just have a quick look and see if I can find exactly where that is. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. American schools are hotbeds of anti-American brainwashing. Teachers and administrators are trained to indoctrinate and enforce ideological conformity. Submission is the norm. Crucible is the true story of one schoolboy's struggle against society's obsession with an anti-American ideology. This young man refused to surrender to the psychological abuse of his superiors and the violence of his peers. In Crucible, Child Patriot, American Victory, two visions of America collide. One is left standing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a great commercial by the wonderful Groundhog Fury, who's with us right now. Make sure you give him many accolades and plaudits, and keep those going, because I'm bringing forward right now the wonderful one and only Tiina Wiik, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, dear lady. How are you? You are muted. I cannot.
Yes, that's exactly what I was doing. Like, I knew that I was. This time I knew that I was muted, so I quickly went for the mouse. Oh my God. But yes, I am doing pretty well. Like we got a bit of a COVID scare, and I think we need to go to testing tomorrow because my boyfriend had some fever yesterday, and I have been having a cough. And both of these are a bit out of norm for us. But of course, there are a lot of different diseases going around, like it's the season for common cold right now, and there's the normal influenza and all that. So it's most likely that it's not COVID, but it's best to make sure that it's not. So we are probably going to go to test to make it sure.
I think that's a wise decision. And I don't know exactly what you all have over there as far as at your pharmacies, but we saw that here in the United States, you can see what they gave the president aside from the Regeneron, which is something that is not yet available to the general public. Of course, the filthy rich and powerful all have this magical drug that is accessible to them and seems to work wonders. But of course, we agree on this channel with everything the WHO says, the World Health Organization. So if they say that Regeneron or Eli Whitney's version of it or whatever it is, the other company, if they say it doesn't work, well, then we agree with that. But we do see that Trump is doing magnificently. And there's a whole list of things that we're not going to say on this channel because we know how our friend who likes to remain anonymous, we just give him the initials AI. He's always listening. And we just want to make sure that we don't say something that AI brings the attention of some people, and wonderful people, I'm sure, in Singapore or Nepal or whatever it might be, to have a look at this show and then decide whether or not this channel needs to go bye-bye. But you can look up nonetheless, dear lady, and I can share with you in private the sort of things that they gave the president for the disease. And I will happily share that with you afterward, just in case you do have end up having this COVID-19. We'd love to call it the name the president does, but again, that's a channel deleting thing to do here. You need to be the president of the United States. But you have some wonderful story to share. First of all, I think the folks have been asking, where's Tiina? You need to have Tiina back, and I know I'm going to have her back, absolutely, and we'll have you more often. But I guess first off, just tell people what you've been up to, and then share some of this wonderful news of what's going on in Finland and elsewhere.
Well, of course, we have been up to our usual stuff, making live streams. Then there is the city council stuff, since the council is now back from its summer break. Then we have had some major victories. They are, in a way, they are small victories, but they are big leaps forward, I would say. Like, first of all, there is a case that I have been talking about on several different streams that has been going on for 18 months now. And it's about... it's a defamation case by my fiance Younes against a feminist journalist who wrote a Facebook post in which he portrayed Younes as a dangerous individual and called him things like a Nazi clown. And Younes filed a police report about her because in Finland, defamation is not a civil case, they are criminal cases. To our surprise, it actually went through, and we got a call from the prosecutor that they are going to prosecute her.
Wow.
Then we had the court proceedings, and we won.
Oh my gosh, that is fantastic! Congratulations.
And of course, she appealed to the appeals court, and she came there with basically all of the same evidence that she had brought to the first trial. So naturally, the appeals court upheld the decision, and she is now a convicted hate speaker.
Oh my gosh, that is splendid! Wow, is this the first time you're I mean, this is magnificent news. That is fantastic. An anti-white who came after you all and who is now has a record as a title that they want to give us and besmirch us with. I hope that this causes the same sort of wonderful life challenges that we are forced to deal with. I hope that causes the exact same challenges for her, but I guess we'll see. What a wonderful victory you all had, and this was in the courts. So this is very unusual, because in the majority of Western countries, certainly in the United States, we go to the courts and we just lose. I mean, that's even when our case is foolproof, 100%. And we talk about that often, why that is the case. And is that normally the case in Finland as well, or is this something very anomalous?
Yes, this is anomalous, and that's why this is such a big deal. Like, this is the first time a journalist has had to face consequences or legal consequences for defaming someone, because in Finland, journalists have this thing called julkisen sanan neuvosto, which is like a media council. And if they lie about you or they defame you, then they ask you to file a complaint to that media council. And that media council is made up of media members. So they are counseling themselves, and then they are handling these complaints. And this council was founded in the 1960s, because back then there were a lot of court cases against this one magazine called Hymy, which means smile. And they had some very outrageous cases about or stories about people. So they got a lot of defamation suits. So the media in Finland founded this council to prevent more court cases, so that people would complain to this council instead of filing police reports. And now we are trying to get back to that situation of the 1960s and tell people that no, do not file complaints to this council. Go to the police if they have committed a crime against you.
Yes, precisely. Obviously, this is they want to. They've set up some sort of black box scenario where you said they're their own judge and arbiter about whether or not what was done by one of their members or one of their community was right or wrong. How preposterous! Yeah, stay away from anything like that. This is what the anti-whites, and this is sort of we're just alluding to maybe something Tiina and I will have an opportunity to talk about a little bit later, and that is the court packing. Of course, we see the anti-whites whenever they don't get their way, and this is what you have, what you're talking to there. They just immediately, and the reason I mention this, ladies and gentlemen, is so that you can share the exact same argument with your friends, family, and strangers in order to bring them over to going free. Remember, that's our mission. This is the practice. This is what we're doing. And so they immediately just change the rules to suit their situation. And that's what we see with court packing, getting rid of the filibuster. There are all of these getting into the weeds sort of things. What's not necessary is like this doom documenting or doom dissecting. What's necessary is to take the broad strokes of how people behave, how the anti-whites behave, and then share that so we can bring folks over. There are going to be different types of people that come over, some that want to get into the weeds, let them, others that are going to want to just stay understanding the broad strokes. And so we could talk about that, but that's clearly a case of the anti-whites saying, well, we've got a problem with these people outside of our system making these decisions that could inhibit, undermine us, harm us in the process of us vilifying all of you. And why would we allow that? This is the anti-whites thought process. But you all had this is not the only victory that you all have had. I mean, we're starting off going free today with some great news. I didn't even realize how spectacular that first piece of news was. How magnificent. Maybe we'll have more of these. Maybe this will be the transition from 2020 to 2021. We'll start having some more of these sorts of victories in their systems. Wouldn't that be fantastic? But Tiina has another victory to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Please, dear sister, go right ahead.
Yeah, and there's also this about the first victory, this wonderful irony about the case that this woman, Johanna Vehko, she works for the public news network as a fact checker, and she has branded herself as an opponent of hate speech and online hate. And she has even written this book called The Internet of Hate and Loathing. So she has branded herself as a fact checker, and person who fights against hate speech, and now she's a convicted hate speaker because she hate spoke about the person and lied about that person. So there is also that wonderful irony there. But yes, there is another victory that, as you mentioned, and this is also a sort of a local thing, so I think I need to do some background explanation for the audience. In Finland, a man called Jari Sillanpää is a huge music star. Like I think he was in the 1990s when he won some sort of tango singing contest. And because he was handsome, all the old ladies absolutely loved him. And for any normal, sane person, it was clear from the get-go that this guy is a homosexual. But he kept it hidden for several years to advance his career because, of course, his fans are mainly female. So, of course, he wants to pretend that he's a straight guy to let these women imagine that maybe someday they might have a chance to this man. And then eventually he had to come out when he had a public fight with his boyfriend in front of some bar. So he had to come out that yes, I am a gay man, and that was a man that was a real relationship brawl with my boyfriend. And then there news stories started coming up about him. Like he was caught with a DUI, and he had methamphetamine in his system, and apparently he had been using meth for some time and regularly, and other drugs too. And then came the big one. So a child or a teenager had filed a police report telling a very interesting story. He told that he had been at this Jari Sillanpää's apartment and present there with this boy where was some male masseuse who had brought this boy there, and Jari Sillanpää. And these grown men had first used illegal drugs in front of this kid, and then they had sex in front of this kid and had made him take photographs of it. And when the police searched this pop star's phone, they actually found other child porn material there. And so there was a lot of stuff. So having sex in front of a kid, using drugs, having kiddie porn, all of that. And of course, he got convicted in court. But unfortunately, throughout the Western world, we are living this in this culture in which people are trying to diminish pedophilia, to make it to be not that big of a deal. And the Sillanpää case was one of them, because pretty much right after his conviction, he announced that he would be touring again. And people were actually buying tickets for his concerts. Like his fans didn't care. And when nationalist activists showed up to protest these concerts, and they asked these people, like, why are you supporting a convicted pedophile with your money? These people came up with these lame excuses like, well, I think he's a good man at heart and people need to be given second chances and all of that. And whenever Jari Sillanpää had a concert, nationalist protesters showed up, and we sent emails to venue owners asking, why are you letting a convicted pedophile perform in your in the venue you own? And basically a campaign to cancel his both his tour and his career. And finally, he announced that he would be canceling his tour. And he claimed that it's because of COVID, but actually there hadn't been any change in the COVID situation lately that would justify something like that. Like the COVID situation was exactly the same as it had been when he announced his tour. So there was no change there. So it was very obvious that the real reason for canceling the tour is that he knew that every one of his concerts would be picketed by nationalists, and his fans would get questioned by these people. Venue owners would probably not want him around, and they would start canceling. So he decided to go ahead and cancel the tour. So I think that was a victory for us, that it sends a message that pedophilia and child pornography, they are a big deal. They are not like getting a speeding ticket okay, I can just continue with my career like as if nothing happened. It is a big deal, and you don't deserve a career as a pop star and like an admired person of publicity anymore after anything like that.
Now, what that is a huge and absolutely Brobdingnagian victory. Well done. I have to ask. I mean, just what a change that is from what is so normal, what is so expected, what is so quotidian when it comes to our lives in the West. We just see nothing but just failure after failure when it comes to anything relative to the mainstream, anything relative to the regime and what's happening there. We have huge victories where we are and the work that we're doing. But now we've had some victories even in their realms. And to be able to shut down a tour by a convicted pedophile is a magnificent victory. And it's the kind of thing that folks should, we really applaud. That's the first thing, really applaud everybody in Finland, all white positive people who reached out there, good people of all groups and persuasions who objected to the enrichment of someone, because it absolutely is the stamp of a society. I could just step back for a moment and say, I agree to a degree that people can make mistakes and they can make their way back from mistakes. I don't necessarily know, when it comes to adults. I'm not speaking specifically about this case, but I'm just saying in general, because when we talk about, an adult committing a crime, a sexual crime like this against a child, I don't know how something's not quite right there. But I agree in general about, we can make mistakes, and then we that's human nature. That's what happens. I'm also of the mind that, if adults want to have their adult relationships in their privacy, then I don't care what they're doing in their privacy. The only thing that matters and should matter for society, I think, is that no children and no animals under any circumstance in any way are harmed at all. And when that happens, when these children are harmed, for example, like in this case, there needs to be absolutely severe condemnation and punishment. So circling back to where I exited that thought before, that is that when society says in the public square, and this is where I think a lot of folks get derailed, is using another metaphor, is that they understand that, or they get nervous maybe perhaps about somebody having something private in their life that then is not in the public square. Because in the public square, what we want are those things where we strive for the ideal. We're all going to fall short of the ideal in different ways, but we strive for the ideal because the ideal is our projection of our biospirit, which is the creation and maintenance and ennobling and betterment of Western civilization, our culture, our civilization, our future, etc. So we have a standard for the public square. That means a standard for economy, and that's connected to what I'm saying here, a standard for governance, etc. And then in your privacy, something different. But when you have an individual who has done something like this, broken this law and is convicted of this, actually did this. If society then, and this is the economic aspect of it, if society then says, well, he got in trouble for it, and now let's just continue enriching this person. Society is giving a stamp of approval. It is minimizing the crime committed against children, and there absolutely can be zero tolerance for crimes against children, zero. And I think from that beachhead, we can make a defense, and we can absolutely move forward from there. So that's glorious. I wanted to ask how old, maybe you mentioned, and I just missed it. Did they say how old the child was that was forced to take photographs?
I'm not sure about the exact age, but I think he was something around 15 when at the time this happened. And it was said in the police and court documents that the child was very traumatized by this. And understandably,
Yes.
like imagine that that had happened to you as a 15-year-old boy, that you are suddenly dragged into this situation in which two grown-up men are first doing drugs in front of you, then they are having sex in front of you and making you take photographs. So of course that scars you for life.
Yeah.
So, and I absolutely believe in everything you said about self-improvement, that we are all human, we make mistakes, and we always need to have we need to have forgiveness, but there are things that you can do that basically say that you are not fit to live in a civilized society, that there are things that are unforgivable. And I think these crimes committed against children are a very good example of a thing like that a person would have to make a pretty drastic change and very significant measures to actually make up for something like that, so that it would actually be able to be forgiven, and that we would be able to say that, okay, we can now consider that you have that you are now like back in the game, and you have done your sentence and done your repentance. So I think for something like that, a person would have to do pretty major things, and but yeah, I definitely agree with pretty much with everything you said, that there always needs to be room for apologies and forgiveness. There always needs to be aspiration towards self-improvement, but as a society we need to not just improve ourselves as individuals, but we also need to set norms of what is virtuous and what is not. And none of us is ever going to always achieve those goals at everything. Nobody is ever going to be that perfect person that is the ideal. But it doesn't mean that the ideal shouldn't exist. And that's one thing the leftists always do, that they claim that there are impossible ideals, for example, about female beauty, and thus all beauty standards should be discarded. That's their response to everything. And I think that's a weak person's response, because when you are faced with a situation in which you have failed at something, that you have failed to do something society expects of you, there are two paths you can then take. You can take the path of self-improvement, that you can say that, okay, I made a mistake there, I failed there, but I am going to try and be better next time. Or you can take the route liberals are taking now and say that, no, I didn't do anything wrong. The society is wrong by placing this sort of norms for me, and I shouldn't be forced to fulfill any sort of norms, and all of these norms should be discarded. And that, I think that's the weak person's and the coward's response to failure, that mature adult, a strong individual will always choose the path of self-improvement.
Perfectly said. That's absolutely, that's a lot of wisdom right there, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you imbibe every bit of it. We had Draven here said, let's hope this guy gets all he has earned. And I like the way you phrase that. Yeah, let's hope he does. Let me ask, how bad was the punishment that the court, so two questions, that the court gave him for these crimes against a child and other children? Because if he had pedophilic imagery on his phone, those are crimes against all of those children as well. What kind of punishment did he get? And is there a possibility for a civil suit in Finland against this guy from this child's parents? Can they sue the hell out of him? He should have to pay for the therapy and etc. that this child is going to have to go through for having to go through what this pop star made him go through.
Well, in Finnish court processes, those are all basically packed into one thing, that the sentencing also includes damages. So they give the sentence, and they also say what sort of damages you need to pay and for what reasons. And I don't remember the what amount of damages he had to pay to this child, but it was only to this child, not to parents or anyone else. Maybe you could Google that some, if you can find it, if it's public information, because this is also one thing that when there are sex crimes, especially ones involving children, not all of the court documents are public. So usually the court only makes like a one-page announcement about the main points of the case and the decision, but they are not going to go into full detail to protect the victim. So I'm not sure how much money the victim got out of this, but I know that he got something. And what Sillanpää got as a sentence was a suspended sentence of, I think it was around a year or something, maybe even less. And Finland is one of those countries where you can actually even rape people and get suspended sentences. That it's completely normal to get a suspended sentence, because in our system is such that if you get a sentence that is less than 2 years, then it's always a suspended sentence. Only those sentences that are over 2 years are automatically real jail time. Sentences less than that are suspended. So that's why in Finland you see a lot of those cases, a lot of cases in which the sentence is like 1 year and 10 months or 1 year and 11 months, because they want to save money. They don't want to put people in jail. So they give the sort of maximum sentence you can give without having to actually put that person in jail. So I know cases like there was one case in which a man had raped his ex-girlfriend and beat her up and threatened to set her hair on fire, and he got 1 year and 8 months as a suspended sentence for it.
Good grief. I mean, what in the world? Yeah, I think probably what has to happen is when we recapture our destiny. I guess this won't be an issue. This is sort of more like we won't have this problem. Once we recapture our destiny, rapists will go to jail for a very, very, very long time. And it would be appropriate for, I'm saying generally here, of course, I mean, whatever the people in whatever province or county or city or state or country, whatever they come to, whatever conclusions they come to about how crime should be punished, that would be appropriate for them. And then people can make their decisions with their feet and their economy about what kind of society they want to live in. I mean, if they want to live in a society where somebody could rape your wife, mother, daughter, sister, whatever it is, and then just walk loose like they had maybe, I don't know, stolen your motorcycle, it would essentially be the same thing. The trauma, I can't even begin to we have you for so short of a time. I'll allow myself to imagine and get really angry over the kind of trauma that a woman is going to go through when, or anyone, a man, when they're being raped. Hellish, absolutely hellish. And it's the kind of thing that is with people for the rest of their lives. And so the people who inflict that sort of injury, they should have something that they get to live with for the rest of their lives, like having to be in jail for 20 years and then essentially pissing their life away. I think what would be great in a parallel universe would be that if somehow everybody who worked in the court system in Finland, as a prerequisite to taking a job in that system, making these decisions about sentencing, so judges and the like, that they had to live in the highest crime rate areas. So they and their families, their children, their wives, their husbands all had to live in the areas with the highest crime rate. Then we'll see what kind of punishments they hand out. My guess is that they live in the lowest crime rate parts of the country, and then they just force everybody else to live with the rape and everything else, the beatings, the assaults, everything else that takes place. So that's really disgusting. Yeah, this guy, you don't know how much he will be forced to pay this victim of his, but you have the issue of all of the other victims on his cell phone, the video footage, the photographs, whatever else he had. Even if they can't track down who those actual victims are, he should have to pay restitution to the state to the point of absolute impoverishment. He should have to pay all that he has to the state, and then all of that money can be used for all of the children that in the state who have suffered at the hands of pedophiles or whatever else have you, children that are trying to reclaim their lives from the trauma induced by monsters like that. I'm sure he's got plenty money from being a pop star, and so he should have to pay restitution to the tune of a zero in all of his bank accounts, and then let him start over. I mean, if he's wonderfully talented and etc., then I'm sure he'll be able to, tap dance on the corner and have people put coins in a cup or whatever it is. And this is the kind of future, and this is the way people should be treated and would be treated in a healthy society. I do have to ask, as I say, hello to Angriel. She's with us today. But I do have to ask, who were the people who did the messaging that ended up shutting down this guy's tour? Do you have any idea? I mean, were there specific nationalist groups or white positive groups, or just generally it was the whole nationalist sphere, the whole white positive sphere that were just so, or were the like run-of-the-mill patriots in Finland that were just so disgusted that they also got on board sending messages?
Well, mostly it, of course, is just your average street-level nationalists who are doing this, writing these emails and showing up to picket these concerts. But I definitely need to give credit to Partisaani, which is Finnish alternative media, because they were the ones who started this campaign, that they were the ones who actually wrote realistic stories about this case. And the mainstream media, they avoided talking about the details of this case, because they always hate these cases in which a gay guy or a migrant is charged with sex crimes, and they always try to diminish things, like if the victim is 10 years old, they say that the victim was younger than 15. So that you can imagine that, okay, maybe it was 14, but actually it was 10. And actually, Younes did some fact checking for me, and I actually messed up with when I talked about his sentence, it was actually way, way worse. And first of all, the boy, he was 15 at the time of the trial, but at the time when it happened, he was 12.
Oh my God.
And the second of all, he didn't get even a suspended sentence. He got fines. Like the Finnish fine system is called day fines, and you get a certain amount of day fines. He got 45 day fines, and a day fine is defined by how much you have income. So the bigger income your income, the bigger your fines will end up being. And the smallest possible day fine, I think, is €6 per 1 day. And he got 45 day fines. And because he has large income, it means that he's going to have to pay something like a bit over 15,000 euros as fines. And to put this into perspective, for subtitling a video that the court considered to be hate speech, Younes got 70 day fines.
Yeah.
So he got more day fines for subtitling a video than this man got for sexually abusing a child and having child pornography on his phone. So this is such a twisted society that for writing something online, saying something online, you can get harder sentences that you get for sex offenses against children. This is a reality in Finland.
Such a absolutely disgusting state that the West has fallen thanks to the anti-whites. Of course, contradicting the anti-white narrative, contradicting the anti-whites, and they will bring the fury of hell and the punishment of hell down upon you, and be as permissible and lenient as is conceivable to the grossest of crimes, the kinds of things that undermine civilization. And I'll just very quickly say, but again, I'll say a big salute to everybody who shut down this guy's and this tour, and they need to continue shutting him down forever where possible. And but I will say, when it comes to law and order, and this is something that we need to have in our mouths when we're talking with friends, family, and strangers. That is that the reason why we have the reason why we punish criminals is not just because we want to make good for the victim's family and who was the victim itself, and or him or herself and the whole family, and the punishment itself for the individual who was the victimizer. It's not just because there's that. It's not just because the next layer up, which is, well, we want to rehab the individual who committed the crime. We want that person to be able to enter society again and be a productive part of society. It's not just because of that. It's not just because of the next layer up about generally how you incentivize law abiding and you disincentivize breaking the law. It's not about that. The most important thing when it comes to law is that the global view, if you will, the stratospheric view. If you permit crime to be committed, which is what's happening here, and it's happening all over the West, if you permit it to happen, then the most intelligent and the I guess those who are least bound by their morals or ethics, those people, and so the most and the least intelligent, will immediately begin to act as if there is no law. It's all then about, can I get away with it? And of course, the dumbest ones, they'll get away with it sometimes, and you'll be the victim, whether they get away with it or not. The brightest, they'll get away with it most of the time, and you'll end up being the victim, whether they get away with it or not. And then there is no more civilization. It's a runaway effect. Each person coming to the conclusion that, well, there really is no law for everyone. There is just whether or not you can get away with it. And once intelligent people and dumb people, and once people start making these, at both ends of the spectrums, begin making these decisions, then everybody in the middle will begin making the same decision, because they have to then to survive, because you're going to be victimized. You've created a playing field, and this goes back to, in a way, to what we talk about as the 200 IQ level of control. It's the context that you create in which all of these things take place. So if you create the context in which it is permissible to commit the most heinous of acts, if you can get away with it. And then how do we witness being able to get away with it? Well, the anti-whites embrace all things that inflict harm on Western kind of Western civilization. So something like inflicting this crime on a child, and therefore all children, they're going to be permissible to that. They're going to be that's going to be desirable for them. When it comes to anti-white hit squads going out into the streets and setting things on fire and shooting people in the head and whatever have you, and being able to get away with that, that again is an example of being able. They just had out in Portland, I think it was, where the DA just dropped all of the charges. Portland or Seattle, they just dropped all of the charges against the anti-whites that had been out in the streets, destroying, pillaging, maiming, raping, arsonists, setting everything on fire, buildings of records set on fire, churches set on fire, statues pulled down, destroyed. They just dropped all of the charges. So what is that message is that sending? Well, it's sending the message to those people, you can get away with this if you're anti-white. So then what's going to happen to the people who are not anti-white, who refuse to be anti-white? They're going to realize that, wait a second, there's no law in this land. I now need to, and then they're going to be filling in the blanks. How do I protect myself? This is how you lose civilization, ladies and gentlemen. And the anti-whites lurching rapidly toward ruining all that we have made in Western civilization. This is why I say that eventually it's going to be it is already now, but it will become increasingly apparent that this is a conflict between Western civilization, whether you are a paper member of one of these countries, so a paper American or a Canadian or whatever it might be, or whether you have it in your biospirit as a Westman to produce America or Canada or Finland or whatever it might be. It's going to be you all against anti-whites who are trying to destroy Western civilization with every act that they commit. And if we don't, all of us, who are fighting for Western civilization and the whatever flag and country in your particular scenario that might be, if you don't defeat them, then you're going to lose that country. You'll lose all of that law and order. You'll lose the right to speak. You'll lose the right to self-defense. You'll lose anything you had under Western civilization, and it will be law of the jungle. And don't look to, and this is the big error that a lot of people make in some of the other spheres, and that is that they'll look to places like they'll say, oh, well, then we'll become Venezuela. Then we'll become Brazil. No, you won't, folks, because those places are only able to be in this as bad a state as they are because Western civilization props them up. The moment Western civilization can't prop them up anymore, Venezuela and Brazil and all of these other countries, they're going to be a lot worse off. So we're not going to be just like Venezuela or Brazil. We're going to be worse if we lose Western civilization in our countries. We're going to be much worse, and they are going to be much worse. So just make sure you keep that in mind when we're waging this conflict for our well-being and service to white well-being, that this really is a battle for civilization. It's a battle for law and order. And we have some other news. Did you have anything else that you wanted to share, dear lady, before we take a look at any of the other news we have here?
Well, I just have to say it's a really good point you made there, that these places would be so much worse if we aren't here anymore. Like imagine Africa without all of the aid and all of the white workers who are doing work there to keep the place somehow livable. Like that they would be completely on their own. It would be so much worse, and it would be basically a China-controlled world, and I have to admit that I really haven't given it a lot of thought. What sort of world that would look like? Like what would it be to live in a world that is basically dominated by China and Russia, and that they are the only true superpowers left? And one other thing that I wanted to mention that you talked about is this personal activism, and this is something that I have been repeating and repeating over lately in our Finnish live streams, that the only way to stop this from happening, to avoid this fate is for people to take action. And one problem in the nationalist community is that people divide the community into like activists and the audience, like the ones who do and the ones who follow and support them, when in fact everybody should see themselves as activists and leaders.
Yep.
And there should be no division to like leaders and supporters. Everyone should every day at every moment think, is there a way I could do something in this situation that would advance our nationalist cause? And that's the mindset every nationalist person should have, that they should be activists every day, all day. And it doesn't mean that you need to devote your life to something like this, like I do, or like you do. It doesn't mean that you have to go that far in it. It only means that you do these little things every day, and you participate in local activism, and you do what you personally can do. We all have different life situations. We all have different resources. So we all have to have different ways of how we can affect things. So every nationalist needs to think up ways of creating a change. And they also definitely need to have more initiative, because in one of our Finnish live streams, we got an audience question or a super chat saying that I would really like to give financial support to this alternative media, kansalainen.fi, but I haven't found a way for it. So there really should be like a system that we could support these online medias through. And my friend Tuukka had the perfect response for that message. He said, well, you can email kansalainen.fi and say that you want to support them. And they are definitely going to be very positive about that. And they are going to give you a bank account information or something like that. So don't expect other people to create systems for you to do things through. Think how you can do it yourself. Don't expect help from everyone else, because most things are things that you can really do yourself. You don't need any help. You don't need any external systems for it. So show initiative. That's really important. So that's also something I wanted to say. But you had some other very interesting news there, so maybe we could talk about that now.
Oh, right. Well, that's a brilliant point that you're making. That's why we call ourselves over here participants. Everybody here is a participant. Nobody going free is just an observer. Nobody's in the stands. There's also no stage with lights on it. We're all on the field, and we're all shoulder to shoulder in service to white well-being. That's what makes the practice of going free in service to white well-being so very different from everything else that has gone ahead. One of the many things. But we have here another news story that we were about to we mentioned earlier, so we will speak to now, and that is the court packing, and then we will I think maybe briefly speak to that, and then briefly speak to this statue, another victory that went up, and this is just a positive story, folks, and we'd like to share that with you all. And we'll take questions. We're running out of time with Tiina. It's very late over there, so tag me if you have questions for her before she's out of here. And everybody already, Tiina, saying how wonderful it is to see you back, and how pretty you look today. And so many compliments coming your way. So thank you so much for being here. Let me jump over to this story, and I'll just read a bit of it. Biden and Harris will likely support court packing is the title. And of course, we always defer to CNN as the arbiter of truth. So if CNN says otherwise to any of the points we make here on the show today, make sure you change your mind immediately to suit the executives over there. The Democrat Party's two candidates, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, continue to not answer the question of whether their plan is to pack the Supreme Court. Court packing is the only area where both Biden and Harris refuse to answer the question. I'm just going to jump in really quickly for a moment. Could you imagine, folks, if you, with any scenario, maybe you have a neighbor and you say, I'm going to be going on vacation. Will you watch my house? Will you not rob my house? And the person, your neighbor's like, not going to tell you. Not telling you. I'm not going to answer that question. And maybe after like 40 more times you ask, are you going to rob my house while I'm on vacation? Nope, not going to tell you whether or not I'm going to rob your house while you're gone. You're going to accurately conclude that he or she is going to rob your home while you are gone. That is just obvious. They're not fooling anybody here. It is a great demonstration of the stupidity of both of these individuals and their, this guy walking around with rigor mortis and his Kamala, who was, so many names for her after she got trounced. Maybe a little bit later today, I'll talk about that debate just a bit. But I'll go on with the story right now. You'll know my opinion on court packing when the election is over. So you'll know whether or not I robbed your house when you get home. He told reporters, that's Biden told reporters, alleging that the issue is a distraction from Democrats' false assertion that, and this is the author of this story injecting his or her opinion, that Judge Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation to the Supreme Court is being rushed. During the debate Wednesday night, that's like saying, you just want to talk about me robbing your house because you don't want to talk about the fact that you have a tree that has a branch that slightly casts some shade on my yard. During the debate Wednesday night, Harris was asked by Vice President Pence, and she wouldn't give an answer either. She tried to avoid the question by saying Trump was the anti-white slur racist, ladies and gentlemen, because he hadn't appointed any non-white people. Specifically, she was talking about black non-white people in his nominations to the court. And of course, if you accept the anti-white narrative, then he has to, and this is why we are not inside of the anti-white narrative. If we had a world where outside of the anti-white narrative, where people were being chosen on their merits, for their history, etc., their education, their accomplishments, then anybody that got in that office, no matter what their background, their immutable characteristics, you would know that they should be in the office. But what the anti-whites would have is a system where somebody gets to hold the office simply because they are a particular race or particular religion or particular sex, and I guess gender moving forward in time. It has been like this with Harris and Biden since Ruth Bader Ginsburg died on September 18 back when court packing became serious 2020 issue in Democratic circles. The Democratic ticket simply will not say one way or the other where they stand on the issue. Well, and of course, that is saying everything. Biden and Harris have answered every other question, and I might add, when they could, especially Harris. She is in way over her head, the author believes, and we are one heartbeat away from her being president if the Democrats win. The refusal to answer the question is, politically speaking, admitting in the lead up to the election that they are giving serious consideration to fundamentally transforming one of the three branches of the U.S. government. Well, we will get Tiina's opinion on it in just a moment. The first thing I will say is that just so you all don't know, what does court packing mean? It means that they will use their power of the presidency and the House and nearly the equivalence of power in the Senate to increase the number of seats on the Supreme Court. The effect of that would be, and then they would nominate radical anti-white judges to legislate from the bench, which is what they have openly said that they do. But of course, I'm not saying that they do that, and I'm not saying that this author is right. I'm not saying that they're absolutely going to do any of this. You have to check with CNN. But then they would appoint these judges to these seats so that anti-white judges would outnumber, and there are no white positive judges, just know that. You have some people who might be fair, some people who might be reasonable, some people who might actually want to interpret law as written, and that's the actual role of a judge, rather than legislate from the bench. And you can research on your own whether or not these judges already on the Supreme Court that are anti-white, what their opinions have been about legislating from the bench. The effect of packing the court, increasing the number of justices, and then filling those seats with anti-whites would essentially undermine the rest of the federal government of the United States. All decisions would be made by the Supreme Court. People that you're not nominating, people that are there for life, people that they would legislate from the bench. The other branches of government would be voided effectively by a radical increase in the number of judges and their function vis-a-vis the other branches of government. This, as we were talking about earlier relative to what Tiina was saying, is that the anti-whites, when they're not getting their way, they change the rules, or they just do away with the rules, so that in the end they get their way. And that lesson for us is not to stamp our feet in the ground, like many conservatives have done in the past, that they need to play by the rules. And the same thing holds true when it comes to definitions and dictionaries for books, in dictionaries rather, for words like racist and the rest. They need to play by the rules. No, the lesson to us is that when you're playing by somebody who, or you're in conflict with somebody who is not playing by the rules of whatever the game might be, then you need to go as far as they are willing to go in order to have that conflict with them. But Tiina, your thoughts on the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats in the United States attempting to pack the court, or potentially, of course, we know that CNN might say the opposite is true, and of course we yield to their eminent wisdom. But your thoughts on the issue?
Well, it was funny that yet another Babylon Bee story about Joe Biden came true. Like, Babylon Bee is this wonderful satire web magazine, and they had earlier made this satire article in which Joe Biden says that he will tell people his policies after the election. So now they have actually done it. That okay, we will tell you after the election what we are going to do about the court packing. And Kamala did so badly in the debate when it came to that topic, and as they mentioned in the chat, Kamala actually means horrible or awful in Finnish. So it's always funny to mention her name because it means horrible.
Oh my God.
So horrible did horribly.
Horrible did horribly. That's great.
And when Pence brought up this court packing, she tried to avoid the question by saying something like, yeah, we need to have a discussion. Yeah, we need to have a discussion, and this is the platform where the discussion is supposed to happen. Like, it's right now. You are in the debate. Have that discussion right now. So, and there were so many moments in that debate where she did horribly, like the COVID thing, that she, of course, said that Trump had been disastrous when it came to COVID. And when you are going to a debate with an argument like that, of course, you would expect that your opponent is going to ask, okay, what would you do then? But apparently Kamala is so dumb that she didn't prepare for this question. So when Mike Pence asked her, okay, then what would be your policy on COVID? She didn't have an answer. She just said, yes, but we have a plan. Yes, we have a plan. And no matter how you interpret that, it's a horrible answer, because if you imagine that it's true that they really do have a wonderful plan that would actually beat COVID and save lives, then that would mean that she is actually holding back a plan that would save lives to get political gain for herself, which would make her an absolutely awful psychopathic person. And if you interpret it as most people would interpret it, that we have a plan really means that we have no idea, but we are going to try and figure something out if we win. So that's also a bad answer. So she did so horribly, and yes, of course they are going to try to go ahead with that court packing, and that's why they are avoiding the question, because if the answer was no, we are not going to do it, they would simply say so. You put it very, very well with that analogy of the neighbor. So if your neighbor isn't going to rob your house, yeah, he's going to just say so. If he says nothing, then he is going to rob your house. You know it for sure. And it's funny that this is such a fiasco and a disaster, this entire Democratic campaign, that first of all they had so many better people that they could have put in as nominees, like Tulsi Gabbard would have appealed to a lot of people, a lot of the swing voters. Like she has a lot of stuff going for her. She's a woman, she's a minority, she has served in the military. She has a lot of things that would appeal to both left and right wingers, and they had that gay mayor, I don't remember his name right now, and he also would have had a lot of things going for him that would have appealed to both sides and the swing voters. But instead they went with the same strategy that they went with in the last election, to pick the safe choice. And in 2016 they imagined that if they go with the safe choice, like Hillary, and they were even willing to play dirty to get Hillary to be the nominee, with the DNC conspiring with Hillary against Bernie. And they lost with that strategy, because that sort of mainstream candidate, that sort of moderate candidate that is supposed to appeal to everyone, really ends up appealing to no one, because they raise no enthusiasm. And I have this method of making predictions of any elections or any votings, and it's about enthusiasm. Look who has enthusiasm on their side, and that is the side that is going to win. And you can clearly see that it's Trump who again has the enthusiasm on his side. It was the same thing in 2016. Like in 2016, they tried to rally like celebrities to support Hillary, but even that was sort of half-assed. Like Madonna made some video in which she's of Instagram post in which she said that vote for Hillary because she's the best we have got. So it wasn't like vote for Hillary because she's such a wonderful woman and she will do all of these great things. There was no enthusiasm. It was only like, well, at least she's not Trump. So there was no enthusiasm, and that's why she lost. And they are again hitting their heads on that same wall, going with that safe candidate that raises no enthusiasm. And every day when I open Twitter, I see loads and loads of videos made by Trump supporters. Like normal people make these campaign videos that are really funny and innovative, and you don't see anything like that on Biden's side. Like there is no enthusiasm. No average citizen is making like memes or videos to campaign for Biden. And just a few hours before the show, I saw this hilarious video of a mainstream media reporter who was at a Joe Biden rally, but there was nobody there. and the journal was like completely confused by the situation. That she said that yes, there is a rally, but there aren't really people here. So because the live stream was already going on, that she was already live, there was nothing she could do about it. There was no way to bury the story anymore. Like if it hadn't been a live stream, they would have just buried that footage. Yep. They would have never shown it. But because it was live, there was nothing they could do about it. So she just said, well, there is this event, but I don't see a lot of people here. Where are all the people? so it's just hilarious that they are using the same strategy that they lost with in 2016, and you are seeing all of the same signs in the air that you saw in 2016, and now they are even digging themselves into these holes with the court packing and all that, because as you said, the Supreme Court, it's a big deal for American voters, that they know that it's going to actually impact their everyday lives, how the Supreme Court is. So if you have a candidate who isn't even willing to say, or who you can basically know that candidate is going to abuse his power if he can to increase the amount of judges to swing the balance in the court. So, of course, people are not going to trust that person. That's going to drive away all of the swing voters who think the Constitution and law and order and the Supreme Court are a big deal. So, I think it's a horrible strategy that they should have just said that no, we are not going to pack the court and actually go through with it if they win, because that's the only solution for them that wouldn't look bad.
Yeah, very well stated. I agree completely. This Biden saying there, I just back to my analogy with the neighbor. I mean, could you imagine the kind of excuses that Biden has given to why he won't answer the questions, stuff like, listen, neighbor, if I say whether I will or will not rob your house while you're on vacation, that's going to be all you want to talk about. So I'm not going to answer your question about whether or not I'm going to be going through all of your belongings. Well, yeah, it's so obvious. You're right. They should have, but one of the issues, of course, with the Democrat Party is that they have really, and this is the tilt of things happening just in the incremental way that it does, of the party increasingly, just like the Republican Party, increasingly becoming anti-white, but the Democrat Party is far out ahead of the Republican Party in many ways, and being anti-white is one of them. And so they have this gravitational pull, and they have these people who want to hear that they want to just get to the destruction of America right now. I mean, we're practically there, and let's just have it. Let's get rid of the government and rewrite it all. And it's good for us that they've reached this mindset. Now, I think what we've run you over sometimes. What I would like to do, since you're already touching upon this, and it's clear that you watched the debate and it's hilarious. Did you have any other thoughts on the debate before we let you go to bed, dear lady, and take care of yourself, and your boyfriend with this illness? We hope it's just the flu. But any other thoughts on the debate? What about the regime, the anti-whites, trying to change the conversation to the fly that landed on Pence's hair, or the other thing that didn't go without being noticed was that on Fox News, which is supposed to be not as anti-white as the rest, but they actually are. I think they only have a couple of talking heads that aren't as anti-white as the rest. They said before the debate, this was going to be the most important vice presidential debate of American history. Normally, the vice president, this is true, is an afterthought. People can barely remember who the vice presidents were, if they remember any about who the vice presidents were. I mean, who was that guy that was vice president for Obama? He was like half dead then already. But they barely remember who the vice presidents were. But of course, here we have a scenario, a very unusual 2020, and these talking heads on Fox were making some good points about this being the most important vice presidential debate ever, particularly because not only is 2020 strange, but we had a debate that had gone awry between Trump and Biden. And so that perhaps finally we were going to hear some of the positions. And both of these people are potentially presidential nominees coming up in the next 4 years. And then after Pence mopped the floor with her, everyone on Fox then said, well, this didn't mean anything. It's not going to change anything. It was so painfully obvious, and trying to claim even that Kamala had won the debate. So did you, before we let you go to bed and recoup, what any other thoughts you might have had on the debate or ramifications?
Well, I could go on about the debates and the election for all night. So, but to maybe take a few points, yes, you're absolutely right that Fox News is like 99% just as anti-white as all of the rest of the media. I think Tucker Carlson is like our guy. He gets it, and I think he understands most of the issues. But I don't think that there is really anyone else there who is on our side. And the mainstream media tried to claim that the debate ended up being a tie. And I think even Fox News went along with that, they both had good points and all of that. But it was very clear that Pence won, like Kamala did so bad with the COVID thing and the court backing thing that they are going to remain stains on her record that she's not going to be able to come back from. The court packing is going to remain an issue, and there is nothing they can do about it, and they have already failed in it. So it's a lost cause for them right now. And then there is also the fact of likability that even though, of course, we would all love to live in a world where politicians are chosen simply because of their policies and what their actions are, Mike Pence is simply so much more likable as a person that even that alone gives him a huge advantage. That Kamala Harris is... she has that like Elizabeth Warren sort of quality about her, that she's just very unlikable, that she's not as shrill as Warren is, but in a slightly different way she is creepy and well, she is creepy, especially after all that plastic surgery that made her look like the Joker. And yes, so I think that likability thing too is also going to affect the results. And as you said, the vice presidential debates, they are a bigger thing now than they usually are, because we know that Joe Biden is senile, he has one foot in the grave, and even if he ends up winning, he's not going to really be the president. The man probably cannot even put his pants on himself, so he's not going to be able to rule a country. So it's going to be other people who make the decisions. And now that and of course when Trump got the COVID, they there were a lot of Twitter verified journals wishing for him to die,
Yeah.
and all the Democrats were hoping that he would either die or that they would get some photos of Trump in like a respirator and all of that, him being in a very serious condition. But instead of that, Trump recovered very quickly. He handled it perfectly. He sent out an absolutely impeccable message that, yes, I got COVID, but it's not the end of the world. Don't panic about this disease, because this is not like the Black Plague or anything like that. Getting COVID isn't a death sentence, so be calm. Don't panic about this. And I think it was a perfect message that he sent out with his recovery. And I heard that his doctors have now said that he can continue campaigning as usual. So now Democrats don't have any excuses to avoid debates anymore, like they tried to avoid the debate by having a virtual debate in which they would be able to cheat in. And it was a funny thing that I think it was also Nick Fuentes who mentioned this, that they didn't propose these virtual debates when they heard that Trump got COVID. They proposed these debates only after the vice presidential debates. So they have lost 2 debates in a row. So they thought that, okay, we need to come up with something. We need to do better next time, or all will be lost. And they then tried to come up with this virtual debate, and of course they would have cheated if something like that had happened. So there would be like an earpiece for Biden in which his aides give him the perfect answers for everything and all that. But now they have no excuses to avoid debates anymore. Trump can keep on campaigning. I have watched his campaign rallies as often as I can. In Finnish time, they are usually very late, at like 3 or 5 a.m. But whenever I'm up, I always watch them. And he has been absolutely on fire. Like he's so energetic, and it seems that the COVID has made him more energetic than he was before it. So he got stronger with COVID. But there is a saying that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and it seems that Trump is a perfect example of that. So now he can continue with his rallies, and they have been absolutely wonderful to watch this far. He has been so energetic. He has been really funny, and the audience loves him. There are huge crowds there, and so it has been going very well. And I was worried about this COVID thing, that it would mess up his campaigning completely if it turned out that he recovers very slowly, or he gets some sort of complications from this. But luckily, he recovered very fast, because he is a healthy man despite of his age. So he can continue as planned. I'm waiting with a lot of interest on what's going to happen next, because there are more debates coming. The Democrats have lost the excuses to have virtual debates, so they are going to have to either go along with the debates and take the risk that Biden will have some senior moments live on air and make a complete fool of himself, or they are going to have to avoid the debates and make fools of themselves like that. So there are no good choices for the Democrats when it comes to the presidential debates. And when it comes to the vice presidential debates, I think they have already lost that cause. Like the first debate because of the COVID answer and because of the court packing answer, they already lost. So I think no matter what happens in the upcoming vice presidential elections, Kamala Harris has already in that first one done very much damage to her reputation. And I know many people are doubtful about the results of the election, and it's completely understandable, because even if Trump is the better candidate, even if he has all of this enthusiasm on his side, the demographics are against us. Like the USA is being filled with Democrat voters every second, and that's how red states keep turning blue, and no blue state is ever turning red. It's because of immigration. It's not because white people suddenly change their opinions and become Democrats. So I understand that concern that this demographic change might cause, and the mail-in voting might cause Trump to lose. But I don't really believe in that, because first of all, the demographic change, yes, it has gone far, but I think it's not beyond that point at which a pro-white candidate can still win. It will be in that situation in like 10 years or 20 years, but I don't think it is in that situation. And what was the other doubt factor I mentioned there? Now there's so much to talk about that I start forgetting my own points.
No, you've mastered more than a handful you held congruently in your head. So that was brilliant. Yeah, well, I mean, you have the voting change, the voting patterns change. You have the mail-in voting as the corruption. You have of course, the Democrats are going to be, if they were to win the presidency, they would vote to make a DC and Puerto Rico states, and that would be 4 more Democrat senators, and that would be the end, really, of the Republican Party as we know it. Trump being ill, I think you're absolutely right about the fact that the anti-whites, they really wanted to get pictures of him looking really sick. And instead, he came out. I don't know if you saw, Tiina, but I guess it was like the second day he was at the hospital because of so many fans had shown up in and around the hospital, Walter Reed, that he came out in one of his limos, presidential limos, to wave at everybody. So you demonstrate it must have been driving the anti-whites insane, who call themselves Democrats, to see this man at his age, with his energy level, with this life force that is inside of him, to get this disease. They were probably thanking Lucifer or Beelzebub or whoever they pray to, and that he had come down with COVID, and then setting fire to their shrine to Beelzebub after they saw this guy march out on to the balcony there, the veranda at the White House, and tear the mask off and wave at everybody, and with the energy that he has. Meanwhile, they have their guy. Wouldn't be surprised if they try to tell a lie that look at Joe Biden. He's so hip and with it. He's riding a Segway around now, and the real reason that he'll be on wheels is because he's got rigor mortis. And he is, I think he's got both legs dangling into the grave. And he's just sitting on the edge, waiting to push himself off. But yeah, that's so many of those things. I don't know if you remembered exactly what you wanted to hit upon, but you've been brilliant, absolutely brilliant tonight. Everybody's saying so many wonderful things as I say hello to Elaine, Sabatino, and Althea, who are with us tonight. People talking about your mind, your intelligence, complimenting your beauty, your skin. Let's see, Althea is saying something about us being funny and a great team tonight. And so many wonderful compliments for you, dear lady. It's just one after the other. I can't get to all of them. But as far as, I don't think we have a specific question for you and I to address together, because the compliments of you were getting in the way of like we had Mrs. Jess Horse, the great Mrs. Jess Horse, saying that so excited to have Miss Tiina back on. She is indeed a hero. She absolutely is a hero, Mrs. Jessor. So thank you so very much. But I don't know if you had any other thoughts about the presidential election. It's good to hear that you all think, and the same thing that we think, that Trump is going to be winning this election. It could be contested, but nonetheless, and it may be, if it's close at all, it may be contested. They'll say, well, there are more ballots to count and what have you. But probably what will happen is that I did want to say this, so I just reminded myself. The Republicans should immediately say that since now the one debate was, the second debate was canceled, the Republicans should immediately say, okay, well, if that debate was canceled, then let's have what would have been the third debate, and then let's have one after that. So we can have three debates total, and then force the Democrats to refuse to do an additional debate after the debate that would have been the third one. So yeah, demand that they refuse, and that will tell the population once again that this guy is incompetent enough to get on the stage with Donald Trump. And of course, we saw that was indeed the case. But yeah, any thoughts that you recall that you wanted to say? And I did want to say, brilliant point that you made about Kamala Harris saying that, yes, we have like this secret plan for COVID, and it was just going to cure everything. But we're just going to let people keep dying until we get in office to reveal our grand stratagem for taking back health and for the United States, defeating COVID-19. That's a brilliant point, because people are dying, and the blame should be put at them if they supposedly have. Oh, and then she said, connecting that to the debate that she had with Pence, she had that very childish moment where the moderator asked her if she would take this inoculation if it were prepared before the election and finished before the election. And she said in a very snarky, childish way, and it really was a demonstration of like a child up on that stage with an adult in Mike Pence. She said in this snarky sort of way, well, if the CDC tells me to take it, then I'll take it. But if Trump tells me to take it, I'm not taking it. I mean, it really was like a 7-year-old moment where she was really stamping her feet about how much she just doesn't like Donald Trump. But dear lady, take it away. And if you recalled what you wanted to say, and then any final thoughts that you have before we wrap up, and where folks can find you moving forward. And we are absolutely going to have you back. I can't tell you the number of messages that are coming in. Have Tiina more often. I agree completely. We will have Tiina more often, but please go ahead.
Yeah, and I have actually been napping before the show, so I'm not tired or in a hurry or anything. So if you don't have a tight schedule, I don't mind staying for like 15, 20 minutes or something if you want to rant. Rant more about the election with me. But yes, I know I remember the other point, or I found it from my notes. So, and I have noticed that some people apparently think that I am not listening to you when they see me doing something like this, but that only means that I'm making notes about what he's saying so that I will remember to reply to them. So it was the mail-in votes, and it was, of course, a huge deal for the Democrats, because they have this idea that if they just get the mailing voting system to go through, they will win the election. But I wouldn't be so sure. Like if you have some like colored people who haven't even registered to vote, if they get this ballot in the mail, is that going to really get them to register to vote and to actually fill in the ballot and fill it right, because it needs to be filled perfectly. There are strict guidelines how you need to do it. So I wouldn't be so confident about how much more votes or how many more votes they are going to get with this mailing system. And it's actually hilarious how they revealed how stupid their like target audience is when they made this video. Did you see this video in which there were naked celebrities telling people to vote through mail?
No, I did. Thank God, I didn't see that.
Yeah. They had like celebrities there naked, and I don't remember who all of them were, but that Sarah Silverman was one of them, and they were telling people to vote, and they kept repeating to people to read the instructions that come with the ballot and to follow the instructions to the T, and it just goes to show that they are fully aware of how stupid their target audience is. That first of all, to even get their attention to something that is related to politics or the election, you need to have a video with naked celebrities. Then you might get their attention to the political stuff if you have naked celebrities. And second of all, that they kept repeating this thing that, yes, and read the instructions and use the correct sort of pen. And if there are 2 envelopes you need to use, remember to pack the letter in both envelopes. So they were talking to these people like they're children. So and I heard Henrik Palmgren on Red Eyes. He said that it's condescending. But I don't think it's condescending. I think it's just knowing your audience. Okay, our audience are idiots. They are not into politics. So maybe we can get their attention for like 3 minutes if we take our clothes off. And then we just keep repeating that vote, 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 and read the instructions. Then maybe we can get a handful of votes like that.
They are counting. I mean, they know how these people really, they just want to, they want things, they want theft, they want to harm Western kind, but they don't want to have to go all the way to a voting station. Probably more than half of them are deep into some sort of drug-induced buzz anyhow. And they must have been deep into a drug-induced buzz when they were having Silverman naked. I mean, I thought that was when you couldn't get Ipecac and you had drank poison. That's what you were supposed to look up, was Silverman nude, and then just puke it all up. But yeah, it is. I agree with you completely. This we know our audience so well, and we're going to telegraph that to everybody that they won't listen unless we take our clothes off and then tell people to fill out this very simple ballot. And you have to, and you just look to places where in Africa, where they have to reduce things to like cartoons. That's exactly what is happening here in the United States. It's just reduced to a cartoon because these people are illiterate. They are not only illiterate, they're just challenged midget wits in every single way. So what they really need is just a box where they can just put a check or a slash through that says destroy America and mail it in. That's what they want. If you're going to give them 2 choices, they got a 50% likelihood of getting it wrong, at least. But she also Kamala horrible Harris and rigor mortis as her running mate. I think she came out looking. I thought you were right about the plastic surgery. I think she needs a lot more, actually, and I mean that like in a sincere way. Whatever they did, it has made her face. You know, I wanted to say, why such a long face, Kamala? Why are you so sad today? It was like drooping down to her torso. And the clothing that they had chosen for her, she looked really frumpy and not only intellectually ill-prepared, but in her attire, she was ill-prepared. Oh, you know, the one thing I wanted to mention about Pence, I thought it was a brilliant little addition, was the pin for his stars and stripes on his lapel was large enough that the red was matching in the tie. And I thought it looked really brilliant on him with that wonderful white hair that he has. Some people look really good on when their hair turns either a gray, silver, or white. And his looks really good on him, I thought. But he made so many wonderful points. And at the very end, they had that question that they took. And I think this was definitely intended to be a let's leave it on a moment that is good and strong for Kamala, because they took this question from an 8th grade little girl And that was a great opportunity. I'm sure the anti-whites thought she will have this question and she'll be able to say, hey, we're both female. And somehow, and this is one of the things that's so deleterious about the anti-white narrative is like this unity of women against men, against Western civilization, and that they've engendered with anti-whiteism. And I know that they were hoping, well, there's going to be this connection that she's going to make, and she's going to be like, little sister, you can be the vice president just like me one of these days. You can rule this world if we just take down these awful white males and this Western civilization. We just take this down. You can rule the world. And if we don't take it down, well, then you won't be able to be in the seat that I'm in now. That's what they wanted. But instead, and that's where Kamala tried to go, and I don't know, maybe on a good day and then on some kind of amphetamine, she might have given a good response. Maybe if somebody had written her a good response to read off of a teleprompter, she could have read it well. We know Obama was great at that. But instead, she really blew it. She really blew her response. And maybe what did it was, over the course of that debate, she was just losing every point that was being made. And Pence, this was one of those rare occasions where I have to mention where Pence had these muted emotions on his face, these muted movements of his body that were powerful, like they were coming from God. And she had wild gesticulation, and it lacked all power whatsoever. It was very much like a child throwing themselves prostrate on the floor, and there just being nothing there but powerless nonsense, powerless triviality, vapidness. And Pence, he would just had like these little, he'll just turn, he'd look at Kamala, say something stupid, he'd look back at the moderator or the camera, and he would give just the slightest little no with his head, and that just was like hitting a bass drum. But when he was given this question, he ended it absolutely brilliantly. I could not believe it. There were a number of times where I just thought he was landing so many haymakers that she was probably going to actually pass out. But at the very end, he said to this little girl, and because the problem, what this little girl asked, by the way, was she said, how are we supposed to be a country that gets along when the politicians don't get along? Well, and Pence said it beautifully, we're not supposed to get along. That's what government's about. It's about disagreeing. But you should have the same objective. And that's where, and the reason why we can't have debates in the United States is because they don't have the same objective anymore. The anti-whites want to destroy what we understand and what the founding fathers created to be the United States and what's left of the United States. So it's a totally different objective. You can't have a debate about how to get to two different objectives. That's nonsense. But nonetheless, you're supposed to disagree. And by way of the disagreement, you end up with the best practice, the best solution, or whatever it might be, to arrive at that objective. So Pence essentially said to her, he spoke to that, honey, we're supposed to have these discussions. I understand that it can be challenging to watch. But then he ended it with this, and I can't say that this is absolutely verbatim, but I did write it down about an hour later, so it was close. He said to her, we are going to work every day to have government as good as our people. I thought that was just absolutely stunningly brilliant, and probably the death blow, if there was any life in the rigor mortis, horrible Harris campaign, that would have been the death blow. But your thoughts on, Tiina, on anything I just said or anything else that you were thinking about?
Well, I think the main problem, of course, is that Kamala Harris is simply a bad candidate for a vice president, and there would have been so many better people for that job that would have done much better in that debate. But Biden, he dug himself in that hole, that he first said that his VP choice is going to be a woman, and then he said that it's going to be a woman of color. So then she had this very small group of Democrat women that she could choose from. And if you need to pick from people like Kamala Harris and Stacey Abrams, then you are basically going to have to pick the least crazy one, like the least crazy, least unlikable, the least likely to say stupid stuff when live on air. And so there were better choices, but Biden dug himself in that hole when he said that his VP choice is going to be a woman of color. And it's really true what you said about the body language, that it says so much about the person that when you just stand there, when you don't have strong emotional reactions that show in your physical appearance, it first of all, it shows confidence. It shows that you feel good in your own skin, that you are not uncomfortable or insecure. And it also shows conviction, that you are not insecure about your what you have to say, that it doesn't make you nervous what you are saying. And when Kamala Harris keeps making crazy faces and gesturing a lot, she signals that nervousness, that insecurity, that she doesn't know what she is doing. So I think that is a big deal, that body language thing you mentioned. And in the upcoming debates, I think there is going to be a lot of good stuff, because during the Democratic primaries, Kamala said a lot of stuff that she wouldn't definitely say now, because back then there was this race to the bottom between the Democratic primary candidates of who would be the craziest SJW. And when asked things like should illegals have free health care, everybody said yes. So all Trump's team needs to do is to look at those primary debates that the Democrats have had, and look at all the stuff that Kamala Harris said back then that she would do, and then go ahead and ask about it now, because back then she was trying to appeal to the far left, but now she needs to appeal to the actual American public at large, which is a completely different thing. And if you are going to tell them, yes, I want illegals to have free health care, when you taxpayers don't even have free health care, it's going to look bad. So we just in those Democratic primary debates, the Trump team has a bank of information they can use against both Biden and Harris. So I think we have a lot of interesting stuff coming up about that they are going to use those things as weapons. And in the presidential debate, Trump actually mentioned at one point to Biden, "You just lost the left," when Biden contradicted himself. I don't remember what the exact issue was, but it was something that he had promised to do something in the primaries, but when it came to the actual presidential debates, he had a sudden change of heart. So I think we are going to see much more of this, because during the Democratic primaries, they said so much crazy stuff that it's going to be used as weapons against them. And I think they are basically saving the best for last, like that they have this plan that, okay, we have this big thing that we are going to drop like 5 days before the election. And so I think we have a lot of fun and interesting stuff coming up. And we have, from the presidential debate, we made a Finnish language like coverage in which we watched the debate and translated it to the Finnish audience and commented on the main points of it. And it was funny how the media tried to focus on Trump like behaving badly, that he interrupted Joe Biden, when actually Joe Biden also kept interrupting. And I don't think interrupting it is such a bad thing, that if you like make a short comment when somebody is talking, I don't think it's that bad. I think it's like normal political discussion to throw a comment out there. For example, to say that, okay, now you're lying. You didn't say that when the primaries happened. So I think I don't think, first of all, that this talking over someone is such a big deal, and that was the way the mainstream media tried to make it appear as if it was like a win for Biden. And you could tell how Biden was struggling with that debate. Like there was in the very beginning, and you had lots of these moments, but I noticed this in the very beginning, that when Trump was speaking, Biden was standing very still with his hands on the table, and it was very clear that he wasn't listening to what Trump was saying, but he was going through in his head what he had been prepped to say about that thing. So you could tell that he was struggling very much, that he was like, when Trump was speaking, he was going through in his head, and I need to say this, and I need to say this, and I need to say this. So it's not going to get any better for him. And he managed that first debate with that strategy, without the senior moments, because he used the Trump's the moments when Trump was speaking to remind himself of what his aides have told him to say. But I don't believe that that strategy is really going to carry through all of the debates, because it only takes one failure. It only takes one lost train of thought, and Biden starts being Biden. And that's also why they hate the interruptions, that Trump shouts something when Biden's speaking, because it makes Biden lose his train of thought, and it increases that risk for senior moments. So so I don't think his strategy will carry in the upcoming debates, and I definitely think we are going to see some senior moments. But of course there is the question of, are we even going to see debates? Because right now, even though doctors have given Trump the go-ahead to have the debates live, the Democrats are still demanding that virtual debate for some reason, even though they no longer have justification for it. And we are going to have to wait and see whether they are going to take the risk of Biden's senior moments and have the debates, or whether they are going to avoid the debates with some excuses. But anyway, I think no matter what happens in this debate, in any of the questions I have brought up, I think it's going to end up badly for the Democrats. And I think Biden is definitely going to do even worse, because I have noticed lately in his appearances that just as Trump is gaining energy and is basically on fire in all of his performances and speeches in his rallies, Biden keeps getting slower. And there was a left-wing journal in Finland, like a liberal journal, who really hates Trump. And even he said that, okay, I'm calling it that I watched Joe Biden's performance, and he's like a mummy. He's not going to win this election. And this came from like this liberal soy boy Trump hating journal, and he had to admit it on Twitter that no, this doesn't look good. That the Democrat candidate is basically a mummy.
So he is. I mean, that's why we're calling him a corpse on the stage during that so-called debate. And they probably will try to get out of the. They probably will try to get out of the third debate by saying that they want it to be a virtual debate. And of course, the reason they wanted it to be a virtual debate is because they can easily put up teleprompters for Biden. He'll be able to read off answers that other people will be able to provide for him. And the other thing is that they potentially, of course, we're not saying that this was the case, but the Democrat Party potentially supplied Biden with a cocktail that people who are suffering from neurodegenerative diseases and in their senior years, in their dotage, they start losing the clarity that they used to have, the lucidity of thought, that they can provide a cocktail of amphetamines and the like to try to bring back some lucidity. But that's not something that they can regularly do, and it doesn't always have the desired effect. So it's a bit of alchemy, and usually used for things like people who are in their dotage and they need to fill out a will or something like that, and they can restore some clarity for that sort of a purpose. So it's as likely as not that he could come out on stage wired and start cussing. I mean, who knows? Who knows what this corpse will do? Rigor mortis will do next. What he'll say next when he gets out on stage. He got very close. I mean, he said he yelled at Trump. He told Trump to shut up. Of course, he called him the anti-white slur, racist. And he's very close to challenging Trump to a fight. I thought it was funny, really funny, when he brought up, I guess it was education, or smart, the colloquialism of smart. And that, of course, tied to education rather than necessarily intelligence. And Trump really just put him in his place and said, don't you ever tell me or talk to me about smart again. You can't even remember the university you went to, and you were at the bottom or nearly the bottom of your class. And all Biden could do was giggle about that, as though giggling were going to giggle away the reality of not being certainly not we'll just say for his sake, the brightest bulb in the drawer, to mix some metaphors intentionally. Before we let you go, dear sister, why don't we do the Yelp story? Because this is an important one that you probably have some thoughts that you would like to share on that. And I'm sure folks would like to hear your thoughts. Oh, I do want to say that we had Trump recognizing Leif Erikson Day and on Friday. And so we are grateful for him doing that. And that brought out a lot of anti-whites who demonstrated that they really just want to inflict harm on white people by denying any pride, any joy, any happiness to white people. How dare you all have a day that you're going to acknowledge? And of course, this is not when Leif Erikson, and of course, we can't talk about that on this channel, but you could do some research on your own about Solutreans, Iberians. Both of those names, archaeologists have applied to those peoples, and see about who came to this continent and when they came. But a big thank you to Donald Trump for acknowledging Leif Erikson and their travel, their voyage. It's what we do, ladies and gentlemen, part of who and what we are. And so,
of course, I would like to remind people to support the show through Super Chat. So before I go, you can send questions to me too, and or comments about anything, and maybe comments about something other than my looks. I am aware of the fact that some people find me attractive, and it is fully intentional, because I know that whenever I get in front of the camera, I am the spokeswoman for our cause.
yes.
So I need to do it looking as good as possible. I need to make our group look attractive. I need to raise that thought in men that, oh God, they have that sort of women. I would like to join that group. And I would like to raise that idea in women that, oh, there is a happy, beautiful woman who is articulate and content and determined. And I would like to be just like her. So it's fully intentional how I am in front of camera. So there is no need to comment that. It's simply common sense. I know that when I am in front of camera, I am representing our cause. So of course I'm going to try and do that in the best way possible and use all the means that I have. And of course we would love to live in a world where only your opinions and your actions matter. But the truth is that external things matter a lot. People can even vote based on somebody's looks. So it really matters what sort of appearance we give of ourselves as a movement. If we look like slobs, why would anybody want to be like us and join our group? But if we look good, if we look happy, if we seem content with our lives or show that we are content with our lives, that's the more honest way of saying it, because it's not an act, it's the truth. That's the way to get people interested into our movement, and we are a strong contender to the left, because the only thing the left can have to offer is misery. Like like when you see all of these feminists, all they talk about are their mental health problems, how miserable they are. They are complaining all the time. They are angry all the time. So they don't seem happy. So no woman is going to look at them and go, oh, I want to be just like them. I want my life to be like that. And no man is going to look at them and think, oh my God, that's my waifu. That's the woman I want. So they are not an attractive movement, and we need to be one. So
very well said. And I want to make sure that it really hits home for folks that Tiina is talking about putting, when she's talking about aware of being on camera, she's talking about putting her best foot forward, because we can all have our, we all have our like inside, like getting ready for bed attire, or hanging out, lounging in the house attire. And what she's talking about there is, putting her best foot forward, not wearing that sort of attire and not having that sort of mindset when we are in the public. It's just like folks going to church. They put their what's called in the States the Sunday's best on. And but at the same time, as she was clarifying right there, that there isn't an act. This is doing the best we can to project clearly who and what we actually are. And that's, Tiina, one of the things, very, very well said, that we talk about here all the time. And I've had to chide folks a time or two that have said, that talked about what we're doing in Going Free and the service of to White Wellbeing as it being optics, and somehow behind that is this ambition to play the villain in the anti-white narrative. And that's absolutely not the case. We want to convey to our brothers and sisters out there, those with ordinary sensibilities, that we are as ordinary as them, as normal as them, and because we are. So we want to communicate that clearly. So thank you so much for saying that. Absolutely. Let me swivel around here, and we will tackle this next story that we had talked about covering, and that is the story about Yelp. And it says here that Yelp will label businesses, and then this is, I guess I'll put up the quotes as they do, because we don't use the anti-white slur racist, but they say Yelp will label businesses racist behavior, but some worry it could be misused. Yelp said it will put a business accused of racist behavior alert on pages in rare cases to warn consumers. San Francisco, Yelp is introducing a new feature to let people know when a business might be discriminating against customers. A warning that will top a company's page on their review site that notes it has been, quote, accused of racist behavior, close quote. So if you're unaware, folks, this is a huge platform where people go and they rate businesses from the very large to the very small. They give their opinions, and many people go there to decide whether or not they're going to do business with all the way down to, I believe, like your local plumber even. And so what is going to happen now because of these anti-whites, and this is, by the way, a private version, and this is right to the libertarians out there, speaking right to them, that it's these private entities that are at the forefront of harming Western kind. And what's trailing is government, where the anti-whites in government who call themselves Democrats are busily endeavoring to create anonymous hotlines for anti-whites to call and to claim that you have held some sort of heretical view to anti-whiteism. They then will open a file on you. That's in bills to come. You can look it up for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. But of course, the final arbiter will be CNN or MSNBC. We see here a private entity, Yelp, who is already doing this, saying that these people will be able to effectively anonymously claim that this business, they looked at me wrong, they didn't serve me the way I believe they should have served me, whatever it might be. And then this warning will be put at the very top of your business's title on their page. So it says here, San Francisco-based online review company said it has a, quote, zero tolerance policy to racism, close quote, in a blog post announcing the new label from Vice President of User Operations. Quote, communities have always turned to Yelp in reaction to current events at the local level. As the nation reckons with issues of, and this is, of course, their anti-white slur, and I'm not just, systemic heresy. People are not being anti-white enough, and the anti-whites are going to punish you for not being anti-white enough. At Yelp, we've seen in the last few months that there is a clear need to warn consumers about businesses associated with egregious, racially charged actions to help people more informed spending decisions, to help people make more informed spending decisions. But some people are concerned that the Yelp label could be misused. Really? Why would that happen? And I see somebody, who was it? Eternalism just, I think, mentioned some about, no, it wasn't Eternalism. Somebody mentioned earlier about, oh gosh, his name will come back to me. Styx, Hex, and Hammer. And wasn't he saying something about people leaving the white positive sphere for libertardism? Absolutely not. He's an idiot if he thinks that. But if he doesn't think that, then he's fine. But nobody is doing that. This is deadly for our people. This libertarianism idea, and we see time and again with organizations like these private companies. Yelp said it has a system in place to try to prevent that from happening. Oh, really? You're going to put anti-whites that are that's just exactly what we had Tiina talking about earlier, where the media was going to be judging themselves and deciding whether or not they had wrongfully accused someone of a whatever label, heresy to anti-whiteism. Yelp is supposedly going to be doing the same thing. The company's user operations team already investigates and disables reviews or puts alerts on business pages if it finds that the business is seeing a huge uptick in reviews in response to news reports rather than from people who have actually visited. And let me just also say, to preempt any libertardism argument that, well, just wait, let's see what happens to Yelp. There are private organizations that for decades have implemented anti-white policies and nothing has happened. People didn't stop buying from them. It just was, it is a system that is only works in the fantasies of the deranged. The article goes on essentially saying much of the same thing. And I will just tack on here right at the very beginning before I toss it over to Tiina to get her luminescent views on the subject, and that is that what result will this have for business owners, whether they are anti-white now or not, or whether they'll ever be anti-white? Well, the result is going to be that they are going to have to fall all over themselves to give preferential treatment to non-white people and other so-called victim groups. They're going to have to fall all over themselves discriminating against white people because we now see at universities across the United States where they're saying they're already putting into place policies where you have to be there's absolutely, the anti-whites say, this behavior, this heretical behavior out there. And so if you are not reporting it on a regular basis, well, then maybe you are guilty of it. That is what the anti-whites, that's exactly what I write on the back of Born Guilty, by the way. Prove you aren't racist. Racist is what I write at the top of the description on the back of Born Guilty. And what does that do to a person's life, having to prove that on a daily basis, that they're not something awful that this other group of people say that they are? Well, what's going to end up happening is businesses, from the large to the very small, are going to have to go out of their way, if they want to continue to be able to do business, to harm Western kind, harm Western civilization, because they're going to need that credit in order to offset any criticism from anti-whites. They're going to need the credit of, oh, no, look, you can't say I didn't treat you the same way. You can't say that the appraisal I gave you or whatever it might be was illegitimate because don't you see how many white people I have harmed in the past? So they're going to have to build up this credit of anti-white behavior, anti-white acts, anti-white policies in order to deflect the criticisms, so that Yelp, the criticisms of heresy, so that Yelp won't be able to put at the top of their page and the reviews for their business that this group is guilty of this heretical behavior. Tiina, I pass it over to you.
Yeah, so this basically means that I could like go to a spa or a beauty salon with an expired coupon and say that, okay, if you don't let me use this expired coupon, then I'm going to give you a negative Yelp rating and say that you treated me in a racist way. And it's not going to just impact your rating with the star system. It's also going to basically drop you into the pariah category of companies, and Yelp is not going to recommend your company as much anymore. So yes, there is the potential for abuse, but of course that's a minor thing when it comes to the issue, because of course the bigger issue is that they are trying to create this Orwellian system in which people are constantly monitoring each other and reporting each other for showing some signs of wrong thing. And exactly as you said, even if you simply refrain from this behavior, that you don't call other racist, then you become the suspicious one. So you will have to participate. And this is something I have also noticed happen in Finland, that for example the police force in Finland said, or one of their online police officers, who is a very well-known crazy liberal, said that there is racism in the police force, and they had started this hotline in which cops can anonymously rat on their partners like misbehavior, not just racism but other things too. But because it was started at the same time when the racism discussion was going on, it really it really looks like a racism hotline, that okay, rat on your racist partner who said something about immigrants committing crimes in the police office cafeteria. Mm-hmm. So this is clearly where they are going, and this of course is about driving us into the marginals of society and taking away our livelihoods, so that if some company dares to show this wrong thing, then they will be at the bottom of the Yelp reviews, and people won't even see their advertisements there, or see real ratings, real customer experiences from there, but they will simply be guided to companies that show the right thing. So this is just yet another way for them to make us into a pariah and push us into a marginal where we cannot exist. Like this is like the same phenomenon as the how payment providers have stopped services from known nationalists, like how even private bank accounts have been closed or private credit cards have been closed from nationalists like Lana Loktev or I forget the name, Brittany Pettibone. So this is all of the same project that is going on, and instead of just watching this happen and letting them drive us into a marginal, we need to fight back. And this isn't an easy job. This isn't something we can do in a day, but this is something we need to commit to, and we need to have a plan for this. And Tuukka Kuru, who is a nationalist in Finland, spoke about this in a seminar lately, how we need to create this network of nationalists that has people from all walks of life, that has like lawyers and engineers and like repairmen, everything, hairdressers, everything, so that you will have this network of businesses that you can support like-minded businesses and boycott those businesses that are anti-white. But it takes a lot of work. So of course we cannot build something like that overnight. But I suggest that every nationalist starts hatching this sort of plan, that if they know a company that is like-minded, I would suggest like promoting that company to your friends. And of course be careful. Like for example, I ordered something from an online company, and then when the package didn't arrive, I approached the customer service on Facebook, and they replied very quickly, and they said that because of COVID, the deliveries have been late for several customers, and they said that if my delivery hasn't arrived in a week or two, they will resend it. And I said, no, never mind. I understand that mail is late right now because of COVID, so I think it'll arrive, and I will let you know when it arrives. And the guy then said, okay, let's do that, and see you at the Awakening conference. So this guy from the customer service was a nationalist. And of course, I cannot just go online and say that this company is something that you should, I cannot go online and say, hey, this is nationalist company, you should all buy from them, because they would then get targeted by the liberals. Yeah. So we need to also be like smart about it, and if we publicly advertise these companies, do it covertly. Like, don't say that they are nationalist companies, just say that they are good companies. And but when you are talking to other nationalists, when you are in safe company, then say that yes, they are nationalists, so buy from them. So So this is the sort of network we need to start building, and all of us can do our part in it. That we can all think of the like-minded entrepreneurs, like small business owners in our hometown. We can create, like, for example, Telegram or Facebook groups in which we recommend these companies to other people. And one thing that is a good example of this networking is in Finland is this new organization akateemiset kansallismieliset, which means basically the academic nationalists, and it's an organization for nationalist youth who are studying in Finnish universities. So because of the universities have been basically taken over by liberals decades ago, they are full of liberal propaganda, and even when there are nationalist students there, they often don't dare to speak up when the lecturer is giving them false information and clear propaganda, because they get the feeling that they are alone there, that everybody agrees with that anti-white lecturer. But if they have this network in their university of students of different areas, they know that they are not alone. And when the lecturer starts spouting anti-white BS, these people can stand up and challenge that person, and they won't be alone. So they will create that network. And when they grow up to be like teachers and lawyers and all that, they will have that network of other academic people. They will know what lawyer to call if you ever need a lawyer, and they know which accountant company to use if you need an accountant. So that's the sort of networking we need to have. And you can create these smaller networks like these academic nationalists, and then out of these small networks we can form the greater nationalist network of people, our own internal economy, where we can give our money to like-minded people and avoid anti-white businesses, and basically withdraw ourselves from that business altogether, and have an sort of economy of our own, even if it's small, and even if it's not as lucrative as the mainstream economy that has these billions that they can use for anti-white propaganda. But this is what I think our goal should be, because we cannot just let this happen. Because if we just sit by and do nothing, they are going to make our lives impossible. Like they are going to make it so that, for example, people who want to support your work or my work cannot do it anyway, because we won't have bank accounts. We won't be able to live stream on any platform. That's their goal, to get us out of sight, to make us completely invisible non-people who don't even exist in the society. And if some company hires us, they will target that company online and get us fired. Yeah. So they will try to make it so that living as a nationalist is impossible, and we can't let that happen. And the way to fight that is to, first of all, create those networks, and second of all, support the companies who resist the cancel culture. Like I have seen several of these outrage campaigns by liberals that they are outraged by some racist product or or that some company employs a known racist or something, and then they target this company online. And most often, unfortunately, these companies cave in, and they do what these SJWs ask of them. But not everybody does that. There are companies that actually hold their own, and they say that, okay, this is how we do it, and we don't care what you think about it, deal with it, and move on. We don't care. And we need to show our support publicly for this sort of companies. And when some company caves in front of this liberal trash mob, we should also be voice our opinions publicly about that and ridicule these companies and tell them online that no, I'm not going to use your business anymore because you are this sort of cowards, and you are caving in front of this pressure, and you are not following any moral standards. And when some company does the right thing, then go on and say that, hey, these guys did well in this, and you should buy from them. Yeah. And I have a good example of this in Finland, and it's the company Kärkkäinen. And I have mentioned this on some of our English-speaking live streams, that Kärkkäinen is a chain of department stores or like malls. Mm-hmm. And the owner is Juha Kärkkäinen, is very dazed and red-pilled, and he is regularly targeted by the mainstream media for his connections with National Socialists. And but he's a millionaire, so there's little they can do about it. They cannot get him fired or anything. So only thing they can do is to try to get these smear campaigns against him. When they did their latest smear campaign against him because he had said something positive about Adolf Hitler on Facebook, they started this targeting campaign against him, and that led to such a rise in orders from the Kärkkäinen web store that they had to put in an announcement that we are sorry for possible delays in deliveries because we are now faced with much more orders than usual. So this was a perfect example of targeting campaign that turned against its cause. That they actually, and they have done this same thing before, that their latest the boycott campaign they had against Kärkkäinen before led to the same result, that it only increased their sales because people hate these cancel culture people. So even the normies are annoyed by them, and they then want to support these companies that are employing a lot of Finns and supporting Finnish entrepreneurship. And
that's great.
Yeah. So I think that's a good example of it, how this cancel culture can turn on itself and how it can be turned against itself by this online activism, that you give positive feedback to pro-white companies and negative to those who are anti-white. And my boyfriend came up with this idea about this Yelp thing, that how about we start reporting SJW-owned companies as racist with that Yelp. Use that against them.
Well, I guess it's possible. I got to say that businessman that you're talking about there in Finland is hilarious. He clearly knew exactly knows his audience, knew exactly what would drive the anti-whites in the media insane, and that driving them insane would drive his sales up. that's really unique that he's in such an interesting position to be able to do that. And what a way to drive. Now, fortunately, he seems to be not turning on the Finnish population, because we saw with Chick-fil-A that the CEO of that company had taken a stance in some respects, and then went the other direction, and connects to what I'm going to say in just a moment here. Went the other direction in saying that he was going to send rags out or something of this nature so that non-white people, particularly black non-white people, would have their shoes shined by the white man. And he got down on his, and that's even in the United States, that's even more of an insult than to say somebody like wash your or kiss your foot. To shine their shoes is a grievous insult. And he got down on the floor on the stage, and he shined a guy's shoes that I'm sure that guy was very uncomfortable having to sit there while this fool had his shoes shined by the CEO of Chick-fil-A. But it connects completely, because at the very end of this article, and this article is out of the Washington Compost, it says here, in its blog, Yelp said it put more than 450 alerts. Now, this is the alerts that we're talking about that Yelp is saying that it's going to do, and it's already doing it. This is in the same article. 450 alerts on pages between May 26 and September 30, when businesses were, quote, either accused of or the target of racist behavior, close quote, related to Black Lives Matter protests and movement. So this is exactly what I said would end up happening before I read this part. What would end up having to be done by business owners is that when, and of course we know that our dear friend of the initials AI is listening closely. So we're going to say that there are wonderful people. There are good people, not all good people, but there are good people in Black Lives Matter, and they're getting things done for their community in ways that we are not able to do for ours. But what's going to end up having to happen is that these business owners, when there is, what will the next group be? The next group that the entire anti-white structure focuses on and then lauds as doing the work of Jesus Christ, whatever that group's name is going to be, every business owner is going to have to give financially, is going to have to put up a banner on their website saying that they support that anti-white organization. They're going to have to do all of this and more, and even further things that we know are illegal, but that are being done. Like, I don't know what ended up happening with Grubhub, where they said they were going to give discounts to Black people who were ordering, and there was two other businesses, but large businesses, of course, and that's completely illegal in the United States. But nonetheless, I mean, you're going to have these businesses that are going to have to say, well, in the name of whatever the new group, the new anti-white group, the cause celeb group is going to be of, next year or the next 6 months, we're going to give discounts on our, whatever it is that we do, our widgets or the servicing of widgets that we perform here, discounts to all of the non-white people of that group, or all non-white period people. And so how are they going to stay in business by giving them those discounts? We'll get to that in just a moment. They're going to have to put that up because, again, as I was saying earlier, they're going to need that credit in the credit category, so that when people say, oh, well, I had Phil's transmission repair, and I felt that they treated me poorly because I'm of this so-called victim group, or I'm a non-white, and they bring that claim forward, that Phil's transmission or whatever it is going to be able to say, oh, that can't be the case. This can't be legitimate, because Yelp, just look here. We really harm white people. We give all of these discounts. So how does the preferential treatment and special privileges of the non-white people end up harming white people in the respect of discounts? And that's how we look at it in service to going free. And we're going to do financial gifts in just a moment, right after I say this, folks. And the way it harms white people, and this is how we focus on it, we focus on ourselves, is that these businesses are going to have to charge us more in order to stay in business. They can't drop their rates for this group or that group or all non-white people and stay in business. They are in an environment where there is competition, where there is economics, where there is profit hand over fist. It very rapidly is replaced by very intense competition where the profit margin is very slim. And that's where businesses operate. The only way they'll be able to continue to operate is they show up at your house and they say, oh, well, you're white, therefore you're going to pay this exorbitant rate so that I can stay in business. And when and again, back to the ignorant libertarian argument they might make, where they'll say, well, just, go to Pete's transmission repair or Frank's transmission repair. Those organizations will have to be doing the same thing. So this is how we're going to be harmed. We focus on how we are going to be harmed because that's what matters to us, especially our most vulnerable members. And it says it right here. Yelp is already doing it, putting the warning on businesses who did not support this particular MLB. I'm saying it backwards, and we're not talking about Major League Baseball. People who didn't ever said anything negative, and they didn't have that credit that, oh, well, we can't be. And of course, you're not going to be able to say, well, we don't agree with the MLB, saying it in mirrored version, but we are anti-white in all these other ways. That's not going to cut it. And just as we saw with content producers who tried to draw these very, hazy, nebulous dividing lines where I like some anti-whiteism, but not this anti-whiteism. The anti-whites still say, you're not anti-white enough, you're gone. And we're talking about banks, and we can't fail to mention that Mark and Laura of Patriotic Alternative both lost their bank accounts because they're heretics to anti-whiteism. They're not abiding by anti-whiteism, and so therefore they will suffer. And this is how we have to talk about it as well. Don't tell people, don't think this yourself, and don't share with folks that they were punished because, and then put in the positive thing that we do. That's not the way you're supposed to. That's not the way you should think about it. It will undermine your own motivations. But let me get to some of these wonderful financial gifts quickly, and then we'll jump on over. I think we have this wonderful little story of in Norway, Michigan. Norway, Michigan, a wonderful little story. But we have a financial gift, and I've never seen it before, one like this, that has come over Facebook. I don't even know how to receive the gift. I guess I'm gonna, if anybody knows how to do that, let me hear about it. Let me first quickly point out that Dave the Impaler wrote in the chat that he has, this is vis-a-vis the Yelp story. I've already seen anti-whites on Twitter planning to mass report businesses who display Blue Lives Matter and other basic conservative slogans, and who don't display the, and I'm saying it backwards, MLB signs on their websites, etc. Yeah, well, not a big shocker there. That's exactly how they operate. What? Imagine for a moment pretending that you are part of this revolution, this resistance, and you have the government agrees with you, all of establishment media agrees with you, all of the universities agree with you. Everywhere you go, the major retailers, both national and international retailers agree with you, and you still fancy yourself as this rebel fighting the man, fighting the system. You'd have to be deranged, and every single one of anti-whites are deranged. This gentleman here, financially gifting, let's get a big round of applause. Let me see of emojis going for this guy. And I will just say the letter to his first name is J, and because I don't know what he wants to be called by, financially gifting $50, and I hope I can accept it. I've never done that on Facebook. If anybody knows how to do that, let me know. We'll see if I can make that happen somehow or not. But thank you so very much. If only for the thought, my friend, if only for the thought, if I can't receive it, but thank you. And if you know how I can receive it, Jay, please let me know, and I will, I'll do that. So thank you. And did you write anything? Oh, he wrote here with it. Thanks for all your hard work. Well, you are most welcome for that. Yes, indeed. We've been in a race during this month and prior, in fact, the past 2 months, getting ready for this month's race, and we've been making it happen. We're going to jump over here to Cash App quickly, and we see the wonderful lady Yiz the Eunuch. In fact, she had a stream on earlier, and I think it was a premiere that she did, and she has the link, and we'll share that. She says, I made a 3-minute video about an old piece of anti-white legislature in California. I guess it's legislation in California that got upgraded a few weeks ago. I guess this is perhaps federal level. Maybe you could watch it on the stream. She says it's only 3 minutes long. Well, maybe we'll look at it later, but we'll definitely share that link. Thank you so very much for that. And over here, Yiz is doing amazing things, Tiina. I got to tell you, she's really a supernova rising star. Financially gifting $5 and, excuse me, writing for the folk tithe for White Wellbeing. Well, I appreciate that, sister. And thank you for all the great work you're doing. The wonderful D.B. Cooper, a man who he and his wife and his whole family we love so much, especially that third child that they named Jason after yours truly. Thank you. What a testimony that is to the work that we're doing here for White Wellbeing. We've had so many magnificent accomplishments in service to white well-being in this community and getting people off the path to suicide. We have 5 of those, 5 off the path to suicide. We have 5 people that have produced children because of going free, not because they, 5 children produced, one of them, one set twins, because they are going free, not because they met at a white positive rally or something somewhere like that, but because they said, we're going free and we want to have more children or have the first child in I guess it was 3 of their cases. So thank you so very much. But now we even have a child named after me. And I cannot tell you how much when D.B. Cooper first shared this, I thought he had to be kidding. I said, I'm going to fall out of my chair if this is a joke. But it's not a joke. We spoke in private, and D.B. Cooper assured me, no, we named the little boy Jason because of the work and for the work that I'm doing in service to white well-being. What a magnificent honor that. I cannot tell you how much pride that gives me, how good that makes me feel, and just all the more harder I'm going to work because that little boy, that beautiful, and he shared the pictures of the little boy and the mother, beautiful, both of them, and how much harder I'm going to work knowing that that little boy named after me is going to be in the world. He's going to be able to take up the reins in a healthier, brighter future. And D.B. Cooper financially gifting today $33. That's magnificent. Thank you so much. And I love that number. That was my jersey playing football, except when I was playing receiver. Thank you so very much. $33 and writing here today. Awesome thumbnail at the intro. The thumbnail. Oh, yes, that was. Who made that? Did you make that? I can't remember who. I've been trying to track down who made that. The one of me looking like Neo, stopping the anti-white bullets. And yeah, thank you so very much. If you let me know if that was you, we'll find out who made it after all. But D.B. Cooper, what a hero. Much love to you and your wife. Thank you so much for the $33. And most importantly, brother, for naming the third child after yours truly. What a brilliant and beautiful testimony. And let that be, ladies and gentlemen, let folks know about that. Because when they say what somebody named their child, and by the way, let me just make it known, I don't know D.B. Cooper outside of the past like 2 years, brother, that you've been showing up in live chats. We've never spoken on the phone. He's not a member of my family. He's not like a cousin or something like this. And you sometimes see that with naming. This is just a hero that has started going free himself, making big change in himself and in his family, and then carrying that out to his community, a real hero, and appreciating what we're doing here. You should share this because it is a brilliant testimony, and people, when they hear it, they'll say, well, maybe there must be something to this practice of going free. If somebody felt that it was legitimate enough to name one of their children after a guy that is advocating for it. So yeah, please share that widely, share it on other streams. It is a magnificent testimony, and we should do justice by D.B. Cooper and bring as many people we can to the curative contagion of going free by letting them know that he named the third child after yours truly. The great Zero Talent here, financially gifting $5. Thank you so very much for that, brother, and writing, they do not bear fruit, they recruit. Death penalty. Okay, we are perhaps talking about a child molesters there. Thank you so very much. Zero Talent, a great champion in our community as well. Here in, week out, week in, week out, as we say. The wonderful Goodness to Greatness. What a great name that is. $5 financial gift and writing, glad you are out here doing positive work. Well, you are most welcome. So many people, and that's a brilliant testimony as well. They appreciate the fact that we're doing something positive, something that's making a change in people's lives, and bringing together community, a single tongue. We speak different, we have many different languages that are used by Western kind, but we can all speak the language of going free. We can all dig into that practice. And by doing so, we speak with a single voice to those anti-white oligarchs, as I've passionately said before, that are sitting in their ivory towers, their ivory castles, their ivory citadels, and they're looking out at the world and controlling things like pawns on a chessboard. But when we speak with a single tongue, even though we might have different languages, that will get their attention. That I can promise you. So thank you so much, goodness, greatness. And we have here Art Acrobats, another one of our champions, and he's working on some magnificent things for the future, and we're grateful to have him in the community. Financially gifting $4.88, and he writes here, Kamala is Kali goddess of destruction. She's the Kali goddess of destruction. Well, hopefully she won't end up in the White House. Certainly not this run or this election. But if she does in the future, she would do an immense amount of damage to Western civilization. And just coming in also here on Cash App before I turn around and take a look at Entropy, and we have a handful of financial gifts to check out there as well, Tiina. We have over here, let's see, this is Joe, and he is financially gifting $5. Thank you so very much, dear brother. And he writes, now this is brilliant. This is touching. Thank you so much, Joe. He writes, for my children's future. And then he says, for Tiina, he says, Tiina is great. So this is wonderful. And Tiina is a great Westman. And when you use Westman, ladies and gentlemen, it's like human, M-A-N or M-E-N, and it applies to both sexes, male and female. So she is indeed a great Westman. $5, Joseph is saying, and this is where it should come from. He's absolutely saying this for my children's future. That is why he just gave $5 in service of White Wellbeing, for his children's future. This is what we're working toward. This is what we are protecting. Thank you so very much for that, dear brother. And I will swivel back around here. Machiavelli says something about a credit union. I don't know what that's about. Maybe provide some context. The great Donning Armor. So many wonderful people, Tiina, are here with us tonight. And I will give them a salute as we move through. Let me jump into these. The great Sakis is here with us, and he says, my $5. And Sakis, ladies and gentlemen, learning skills, just like the great Groundhog Fury, learned skills. And we'll go back and we'll revisit and play the commercial again. Sakis is learning skills. He's using his brilliant knowledge of audio, and he's made a magnificent commercial, another one. So we have one from Groundhog Fury that we're going to be sharing like there's no tomorrow, and one from the great Sakis. And then I'm also helping with that now, and it's going to be magnificent. It'll be done very soon. And thank you so much for that, Sakis. And he's financially gifting $5. And he writes here, weekly financial gift in the name. And Tiina, we've been doing this the past couple of weeks now. And Sakis was the one to, I think, recommend this, that sometimes we financially gift in the names of anti-whites to really get under their skin, should they ever find out, and have a little bit of fun here. So he says he's financially gifting $5 in the name of the anti-white Justin Trudeau. So in the name of that anti-white scumbag, we have a $5 gift. Thank you so much, Sakis. $3 from Meme Curatives Will Save Us. Thank you so much. Love the name. In the name of British, is this Awa Extraordinaire? Mike Stoochberry? P.S. I don't know who that is, my friend. And somebody fill me in. When I write, please try to check the initials at start. So page 2.2 means part 2.2. Thus, there should be a part 2.1 to be read before part 2.2. Right. Did you put that in the question widget? I will keep an eye out, brother. Thank you so much for that. And another $3 from the wonderful Meme Curatives Will Save Us. Jason, I couldn't find tweets from you this week on who we should all tweet to about Crucible? Perhaps those tweets were shadow banned, or were you simply too occupied to get to it this week? No stress. I was most busy this week, my friend, but we will be back on top of who we should be tweeting at. And another thing that we can do is not just tweet at so that it doesn't seem like spam, but also reply on their threads. And I think Sakis made that recommendation. I haven't had a chance to read through that message yet in its entirety, but I got to scan it. Let's get a round of applause going for the great Mrs. Jess Horst, ladies and gentlemen, one of our greatest champions. And I should show this while we have this wonderful woman. We're going to be reading her message, and I will share this. Talk about a family of champions, kids that are certainly not going to succumb to anti-whiteism. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. All of them have Go Free. Now, these, of course, are all the youngest. She has more children than just that, but they all have their own copies there of Go Free, looking beautiful. Everything is wonderful there. And Mrs. Jess Horst financially gifting $50 US. Big round of raucous emojis for our dear lady. $50 and writing, so excited to have Miss Tiina back. She is indeed a hero. Well, thank you so very much. She is, I agree, 100% Mrs. Jess Horst. We have the great Hansa financially gifting $10. Just my weekly White Wellbeing pledge, he writes. Well, thank you for that. All working class people, so we know it hurts when we give. And writes, it continues here, this one in honor of the great, and in quotes, the great Jerry Rat-Faced Nadler, for helping to awaken many white people to the threat of anti-whites' desire for white erasure. Be happy, Jerry, pal, because this bud's for you. I guess that's taken from the old Budweiser commercial. Is that what it was? I vaguely remember that. So yeah, Jerry, in your name, we have a Hansa financially gifting $10. Bartleby, another one of our great champions, financially gifting $25. There is no greater aspiration, he writes, than to go free. I could not agree more. Bartleby, wonderfully written. And thank you so very much for those $25 US. Simon JJ financially gifting $10 and writing. And Simon's great as well, Tiina. Been here forever and shows up all the time. 10 pounds, chucking it all the way across the pond and writing nothing more than thank you both. Well, thank you, dear Simon, for that. The wonderful and accomplished activist for white well-being, Irish Ice, financially gifting $5. And this gentleman, this hero for our people, is out making things happen day in and day out. I've got stuff to share of his as well, Tiina. We have, let's see, we have this. Well, first of all, he seems to find leaflets all over town. And here's an example of one that he found and he took home and he was showing off for us. That's the one. And then here are some leaflets more he found across town for white well-being. He's just finding them all over the place. And then he has this wonderful, he's got Crucible, and this is the living room, and he's got the lovely plant here, and he's got Prometheus Rising underneath of it. That looks splendid. And it got a, what is that, the TV or monitor or something in the background. And yours truly on the monitor. Thank you so very much, brother. And he is over here financially gifting $5 and writing, I live in a Canadian town that is now 80% non-white. I see these, and I can tell you this, ladies, I'm going to jump in, that he would complain about that primarily if these were anti-white, non-white people, because he's having some successes, and we could talk about that later if I can find exactly where I have those notes. But he's having some successes with non-white folks in his town. 80% non-white, he writes. I see these border crossers playing dumb, like they don't realize what they're doing. I know that they are extremely proud of the harm that they've inflicted, and it's such a shame. All the white men run away. Well, no, brother, the only place I would disagree with you in your comment here is that no white man is running away. The white man's called Irish Ice, and he's standing his ground, and he's changing minds. He's helping folks to go free, and he's even, I know from the messages you've shared with me, and I can share with others, that even changed the mind of some non-white people, and so that they're no longer anti-white. So thank you for that. I think we got one more here to read, Tiina, and that is Nathaniel, the great Nathaniel, financially gifting $10. A friend of mine today went on an unprovoked rant about anti-white and combining here the word anti-white and the word racism. As we were working, so I'm gonna just not speak to that for a moment to see exactly what you're writing here. So he went on a rant about anti-white racism as we were working together today. I told him to purge racism. Okay, beautiful. That's why I held my tongue. So I told him to purge racism from his vocabulary, as it was a word meant only to harm him and people who look like him. It feels good to be getting through. He used to be such a milquetoast liberal. So that means, of course, the translation that he was anti-white. He was a wimpy anti-white type, and now he's agitated about anti-whiteism. And so now, instead of saying thanks to Nathaniel, thank you so much, dear brother, instead of saying using a concept, keeping it alive that can only harm us, he's now going to be able to say anti-whiteism. So he can go on his rants about anti-whiteism, which we discovered that is actually in the dictionary 50 years ago. All those people who told me, you can't use anti-whiteism, Jason, you made that up and it's not in dictionaries. Well, now how do you all feel when we discovered that it actually was in the dictionaries, anti-whiteism, before the anti-whites took it out? So now he'll be able to talk about it. Yeah, don't combine racism. Don't use that concept. Thank you so very much, Nathaniel, for being out there and getting to people with that knowledge. We have some, looks like, oh, I see. Meme Curatus was talking about, yes, he's got a part P1.1 and then a long, is this anything maybe for, doesn't look like it's for Tiina as I'm skimming through it. Let's see, we got to Yiz's statement. Yonash, that's about the, I do not know any more about the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, but I can ask our lovely guest, who we were absolutely going to be having a little bit more regularly with all of the wonderful applause. I feel like people have been setting off like those poppers, party poppers and everything since Tiina showed up, and I love it. But do you know anything about the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict? Or would you like to also care to comment about Mark and Laura losing their bank accounts as they are not anti-whites?
Well, I have to admit that I have no knowledge to share about the Armenia and Azerbaijan situation. So you should ask someone else about that. And that thing that Mark and Laura lost their bank account, I just heard that now. I haven't heard that before. So yeah, this is just exactly what we were talking about earlier, that they are trying to make it impossible to be nationalist publicly, make it impossible to make a living. And this just goes to show how weak they know their cause is, because if they knew that they were right, if they knew that they had good arguments and that they would be able to get the public on their side, they wouldn't have to use dirty tricks against us. They would win us on a level playing field. But they don't want a level playing field. They want us completely off the field, because they know that if we get our voice heard, if people hear our message, it will resonate with them, and people will join us, and we will get more activists, and we will create the changes that we are going for. So that's why they are doing that. So even though these, of course, are terrible strikes to the people that they happen to, and at the moment, things seem very bleak for us. You need to remember that the night is always darkest before the dawn. So we are right now living those times when we are facing pretty much unforeseen fight against nationalism. Like no other nationalist in history has had to face this sort of situation. Like I have read pieces from nationalist philosophers from the 19th century, and they had pretty much the same ideas as us, and they said the same things we are saying like 200 years before we say them, and we say them like there's something new, like there's something we came up with, when they are these smart guys who wrote books about entire books about this 200 years ago. And they worked in a friendly environment. They worked in an environment in which everybody was an ethno-nationalist. It was the norm. Nobody believed that your country should be filled with Africans, and nobody thought that your kind should be erased from the planet. So we as a nationalist are facing a battle that no other nationalist has ever had to fight. So this is a big one. But I cannot be black-pilled about this, no matter what happens, and no matter how we get hit sometimes, because we also get victories from time to time, and we get progress. Our movement is growing, and just from the composition of our movement, I can see that we are going to win in the end, because most of the nationalists I know used to be more liberal when they were young, and somewhere even like hardline liberals and SJWs before they became red-pilled. But when you look at the liberal scene, it mostly consists of young people, and there are literally no people there who used to be red-pilled nationalists and who then became enlightened and found the delights of liberalism. That doesn't happen. The conversion only happens one way. So it's a one-way road towards nationalism for white people. So that's why I cannot be black-pilled and believe that we will be doomed and all is lost just because things look bleak right now. Because we are fighting and we are winning. And yes, they are going to throw everything they have against us. But whatever they do, we will figure it out how to handle that situation and how to fight back. We just need to trust in ourselves and in our fellow nationalists that we can cope with whatever they throw at us.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, and we're not only coping, but we are excelling. And this is the environment that the anti-whites ended up creating for us was, just like my book is called Crucible, my new book, nonfiction book, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't heard of it already, you need to begin spreading this, because now's the time to spread this book, to get it out to all of your nationalist, patriotic type of friends. This is going to speak to them. We'd have messages coming in. I have 26 pages of notes. Obviously, I would have to do like 3 8-hour streams to get to all of this. I wish I could. And that's only a fraction of the amount of information coming in from the huge success we're having. People writing, people reaching out to me, saying, folks that I would have never really expected reaching out to me, all these different walks of life. Having come across Crucible, we have, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, and Tiina will tell you, by the way of our efforts of this community and service to going free, something to be so excited about. We are well over 100,000 impressions. We have gotten Crucible in front of well over 100,000 people, and the month is not even over yet. We're not even halfway through, so who knows how far this will go. And this is despite the anti-whites making every effort they can to undermine our effort to reach out to these people. But these are normal folks, normal sensibilities, and they are reading Crucible and they're saying, my God, this is my story. This is what I as a white person had to go through. This was the intellectual terrorism, the physical terrorism that I had to go through as well in school. Nobody has written about this in this way. And so this Crucible story, this is not just the story of my time in 7th and 8th grade, 11 to 13 years of age, roughly. But this all of our stories of being in school, whether it was public or private, you ended up having to go through some measure of it, of this anti-whiteism. So this is the time to get that out to the folks. And we have a lot of exciting things to talk about. Again, I want to talk about before we let you go to bed so that you can recover. But we did have, I just want to mention again, so the Immune Curatives will save us. When it's a British anti-white extraordinaire is what he was saying. So the letters there didn't mean something for some organization that I was unaware of. So it's anti-white extraordinaire Mike Stoochbury, and he is a what did he say? He was a hope not hate or something like this character. So thank you for financially gifting in his name. And what I'm going to do right now, as I read the next couple financial gifts. Oh, let me grab the financial gifts from that we missed last week. Last week we missed Lark Ascending, our dear lady from across the pond, financially gifting £5 last. Well, I guess it was on Wednesday that I didn't see this. And thank you so very much, dear lady. It came after we wrapped up, and she wrote, "We need the Go Free lexicon to be used more by the UK nationalists." And we were just talking about the UK nationalists and what is happening there. And so please do. Many are using the lexicon of going free. They're seeing that it works. They're seeing that it succeeds where the old vocabulary and the old dialectics fail. And indeed, if you know if you're in the UK and you see people still, just grudgingly holding on to these crotchets. They just want to stick with these crotchets because it's always been the way it's been, or it's some academic somewhere said to do it this way. Well, and it loses, they need to just give up. And sometimes it's because people are afraid of winning. They're afraid of the discomfort of not being someplace that's comfortable, and losing is what's become comfortable for them. So make sure if you're in the UK and somebody there is speaking with the old vocabulary, they're inside the anti-white narrative, they're talking with all anti-white terms, they're talking about this bogus spectrum of thoughts, they're talking about windows and what they're allowed to talk about and all that other sort of nonsense. Then make sure to introduce them to Go Free. Tell them, hey, look, this is working for people all around the world. It could work for you too. And we know there are many people. One of the most touching stories was when I was in the UK and I had a hero of a man come up to me at the PA conference, and he said he's gone through all these different efforts over his life to get out of substance abuse, and nothing has worked until going free. What a testimony! What a hero that guy is. And we want more of that to happen. My salute to you, brother. And so we have here, okay, we're good there. So let me turn right around, Tiina, and we have our great moderator and champion, Raymond. He and his wife, Heidi, they're magnificent members of this community. Love them so much. They raising children from home so they don't have to grow up with the anti-whiteism at school that we had to deal with. And so Ray's doing double duty tonight, financially gifting $25. Thank you, my dear brother. In addition to moderating, along with Bartleby, and I don't know who else might be moderating today, but thank you both. Raymond says with his $25 financial gift to White Wellbeing, he says, "Love Tiina. Ramsey Paul lost me," is what he wrote. Thank you so much, Raymond. I guess that was it, and that was it for many. When Tiina was no longer with him, a lot of folks left. Ramsey, I received that message from a lot of different people. Let's see, who else do we have here financially gifting? We have, we'll call you John. Financially gifting $10. Thank you very much, dear brother, for that $10 to White Wellbeing. And writing here, our brilliant Tiina, and then writes some more. After that I won't be able to share. Thank you so much, John. No, it's not lewd or anything like that, just private. So thank you, John. And we have, let's see, we have I Love Jesus Christ, and with a $5 financial gift. Thank you so very much. I Love Jesus Christ. And writes with that message, dear lady, she says $5 for being a lighthouse for Western kind. That's beautiful. Thank you so very much. I love Jesus Christ. And to every single one of you, thank you so very much for your financial gifts. Let me just make sure that we're good here. And then Tiina, I want another positive story for folks to associate with you. Let me just take a quick look. The Great Donning Armor is here. Wipe Out Corona. Europe Ascends. Lord Hendrickson made a meme that we will share in just a little while. He writes, show us the small pumpkins you have behind you. I got two small pumpkins. What do you want them closer to the camera? Is that what you're looking for? Are they not visible? Are they visible? Oh, they're not visible because of the way we have the camera. Let me just change, and then you'll be able to see. Okay, there you go. Can you see the pumpkins now? They're the pumpkins. Unless you wanted to see them up closer. Europe Ascends writes here, my friend and I will be sending a money order. Well, thank you so very much. That's kind. We'll be purchasing Crucible and going free. Also donating. We're being cautious. So that's fine. No worries with that. Yeah, just give me the, well, I mean, I guess you're sending the money order to the P.O. box, and you're probably then going to be getting the texts from Amazon. So thank you so very much for that. And Machiavellius Sucks writes, we'll send an email. Okay, I guess that's going to explain something, maybe the credit union comment I think he made, something like this. And I'm just going to quickly walk through the crowd and see what folks have been saying, see if I missed anything. Let's see. Althea is saying that so happy that Tiina can't get black-pilled. She can't get down. Well, no, she can't get down because she has you can see shining through her. She has the spirit of the West. That's what's lighting up her eyes and her skin and her mind. That's why she thinks clearly. White Student Transmission is with us, and he writes, it's a shakedown, racial extortion racket. Talking about Yelp, I'm sure. Thank you so very much. You're absolutely right. Great champion. White Student Transmission. Amadeus is here. Mister is here. Bad Goys Running Wild. Wow, that's going to be a cheap VHS movie that you'll be able to find in some dirty underground bookstore. Ursa Major is here. Great to see you. So is Joe. So is John. So is, we mentioned, say, Vivacious Lady. So is Nancy Drew. And Jessica, no offense. Great to see you both, dear ladies. Takar is here. You sent a comment earlier, and I'll take a look for it. Somewhere it is. Ambrielle is here. Wonderful to see you. Says she's wearing a White Lives Matter T-shirt that and she's received positive comments. Well, that's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that with us. Be careful, though, where you go. We know how the anti-whites are. Omega Bear is with us. So is Bertie is with us. Hello to you. Tiina, just a host of folks from around planet Earth. And we're also very happy. The great Ursa Major is here. Wonderful to see you. This beautiful bear on the avatar. And I believe you're one of our sisters, right? Unless I am mixing that up from the past. Bigot Smalls is here. The great Four Null, Tiina, is with us. And happy to see him. And so is Angharad Celtic, also with us. Great to see you. What a magnificent crowd we have. We have folks that each is the equivalent of 100 or even 1,000 in these other communities, because just exactly as Tiina was saying, we need to not be these communities where we have, brilliantly saying, I might add, where you have just this audience watching a couple people and that's their service to white well-being, but they're actually doing things. And that's what's happening here. We have people actually doing things. And one of the things that I'm going to show right now, and we'll read, I'm going to put up on the screen, and then we will read and we'll celebrate it, because it's just truly, Tiina, I want you to see it. We have so many just magnificent things going on. So many victories. I want you to see this again, though I showed it briefly. I think you were backstage. We have a billboard on a heavily trafficked, both directions, United States thoroughfare. And as you can see, this is 4 lanes of traffic. And this road, although no traffic, this would have, of course, been taken at dawn, and or thereby nearly, and you can't see traffic now, but of course at other times of the day it's heavily trafficked. And you'll see here on this great billboard, All American Boy, and then the website nowhiteguilt.org. That is up in the United States, looking glorious. If you know where it is, don't mention it, folks, because we don't need trouble brought to the business owner. It's just like Tiina again was saying brilliantly earlier, that if you don't want to bring attention to somebody who is heretical or behaving heretical, or this person, I'm not saying that the sign owner is heretical by any means to anti-Whiteism, but willing nonetheless to do business with yours truly. So it's a wonderful thing. A big thank you to the owner and those who participated, also willing, because there are a couple of pieces to being able to do such a thing. But this is out there getting attention on a major American thoroughfare for all of our brothers and sisters, of course. And we're looking for the MAGA community to see the work that we're doing. And what do they see when they go over to nowhiteguilt.org? Well, they see the great advertisement by Groundhog Fury that we played earlier, and we can talk about again later, where there are now his GIFs that are up interspersed between these magnificent comments, testimonials, reviews about Crucible that were put up early on when we first released Crucible. And I grabbed those and I moved them over. If you don't see yours, it's just because either I somehow missed it or yours came later, and I haven't added any more yet. I just added the GIFs. So these people will go there, they'll see that, they'll get interested. We're looking at the analytics, folks. People are coming to the website in colossally record numbers. I mean, the percentages are off the chart for all the work that you all are doing to direct people to it, for the success of this magnificent billboard. And I want to thank the people who will remain nameless, anonymous, I should say, who participated in this. A big debt of gratitude to you all and to everyone who is in any way tangentially connected. Thank you all, and more successes to come, glorious things, ladies and gentlemen. Let me jump on over to this wonderful little story that I want to read while we have Tiina still with us before we lose her. Nancy Drew is here. Great to see you. Andre Boston, great to see you. Juliet, great to see you. 41 BMC, the wonderful Misty, great to see you as well. Apollo Mestizo is here. Sound Killer, Popcorn Power, so many wonderful folks. Get excited, ladies and gentlemen. We're making it happen. Even when it's 3 a.m. in Finland, we're making it happen. Norway Veterans Park gets a new name and statue. This is Norway, Michigan, ladies and gentlemen. In Norway, Michigan, it was a day filled with emotion and joy at the corner of Main Street and 7th Avenue in Norway, Michigan. People from the community, including veterans, came together for a naming ceremony and statue reveal for a renovated Veterans Park next to the city's American Legion building. The park's new name is Viking Square, and the statue is, you guessed it, a Viking. And guess what? It's not even the kind that you would find on anti-white entertainment these days, which of course would be some non-white person sailing at the head of the Viking Armada, and who would have just overcome the evil white Viking to bring wonderful blessings and gifts to the rest of the world. City manager Ray Anderson explained that this particular statue was in the lobby of a city hall for a while, and he felt it had a rightful place in the park. We've had it for 3 years, Anderson said. It was in my city hall, so we are very excited to get it out of there and into the park, of course, where everybody can see it now in this lovely renovated park. So we've got statues coming down. My ancestors pulling those statues or statues of my ancestors that are being pulled down by anti-whites, set on fire, dragged in lieu of our actual bodies, hanged in lieu of our actual bodies. But you have a statue going up in a town in Michigan. And then he goes on to say, one of our leaders of the event said Michigan State Senator Ed McBloom, who helped unpack 2 flags that he hopes will be raised in the park. He also led a rendition of America the Beautiful. Can you imagine, ladies and gentlemen? Can you imagine in our age, as dark as it's become, that Tiina was mentioning, darkest always before its light, that you still have this statue going up, a renovated park, and America the Beautiful being sung they sang with the event attendees singing along as a tribute to veterans in the area. When people drive, we're stopped by the park Senator McBloom says they should not only understand the community's Scandinavian heritage, but also veterans' sacrifices. So veterans from that community and their Scandinavian heritage, beautiful indeed. And you know, the anti-whites is absolutely causing them to lose their stuff. We have a lot of families here that have lost loved ones in various conflicts, McBloom said, and continue to sacrifice their loved ones' time and treasure to be in conflicts now. Anderson says a flagpole and a mural are expected to be added to the park, as well as other features. Well, isn't this glorious? And what a wonderful little story to talk about in the midst of some of the other gloom. But then we started off with Tiina, and boy, we got our money's worth out of her tonight, didn't we? In the middle of the night, in the night of the midnight sun, we're like, we're just going to bring you along for about 3 hours or so in the early wee morning hours. But she had some fantastic news. Her boyfriend Eunice having this wonderful victory over this wretched creature of an anti-white in the news media, and then the victory over this anti-white pop star, and that's a wonderful victory as well. And this little victory here, something to bring a smile to your face in the midst of all the things the anti-whites are doing. Tiina, any thoughts on this story or anything else you wanted to share before we finally let you head on off into the slumberland and recover from whatever, we hope not COVID, but perhaps a cold that you and Eunice have?
First of all, about that latter victory you mentioned, which was the canceling the tour of a pedophile artist. I have to definitely say that I cannot take credit for it, because I was only a participant in it, and it was mainly organized by this web magazine Partisan and the guys in there, so they definitely deserve the credit for it. And if you are a Finnish viewer, you definitely should start reading Partisan, because there you will get the real news that the mainstream media doesn't want to share. And I saw some comments there about, and you also mentioned me leaving the Ramsey poll show, and I have generally declined from commenting about this entire Ramsey poll thing, because I don't really like online drama and getting into talking about people. I like talking about matters more, but here unfortunately we are in a situation in which I sort of have to comment. So I have noticed lately that Paul has started calling people neo-Nazis who are so he has started using this very leftist anti-white language, and he has also smeared good people like Patriotic Alternative. And since I was in his show for such a long time, people still affiliate me with him, and that's that might lead them to think that I would agree with something like this. So in this case, I have to break my rule of not commenting this sort of personal stuff, and I have to say that I don't agree with this line that he has chosen lately, and I don't think that the smears he has said about Patriotic Alternative are true. So this is what I have to say about the Ramsey poll thing. And I saw your appearance on Red Eyes the other day, and it was absolutely wonderful. You were completely on fire. So I definitely need to see more of you there too. Like, it was a really good show. So much information, and it was so funny. And like, you are a great combo. Like it's all about the dynamics in when you make a live stream like that. Right. You have the right dynamics between the people who are talking, and you get a good live stream, and that's exactly what was going on there. And
Thank you.
When it comes to what we are doing, I unfortunately have to announce that the Awakening conference that Jason was supposed to be speaking to has yet again been postponed because we keep getting these new COVID restrictions that keep changing all the time. So unfortunately, we cannot rely on, especially on our non-EU guests and speakers to be able to come there. So we will wait for a time when there are no travel restrictions so that we will be certain that we will get our speakers there and that our guests will be able to safely book their trips without being afraid of their trips being cancelled and them losing their money for their plane tickets. And so we are postponing the event and because we want to make it perfect and we want to make it sure that everyone who wants to come will be able to come there. So we will announce the new date when we have information about the COVID situation so that we know when it's safe to organize. And in general, about the theme of the night, which has been both in the presidential election and in nationalist activism, I would like to go back to the department store owner who I mentioned, Juha Kärkkäinen, who hasn't bowed down before the cancel culture crowd, even though they constantly smear him, and he only gets more aggressive with his message. He doubles down and his sales keep going up, and that's exactly what sort of examples we need to show people that yes, you can be even a very hardline nationalist like Juha Kärkkäinen is and still make a profit. Because even though it might seem online that this cancel culture crowd is big, they are only big online. But when you go out there in the general public, they are normies. They don't care about things like fascism or something like that. It's not on their minds all the time like it is for the leftists. So we need to take his attitude that okay, the leftists are throwing whatever accusations they can at him, and he has actually even been convicted of hate speech in court years ago. Wow. And it was for telling the truth. And he has a magazine in which he had posted an article from the New York Post, but it was of course in Finnish, and it was about how several Jewish babies or children of Jewish families had gotten herpes after circumcision by rabbis who used their mouths to remove the foreskin. And he had translated this New York Post article and printed it in his magazine. And even though the article was completely factual, he still got convicted of inciting hate against the minority. And he was fined 45,000 euros for that article. But he still keeps going. He doubles down. He doesn't bend in front of these people. So be like him. That's the only way we can win. And when it comes to our own actions outside of that Awakening conference, of course, Younes and I will continue our activities in the city council. The new council election is coming up next spring, and we are already preparing for it. And I hope that the next time we will both get through. The last time Younes got through and I got to be his vice councillor, but I hope that the next time we will get enough votes for both of us to get there. And we have our live streams here on DLive, and the URL is dlive.tv/VPFM, so VPFM. And our English speaking streams are on Tuesdays and Fridays at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 8 in the evening UK time and 10 in the evening in Finnish time. And so they are on Tuesdays and Fridays. And on the rest of the days, we have our Finnish speaking live streams. And we are planning to add a couple of new items to our programs, because people, even though we live stream like 12 hours a week, sometimes even like 20 hours a week, people keep asking, okay, when are you live streaming tonight? So it's never enough. So we are adding 2 new live streams to our programs, and Younes has his own live stream from now on Monday nights, and it will be like Younes's man cave, and I will have my girls' night on Thursdays, when I will talk about like more female-oriented stuff, and it will be more targeted towards a female audience. So that we have some new plans when it comes to our live streams. And well, I don't. Well, you can of course find me on Twitter, and just by going to that DLive page of ours, dlive.tv/VPFM. If you scroll down, you can find all the links to our Telegrams, Twitters, subscribe stars, everything is there. So I suggest that if you are interested, you go there and you will find all necessary links there. So I don't think I have much else to say. I have had a lot of fun, and as you said, I was supposed to be here for like 1 hour, but I had such a good time that it ended up being much longer appearance here. So time just flies by when I'm here. But I think it has been a good show, and it seems that the audience thinks so too. So it hasn't been a waste of time for them, at least.
No, absolutely has not been a waste of time. It's been a magnificent time with you, as it always is. And we couldn't be more happy that you had the energy, even when unwell, to stay with us so late into the night for you. I know it's it's almost 4 a.m. there, I think.
Yes.
So yes, thank you so very much for showing up and hanging out with us and being absolutely on top of your game the entire show. I mean, you've just been brilliant with all of your insights and your jokes. We love you so much. Thank you for going free with us. We'll have you back as soon as possible. And please, you two convalesce as quickly as you can, and let us know how you're doing. Reach out to me and let me know, especially I think if you're going to be going to get that COVID test, let me know how that turns out as well. But we wish you the best, and we cannot thank you enough for having stopped by. And we're going to have you back soon. Do you promise you'll return?
Yes, of course, anytime.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
I would, of course, like to thank you for inviting me here again. It's always such a blast being here, and thank the audience for following us for what is it, for almost 4 hours already, and you're I think you're still going to keep going.
Yes.
And especially thanks to the people who have supported
thank you for
Jason financially, because it's a big deal. Even small amounts are a huge deal, because that's how large rivers are made of. They are made of small streams. So I would especially like to thank them for their contributions to this nationalist work and making Jason's work possible. But for now, I say good night or good day, whatever the time of day it is where you are. And And we will see you again sometime here on the show.
Wonderful, Tiina. We will talk very soon. Thank you so much. Have a good rest.
Yes. Bye.
Bye-bye. What an amazing show we've had so far, and it's only going to continue to roll, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break, listen to some music from the one and only Raymond Foster. We're going to go from Finland all the way around the world to Australia, because there isn't any boundary on planet Earth that can keep us from reclaiming our destiny. And I will be right back. And don't use, I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to say it 100 more times, anti-white racist. And don't use, I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to say it 100 more times, anti-white racist. You are not going to be able to redefine the anti-white slur racist. It means what they want it to mean, what they have always wanted it to mean. Where does the definition for that word exist? In space and time. It exists in the heads of hundreds of millions of people around planet Earth, and it is reinforced every single second by the anti-white regime. You cannot change that. You cannot change that. You cannot change that. More importantly, the moment you say it, you put yourself in their story and you validate the totality of that story. Because when you say anti-white racist, what you're saying is that racism is a legitimate concept. Because anti-white is our term, and you diminish the power of anti-white. That is in our story. Just call these people anti-whites. Don't ever refer to them as racist. So you validate that this term racist is a real thing, and it's white people. And don't use, I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to say it 100 more times, anti-white racist. Never refer to them as racist. Every single Western government has written this anti-white slur into their documents, meaning exactly what I just articulated. You're not changing it. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, just in time as well. Perfect timing. Is the mic okay? They've made some more changes, and I had to prepare for that, but we will continue with this absolutely riveting show, as they all are riveting, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you can't. Tiina's talking about this guy this business owner, and he's making himself money, getting himself some attention by satirizing some sacred cows of anti-whiteism. And the anti-whites, of course, they don't like that, getting under their skin a bit, satirizing a bit. And then, as you can see, even talking about a particular group's religious practice, and then ended up getting fined for that. Of course, he can stand a fine like that, whereas you or I could not. that was quite a mini euro that he was fined there. I'm going to walk through the crowd really quickly, and we're going to keep this rolling, and we're going to revisit all of these things. We'll talk to all of you. We'll see what's going on, take some comments, some calls toward the end, but only just getting so revved up. Well, isn't it amazing having Tiina with us, and isn't she absolutely wonderful? So very happy to have her. Nathan is in the crowd today and writes, "Hello, my good brother. Stunning show, audibly and visually. This lady is amazing. Fantastic topics. They really were. Very exciting stuff." And Charles is here. I see hello to you. Marlene is here. Hello to you. The great Roy Danton is packing with NWG. I've noticed you all doing this. How many shows back did this go? I had the gardening with NWG, and now I have there's cooking. Did Mrs. Just Horse start that? Cooking with NWG, and you got packing with NWG. So that's brilliant. Thank you so very much. And they're going to slide through. I see Daniel, and we will just see what you all have to say. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt on the No White Guilt channel. Discipline with NWG on that channel, and I'll be able to see your comments or make it easier for me, more likely to find them. I'm going to take a quick look at the comments that were made at the very beginning of the show, what I was able to capture from the beginning. There's Roy Danton saying packing with NWG is the best packing there is. Well, thank you for that, brother. I hope it helps you to go by, helps the packing to go by quickly. Jonas saying, would you consider to get someone from Armenia on the show? Yeah, potentially. We're not going to be, I can tell you this, Jonas, we're not going to be diving into that topic during the rest of October, the very beginning of November, because this is all about getting out to the main drive here. The sprint here is putting all of our attention on getting out to the brothers and sisters in MAGA country and getting as much of their attention as we possibly can, because now is the time to do it. And but yeah, absolutely. We consider having somebody like that on the show, especially as if the conflict continues to spread and becomes a problem for everyone there and everyone beyond those confines. Roy Danton, just passively listening, he writes again. Thank you so much, brother. And who else do we have as I slide through the crowd of heroes that are with us today? Let's see. Bad Gore's Running Wild says he apologized if his chats were too degenerate. I don't remember. Did you make a really degenerate one, brother? And we have, let's see. I think I mentioned Mr. earlier. Brand Danger says, if you need a better quality version of that photo, let me know. I guess that's the one that we show on the background. And if you got a better version of it, a clearer version, send it to me. And Jonas asking the question again about Armenia. And we saw the same question by Jonas over on the question widget. Thank you so much, brother. There's Eternalism is with us here. So is Irish Ice still with us. Great to see you still here. Of course, Brand Danger is here and doing the moderating as well as the magnificent work that he does in School of the West, and just made a video recently. The great DF is here with us. Wonderful to see you, dear lady. And so is Ezra St. White moderating as well. Wonderful to see you, brother. And made a video that you'll have to find over on BitChute, because they took it down right off of YouTube. Didn't like the truth, showing the before and after photos of Western civilization, what it used to look like when the anti-whites weren't thieving it from us. Of course, they don't want you to see how safe and beautiful and kind it was. Fix-It Fox is here. Great to see you. And I think Fix-It Fox offered to fix my struts. And that's quite an offer for Fix-It Fox. But don't know where you're located. And I don't know if the struts are worth the value of the car now is so low. But thank you so much for the offer. And I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if I have to limp it along much longer, or if I start getting that weird wear pattern on the tires from the struts, then maybe I'll have to do something earlier than I would like to. But I appreciate the offer. The wonderful Apollo says she's a great guest, talking about Tiina. Jason, have her on again soon. I absolutely will. She is magnificent. And we will have her back very soon. And let's see. Roy says, are you doing Skype calls tonight? I probably am. And writes here, I'd love to call in maybe in an hour from now. All right. Yeah, I will make a special occasion for you, even if I don't do calls at the end. So just let me know. Wiik is here. Great to see you. Matt is here. Great to see you. CPS. Hello, hello. And sliding through. I really appreciate Jonas's determination. He keeps coming back with these. Made many comments about the Armenian situation, and we'll make sure we'll figure out what's going on there, and we'll have some insight about how relative. What I guess you're wondering about the news about it in general, or how white positive people should view it, or we'll see. I said Matt's here. Mr. Kanazi writes, "Hey Jason, well hello back to you. Great to see you." As we slide through, shaking hands, saying hello, not spreading any coronavirus though. Sterling Price is here. Wonderful to see you. Not a single person has contracted COVID-19 by watching these streams. But if the World Health Organization says that it could happen, then we agree with them. Joe says, comments on Michigan right-wingers kidnapping. Yes, we're going to be doing that. Absolutely. Irish Ice, anti-whiteism is a nightmare from the burning pits of hell. That it is. Angharad Celtic, I am now very worried about the election. Very worried about the election? Well, why would you be very... What happened that makes you very worried? Let's see. Roy says he will... Yeah, he'll let me know when he's done packing. Should be about an hour. Very good. We'll definitely make a special case for you, even if we're not going to do, if we don't end up with time for calls, we'll definitely fit you in for a call to let us know what's on your mind. Seika says, please read my Entropy financial gift I recently put up. I absolutely will, brother. We'll do that right now. Let me just get this screen refreshing. And I will turn around and I will show you all this. This is a Lord Hendrickson, the very one and only Lord Hendrickson made a meme. And here it is. It is someone he refers to as the Virgin. And then someone he refers to as the Chad. Lord Hendrickson meme, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know what you think of Lord Hendrickson's meme and what it means for you. But we appreciate it. Thank you very much for creating me in this meme as the Chad. I love it. There I am. I'm some kind of buff character. Good Southerner. That's right. Promethean archetype. Well, close. The closer to that than some. Let's see, leaving the house at 18. Yeah, told us. Oh, that's funny. When I read that, it really got me. Told his father, "You're the man of the house now." When I left. Stonewall Jackson's reincarnation. Boy, that's a compliment right there. That was a real man's man. And then of course he made the little fix for me. White jeans for optimal physique. Thank you so much. Brings the Western sunrise. I'm pulling on that rope. With all of you other champions to help get that sun rising on the Western horizon. And then we see represented by this other character that is ne'er-do-well, anti-white, living inside the anti-white narrative, cried on a video after being rejected and abused, steroids, says that this person is also a federal snitch, and also finally that this person is going to jail. And of course, I don't know all about this person, but what I've seen is these videos of him absolutely playing the villain up to the heavens. If he could be any more of the villain in the anti-white narrative, I don't know how. What was left? I just absolutely a despicable presentation. Time and again, everyone that people sent me. This guy said, how can I be the villain in the anti-white narrative more than I already am? How can I look more dreadful? I saw somebody sent me one video where he was saying the worst things imaginable, and he had firearms laid out all over a bed for them to videotape. Could you go any further to prove that the anti-white narrative, a fictional narrative, is true? Could you help them any more? Could you make it any harder on us to protect white children, to protect our most vulnerable members? It would have been a challenge. And I hope that nobody else attempts that in the future. Thank you, Lord Hendrickson, for that hilarious meme. We'll hop on over to the entropy. And we have Sakis here. Financial gift of $3. Thank you, dear brother. And he's asking a question about, can you talk to the video of the Chinese troops marching in Vancouver Island? Red Eye showed the video, but Henrik expressed suspicion when he realized the video was shared by Hal T. Well, let me ask you this, Sakis. You could just tag me on the No White Guilt channel if you'd like. When you say Hal T, are you talking about Hal Turner? And also, do you have, I guess, could you put a link to this video on the question widget as well? Because I haven't seen it. I will say this preemptively, that as you all know, I've been in the white positive sphere for decades, and I can't tell you the number of times I have seen, and it doesn't mean that that's the case here, but I've seen video proof of the whatever troops in whatever country where they're not supposed to be. And this was it. And in some cases, it really looked like, wow, this is some sort of Chinese division on American soil, or Russian or UN troops, 100,000 of them on American soil. And this is about to happen. And that was, like 18 years ago. And nothing, it was like imminent. It's going to happen right now. And endless footage and photographs of trains moving, tanks, and all of this other kind of stuff. And there was nothing ever. So the people crying wolf, I've seen it too many times. I need to see better info out there. Okay, so Hal Turner. So let me go ahead and just brief education on Hal Turner. Hal Turner was working with the FBI, and he's probably claiming now that he was not working with the FBI, but he ended up calling for. He was a guy in New Jersey that had a radio program many years ago, and he began playing the villain in the anti-white narrative, and by saying the verbiage from the anti-white narrative, by getting people to come out to events where he used the lexicon and dialectics, and then started doing things like saying that judges needed to be dead and elected officials needed to be dead, and saying that on a regular basis. And when he did that on his show, immediately, of course, people were wondering, how is this guy not going to jail? And he would say, well, technically, you have to plan for their murder. You can't just call for them being dead and have something and be in trouble. But of course, we know that the anti-whites dilate the law whenever they want to ensnare us and send us to jail. And they weren't dilating the law for Hal Turner until suddenly I think it was Illinois, one of the judges that he was saying needed to be dead, ended up arresting him, and he was brought from New Jersey. And then the information that came forward then was that the FBI showed up with Hal at the courtroom and said, well, this is, let's see. Okay, he's looking for the video of these Chinese troops, but and then ended up showing up with this guy and saying, well, he's kind of one of our assets. It's a honeypot, and that's relevant today, isn't it? We can sort of segue right into Michigan, and I don't know. I think Hal has he's maybe out of jail. He's on parole. I think he's got a news website now, and but I think whoever has the court documentation, they need to provide that again for everybody so that everybody can know exactly what went down when Hal ended up going to court and how these agents came forward. And so we need that provided again so that it's not forgotten exactly what was happening there. People were going we're becoming a part of that community. This is what we see in law enforcement regularly done. They'll set up these traps. And the argument, of course, is that there are going to be bad people in society. There are going to be people who want to do wicked things. And so what we want to do is we want to lure them into violent speech and planning so that we can ensnare them before they carry out an act. That it makes perfect sense. I get that is done and why it's done. But we have to be aware, because what's happening when law enforcement is doing this is that normal good people are being distracted from the kind of work that we're doing here, and because they're looking at something simple, they're looking at something that they think is going to just work like this. And who are the people who recently were saying it's just like this? I defeated them in debate, and then I was proven right by reality. In one case, 1 week after the debate. In the other case, it was like 3 weeks or 5 weeks after the debate, another arrest. So an arrest 1 week after the debate in Maryland. And then the other one, I think, was in Texas. And then since then, everything that they argued for and I argued against, I was proven right on all of it. And what's the other thing? Who are you? Step up right now. Who reached out to me with what was the other prediction that was that I made that came true? Again, another one that came true relative to this sort of thing. And that was, we had these guys arguing, there are, and by the way, I'm really sick and tired of this nonsense. I can't, I want to be respectful to my neighbors. It's already 9 p.m. here, so I don't want to, wake them up yelling. I can be quite loud when I'm yelling. Whatever it sounds like to you, it's louder here, apparently. But I'll just say that these people who say that this guy is Doolittle, the pants pisser, is some kind of like incalculable genius. Those people, his idiocy is what smart looks like to them, because they must be stupid people. I mean, that's the bottom line. He has accomplished nothing. He has in politics, in socio-political activities, except for getting people sent to jail. And again, I will tell you, remember I told you, I guess that was one of the things that I predicted. And I said right after they had their fiasco in Richmond, Virginia, south of me by several hours in the once great state of Virginia, and I told people not to go to this, that it would go bad. It went bad. It went worse than anybody could have imagined. You could not have written a more humiliating scenario than what happened there for John Mark and Kurt Doolittle. I told people not to go there, but what did I say right after that? If you were associated with these people, you better start getting on your Facebook and your different social networking accounts, and you better be saying that you disavow these people. You absolutely reject this idea about civil war, because they're going to be red flagging you and taking your firearms and sending you to jail. And that's been happening. People have been having their right to self-defense taken away that were associated with these people. People are being, and they're running now. They're getting jailed everywhere. They're running now saying, whatever you do, don't talk to this one. Whatever you do, don't talk to that one. No, whatever you do is you should have listened to us. That's whatever you should have done all along. Because everything we are saying is coming true. Every prediction we're making is coming to fruition. This guy, we have all of these people who say, you just have to listen. He's incalculably intelligent, and he's been wrong every time. Supposedly he had some sort of a business or whatever. And so what is he smart because he had a business? Is he smart because he sold a business for a bunch of money? Who knows how he had the business? Is there a business? Did he sell a business? I don't know. I haven't seen any proof of any of that. What I do know is the guy claimed to be working with the federal government in Ukraine, helping to destabilize the government there. Then he's in this country, and he's talking about, and here's the connection to Michigan, talking about using Molotov cocktails, telling people how to make these things, and that all it's going to take is this little bit of a fire somewhere here, or a little bit of a fire somewhere there, and then this civil war is going to get kicked off. And everybody this invisible army is going to come forward. And who's going to win that? Well, invariably the right wingers, they would say, he and John Mark would say, What ended up, of course, that's not going to happen. There is no invisible, there was no little fire that ended up. I said that would never happen, right? Let me just make the connection really quick. But I want to make that point. I said that would never happen. I said no little something here or there, no blowing up of a railroad track, no knocking over a water tower is going to start a civil war. We didn't have some little fire here or there. We had 80 cities on fire, and there wasn't a civil war. Doolittle and John Mark both claimed that the police would not be able to hold the cities, that they gave you all of this. It's all scientific. It's all fact. It's scientific. It's fact. This incalculable genius, fat slob that pisses his pants and praises the genitals of another race. He says that the police can't maintain the cities. They maintained the cities just fine. They gave up exactly what their anti-white governors told them to give up, and then they took it back as soon as they want. Remember all of that talk? It's time for some apologies, by the way, if any of you are in the audience. You are not a bad person if you went the wrong direction because of these two losers. But it's time to get redeemed. It's time to come back to reality. So back to the Molotov cocktail. The people in Michigan who were preparing to do this, and I'll pull up the story in just one moment because we have it. The people in Michigan who were preparing to do this citizen's arrest, which is what I read in one of these articles, and we have some to look at. The people who were preparing to do this, they were talking about using Molotov cocktails. Well, isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting that they would talk about this signature weapon, signature of proprietarianism and Kurt do nothing but piss his pants little, when they have high-powered rifles? Who in God's name is going to fill a bottle with a flammable substance, stuff a rag in it, and run close enough to law enforcement to throw it at law enforcement? If you're a ne'er-do-well, you mean to do ill or whatever, when you could just sit back from some great distance with high-powered firearms and take out anybody you wanted. Don't do either of those acts. Not only do we reject violence in service to white well-being, but we absolutely aver that any violence is going to redound to the harm of service to white well-being. So what happened in Michigan is harming us. What happened in Michigan is making it harder for us to protect the most vulnerable members of our community. You never break the law, and you don't do it in a way like this. But this Molotov cocktail business, to me, is a signature of Kirk Doolittle, John Mark, and proprietarianism. Now, proprietarianism, in and of itself, I don't know if there are people who they want to look into that and they want to say that this is a school of thought separate from all of the talk about civil war, separate of all of the talk about seceding or something like this. Well, then you can make those discussions and arguments and you can litigate that with your peers. But I'm not interested in listen, I know that it seems to you that it might seem to you that the founding fathers wrote a document and then signed a document and then a nation happened. But that is just unbelievably superficial, just midget nitwittery, and you are not, you are doing nothing. It wasn't the signing of the document. The document, the writing of the document and the signing of the document is an afterthought to the decision and deeds of men, to the decision and deeds of heroes. Our founding fathers of this country didn't write a document and sign their names to it, and then magically there was a country. They had made the decision in their hearts long before there was any thought about this, afterthought about a document. Proof that people are thinking about this magical thinking that it's a document and putting your name on it are the people who showed up at Richmond and wanted to write their name on an FBI or Homeland Security document so that they would know who to look out for, who to watch, who might be dangerous. When really most of these people are just good people misguided by slick, and this is the thing, FBI and Homeland Security and all, when you have this slick salesmanship, you're ensnaring people that could be doing good for America. Make it much more blatant. All right. Are you hearing me, agent dipshit or whoever you are? Make it blatant that it's just for the animals that want to harm people. I want you to arrest those animals. Anybody who is planning on kidnapping and bogus trials and then executions and all, I want those people arrested. Anybody who is in their basements right now storing up all of the ammo in the world because they plan on harming innocent people, I want them arrested. I don't want them harming innocent people of any background. But stop with your slick marketing. Stop with your slick messaging that ensnares decent people who could be going free. You need to knock that off, because I'm telling you what, you are robbing yourselves. You know, most of you, irrespective of whatever race or whatever background, immutable characteristic you might have, you know you need America to be Western for the kind of America you want to live in, the kind of America you want to raise your family in. So you need to stop depriving the people who are doing good work like us of the manpower, of the intelligence, of etc., connectivity, everything that we need to do good things for this country and Western civilization. You end up ensnaring these people to the tune of scores of thousands. And these folks undoubtedly, with Molotov cocktail talk, with talk of trials, with talk of the first 10 amendments and blowing up a bridge and all of this other sort of stuff, you know that they were followers of these two. And you know how they ended up getting watched. First of all, don't believe anything that they tell you in these articles. I've seen this. Well, we saw them, just talking about it. In Michigan, they piggybacked on a Second Amendment rally. In Richmond, they piggybacked on a Second Amendment rally just a couple weeks later. I mean, how often do I need to say these sorts of things? How in the Sam hell do so many good, decent people get sucked in to these scenarios where they just end up going to jail? And by the way, I'm going to read one of these stories where it shows that the guy at the center of this is actually or claimed to be, I'm not going to say, check with CNN. And of course, this is I'll just interrupt myself there. Everything that I say on my stream, I'm not talking for YouTube. Nothing I say is definitive or fact for you. I am providing you opinions from other folks when it comes to the news or whatever it might be. You then take this information and you compare it to information provided to you by CNN or Snopes or MSNBC, and then you decide what is real. You decide what is fact. That's what we're doing here. So let me jump on over to this news, and then we'll get this maybe video from Sakis if we can find a video. Looks like maybe he got us a video, and then we'll take a quick look at that and see what's going on. But I just want to grab this news because we're on it at the moment, and talk about this, what happened in Michigan. Let's see. And an author of a news source writes here, ladies and gentlemen, Trump hating anarchist. And I get, he looks like he's, anti-white, who would call himself Antifa. At center of the Whitmer kidnapping plot. Why would anybody want to kidnap this one? Have you ever heard her talk? I mean, I guess you'd have to gag her so she'd never say a word. She's got the most annoying voice in the world. Does she have children? Did they kill themselves? Could you imagine having to listen to this anti-white shrew in your house? And then look at the timing of this too. Right before the election. Right before the election. These guys are going to supposedly citizen arrest this governor of Michigan. I wonder who that would benefit. And then we'll go into this story. The ringleader of a group arrested in a plot to kidnap and execute Michigan's governor is identified as an anarchist, not a radical right-winger. Of course, to translate, this is somebody inside the anti-white narrative, talking about their spectrum of political beliefs. One of the ringleaders in a plot to kidnap, try, and execute Michigan's governor, Gretchen Whitmore. I should say she's Whitless. Maybe we'll call her that from now on. Gretchen Whitless outed himself as an anarchist radical in a video he posted on Twitter. So you'll be able to look into this for yourself, ladies and gentlemen, but make sure you also get CNN's opinion on it. Should I say this guy's name or not? We'll just say the first name, Brandon. Somebody named Brandon. You can look it up. A wonderful video of this guy, and he definitely looks like your typical anti-white that would call himself Antifa, and he's got the Antifa flag that the anarchists use in the background. One of 6 radicals who were arrested Thursday by the FBI with the help of local authorities presents himself in front of an anarchist flag in a video he posted on Twitter prior to the events of October 8, 2020. Brandon, along with 5 others, and then gives their names, I won't give their names, conspired to storm Michigan's Capitol building and kidnapping Whitmore in the process. The indictment revealed that the group intended to transport Whitless, Gretchen, to a secure location in Wisconsin, where she would stand trial, be convicted, and then executed. So Wisconsin, there's where they plan to take her. All before the November 2020 election. Nice. And then this writer stupidly uses liberals, progressives, Democrats, and even Whitless Gretchen herself were quick to try and connect the plot to the radical right and President Trump. What's wrong with this author? In a statement, Whitless Gretchen pivoted from the facts of the case to a political narrative, saying, just last week, the President of the United States stood before the American people and refused to condemn, the anti-white slur, white supremacists, and the anti-white slur hate groups, like these 2 Michigan militia groups. Stand back and stand by, he told them. Stand back and stand by. The anti-white slur hate groups heard the president's words not as a rebuke, but as a rallying cry. Wow, talk about the fantasies of anti-whites and a call to action, she said. Let's see. When our leaders speak, their words matter. I can hear her voice when I'm reading her quotes. I might not be able to do it anymore. It is worse than nails on a chalkboard. I mean, you talk about a woman that you would definitely want to give her something to eat so she could never talk. They carry weight. So let's take a look down and see if they give any more of the details. And you can look for the news, maybe not here. Maybe you have to look at another news story to get more of the details. You all can also provide details if I have not spoken to them. This whole thing about the Molotov cocktails, the piggybacking on the Second Amendment rally just weeks before the Second Amendment rally piggybacked on in Richmond, Virginia, and where they recruited then these geniuses. And you can tell these poor souls, I told, even before I saw them, I said, you know what kind of folks these are. These are like the goobers. You know, these are the guys who are just not very bright, not idiots, but not very bright. They probably have some good desire, but what's really happening is that you have people who are not actually going to carry out anything. They not only are their body or their egos writing checks their body can't cash, their egos are writing checks their bodies would not cash. And so they end up saying a bunch of big, stupid things because they don't have much confidence otherwise, and or much intelligence otherwise. They talk big, and now they're going to go to jail for a very long time for doing so. I might be wrong. Maybe some of them, maybe all of them, maybe one of them, maybe none of them, I don't know, are violent, and they actually wanted to kidnap or abduct this shrew and this harridan, and then have a mock trial and have it bring forward the first 10 amendments, and then I don't know, maybe sign their names to it, and then the Holy Ghost will come up out of it. Who knows? And then execute somebody. I mean, my guess is that some of these people still play with toys. It might be little action figures. It might be some other form of toy, but they're playing with toys and they're talking big. And now for their big talk, they're going to end up going to jail. And then they had them all. They went into some guy's like cellar under a floorboard, under a carpet, and they took everybody's phones and demonstrating, for secrecy, demonstrating that they are really not, for their sake, the brightest bulbs in the drawer, as though with the technology that they have today, I mean, for God's sakes, back in like the 70s and the 60s, they had wires that they could put on people that, you have to physically frisk them to find. Could you imagine the technology they have now? And so somebody was obviously wearing some sort of a wire for the whole private conversation. These are, in my guess, these were maybe slow people that, and maybe bad, but probably not, probably just slow and juvenile and talked big. We've all met these people, and they got sucked into these ideas that are being espoused by a fat Jabba the Hutt slob that pisses himself and worships the genitals of another race of people, who is said to have an incalculable genius that it makes no sense, because he's incalculably intelligent, even though he's accomplished nothing, zero, no predictions come true. Everything he has said has been false. Everything that he said would be a fact has been wrong. And so they end up putting their faith in somebody because they're not necessarily the brightest bulbs in the drawer. And they're being told that this guy just can't be questioned. He's so smart. And then he's telling them, you have to have a magic document. I'm writing a special magic document over top of my cauldron in my castle somewhere. And while I work on this, what you plebes need to do then is you just need to prepare, because there'll be an invisible army that'll come forward once I release my magic document onto the world. And we will all make sure you will all handle it with your fingerprints, and you will all sign your names on it, and you will make them legible as well. And if you could just add your social security number, because we got to make sure we have this for the FBI. I mean, just ignore the last part of what he just said. And then these poor souls, they hear that, they begin talking about documents, they begin talking about civil war, they begin talking about secession, they begin talking about trials, they begin talking about, and then they can get easily sucked in. Who did they get sucked in by? Do you think that this was just an accident? Do you really want to believe that the feds just stumbled upon this and, oh, by golly, there's this cell being, no, that's not how it works. You know very well who gets these things started, you know very well how it rolls, and you know very well who ends up going to jail, and then these others, they just disappear into what will happen to this guy at the center of it, if indeed that this story is true. Find out from CNN. And what will happen to him? He's just going to disappear into the woodwork, and then wonder how nothing happened to him. But you have all of the hallmarks of Doolittle, and all of the hallmarks of this other helmet-wearing imbecile who is fine, loves to protect his identity. But once your name on that document, he wants your identity known, but he's going to hide behind a helmet, saying on the video, where's that thing? I've got to sign it too. Guaranteed his name never made it onto it, or whatever name he was using, because I'm sure it doesn't matter to his handlers. And then you find out, well, the FBI visited him, didn't they? The red helmeted fool, the FBI. Well, does that sound to you folks at all like a tactic being employed to recover an asset that was very successful to them? Would the FBI visit an asset? And what kind of people would fall for that? A lot of midwits, a lot of midget wits would easily fall for the John Mark can't make any videos now because the FBI visited him. And maybe he'll be back next year and he'll start making videos again. Folks, pull your head out of your asses. It is the recovery of a very successful asset. That kind of nonsense is only going to work on very stupid people. Well, if he was working for the FBI, they wouldn't go visit him, would they? Sure. And we have some oceanfront property available for you in Arizona. There are some more stories to this, and I'll take a look at it, but I really want to jump over quickly to this video and maybe take a quick 1 hour 47 minute mark. Oh, it was on Red Eye, so maybe I might have to take a quick look at it during a song, Sakis, so that I could see exactly if I've got some research to do. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll take a quick look at any financial gifts. And we have Sound Killer financially gifting $5. Thank you so much. Writing God bless NWG. Thank you, brother, and I appreciate that. God bless you as well. The wonderful DF is with us. Mentioned earlier, $5, and she writes here, Prometheus tithe. Well, a grand Prometheus greetings to you, dear lady. In the question widget, we have Lord Hendrickson. Can we get an F in the chat for another Trump supporter executed by the anti-whites? We can indeed. Let's get an F for another Trump supporter shot dead by an anti-white. Right now, saying that this person, I think in the story, claiming that this person was some sort of security guard when he had none of the garb on. And here we have another case, don't we? Where we had, what was it, in Portland, where we had somebody who was a Patriot prayer, and so they're not anti-white, and definitely doesn't mean that they're white positive. Spray mace at an anti-white, spraying bullets back at them. And here you have it again in Denver. Now, whether this guy is a MLB, and that's of course reverse, we're not talking about baseball, supporter, or whether he is an anti-white who calls himself Antifa or whatever it might be, it's clear that this individual was anti-white. Having it out with some sort of Trump supporter, whatever that person thinks of himself or thought of himself, he's dead now because he was shot in the face by this anti-white piece of filth. So keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. This is why we don't go out to these things. Law enforcement is going to be siding, not because it's their druthers, but because it's their orders are going to be siding with the anti-whites who are in charge of them. And they're therefore going to be siding with the anti-whites in the streets. We don't go out to these things. Nothing good will come of it. When the time comes for us to do things in public, other than like the leafleting and the things we're doing now, putting up billboards on highways, other than the things we're doing now, we will let you all know. Right now, it is very dangerous to get out there. You can see what happens, and guaranteed this is not the only 2 times this has happened. We had the mother shot dead, and we won't go into that because we know people are getting censored by the anti-whites for that. But the mother shot dead for arguing with one of these anti-whites representing one of these groups. This is happening all over the United States, and it's even happening elsewhere around the world across Western civilization. Stay away from these scenarios. You think you're going to pull out your mace to maybe protect yourself from not having your head caved in by a bunch of anti-white dirtbags, and you're going to pull out mace to protect yourself. Well, ladies and gentlemen, they're pulling out firearms and they're shooting, and we'll see. Does it really matter whether or not this guy goes to jail and whether or not the other one ended up dying in a shootout with the police because he knew when he got to jail he was not going to be able to survive in jail? The Nazi community or whatever they are in jail, they wouldn't take him in and protect him. The non-white gangs in jail, they wouldn't say, well, you're an okay guy because you stood. No, they would just devour him alive as well. So he had it out and got. Does it really matter if they go to jail or end up dead in a shootout? If you've died or if your family member or friend has died? No. One of their lives, it's not a good trade. It's not a value for value trade with one of these degenerate dirtbags, one of these POSs. And rest assured that the anti-white oligarchs that are paying for all of this, they don't care how many of those dirtbags, malefactors, the lowest, the dregs of society, they don't care how many of them die or go to jail in the process of carrying out their anti-white agenda. Know where and how to meet the opposition And we only will do it in ways that we will have victory almost guaranteed from the first point that we move. This is how you engage in conflict. You do not go out there setting yourself up for situations that you are positioned to lose or the thinnest chance of success. So yeah, thank you for that, Lord Hendrickson. Yes, an F4, another person shot dead in the face. What about his family members? Why don't we all know his name? Why don't we see his wife crying, his mother crying, his children now? Why aren't we hearing stories from the media? Why in the hell do we not have these media empires having their licenses revoked by the federal government of the United States? You know damn well and good that if this were reversed and some anti-white malefactor had to save himself or herself, pulled out mace and was spraying mace and retreating, and they were shot in the face, the anti-white media would talk from dawn till dusk and all through the night to every one of their family members, and they would be saying, wow, this person was on the verge of, yes, of course, they were in and out of prison, but they were on the verge of curing cancer. And it would just go on and on, the stories about how many lives are going to be ruined by this one life being lost. And it might be true. I don't know. We're just theorizing here. In any particular case, it might be true. But there is no deity that comes down and says to the government of a country, you have to allow these anti-white oligarchs who dominate the media, you must allow them to set the tone for the narrative, this fiction. You must permit them to tell the population what is true and what is not true. There is no deity doing this. It is long since past time that the licenses start disappearing and these people stop being able to preach lies, to these anti-white lies to the population. I guarantee you, it wouldn't have to take many media companies having their licenses revoked for the other ones to start saying, whoa, we better tighten this up a little bit. Nobody's going to hear from this guy's endless stories about his wife. Nobody's going to be hearing. And you know, right now, folks, what you're not thinking about, I'm going to bring you in on it. They're writing scripts for television movies right now, for silver screen movies, writing scripts for television into the television shows, writing books right now. It's going everywhere, into educational booklets and scenarios, even for math problems in schools, from your little children all the way up through university. All of these anti-white lies about everything taking place right now. Oh, you will see it unfold in the future. But I guarantee you, they are busily scribbling their screed from one document to another, to weave into your entertainment, because even though their Hollywood isn't history, they know the masses, they keep pushing it, the masses will adopt it as history. So again, we have to ask the question, there is no deity telling the government of the United States, you must allow these people to lie to your population. Why do these elected officials continue to play by the rules and the history and the jargon of the anti-whites? Long since past time to revoke these things. And in the name, why not find this guy's children, and in the name of all of their children, you revoke the license from ABC for the lies. And then see how the others shudder when they see you're not messing around anymore. God, what I would not give right now for the likes of some of our earlier leaders, true statesmen. Mestizo is with us. Hail, Jason and Tiina, he writes. Many blessings to the people of Virginia and Finland. White Wellbeing worldwide. Thank you so much for that, Mestizo. I hope she's still with us before falling asleep and that she heard that. I apologize for not getting to that earlier. Let me see if anybody gave any financial gifts over here. I don't want to miss anybody. And we will keep this rolling along as quickly as possible. And let me see. Let me move through the chat, see what you all had to say, see if you had to say anything about all that I said coming true when it came to Doolittle and John Mark. Well, there, I just saw here Westphal saying Jason wasn't fooled like so many others. I've seen it too many times. I use reason, logic, and evidence. Thank you so very much for pointing that out. And what drives me is the good of our people, and as individuals first, and then as a community, and as a community, that rounds back onto the individuals. I don't want any of our people going to jail because they get caught up in something, especially those out there who are the most challenged when it comes to their intelligence. Those are vulnerable members. We need to protect them. We need to tell them when they're being lied to. We need to tell them when the person they're talking to glows. The person they're listening to is glowing. Guaranteed, all these people were talking over top of the most most highly encrypted apps possible. The problem was they were just talking to the federal agents on those apps. You're not going to be able to get away from that. And it doesn't make sense. There is not going to be a civil war. There is not going to be a civil war. I will debate. It only will take 2 minutes. I will argue with anybody for 2 minutes. You find out there who thinks that there's going to be a civil war, and I will show, just as I showed Kurt Doolittle and John Mark to be idiots and liars when it came to this, I will show anybody else how they are idiot and a liar if they think that there could be a civil war. No possibility. There isn't an oppositional poll. There's no possibility. Period. There's no possibility of secession. Don't talk about these things. Don't think about it. It's a waste of time. The only thing you're going to do, the only thing it's going to be effective at is getting federal agents to look at you and to begin worrying about you and to begin thinking about how do we rope this person into some sort of crime so that we can jail them, so that we can get them off the streets and not have to worry about them committing some sort of crime, some sort of atrocity against the innocent people. That's all it's going to do. Talk about helping people to go free. Talk about helping people to better their lives. Build communities, build families. Let's get this practice out to as many people as we possibly can before the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats actually make this illegal. Bad Goy's running wild, says Andrew Jackson. Well, that would be a hell of a leader right now that we could use, wouldn't it? Sakis says, I linked the YouTube video as well as the red ice video. It was on the question widget. All right, thank you, brother. I'll take a look at that. Looks like we got some people laughing. I don't know what that was about, but I'm glad we did. I see a lot of people mentioning Andrew Jackson. Yeah, that's the kind of leader we need. Or somebody to take up his behavior. A true statesman. Irish Ice says, I'm on chapter 12 of Crucible. It's definitely an enjoyable and exciting read. I'm savoring it. Thank you so much for that, brother. I appreciate that testimony. Sega saying again, I linked the actual YouTube video. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm sure, Sakis, that this video is. I'll take a look and I'll look into it more. But I've seen it so many times. The kinds of videos that people fake these things, and I have no doubt also that it's sometimes it's faked because people are just seeing if they can, how many people they can mess with. And sometimes it's faked because people are making money off of doing it. Sometimes I have no doubt that it's faked to get attention of people who should be. This is hardcore psych warfare against the population. They are waging psych warfare constantly against us so that we cannot resist. Of course, none of that is probably true. You have to check into it for yourself. But they want to befuddle, they want to confuse, they want to terrorize, they want to frighten, they want to scare you into inaction. And so this has been going on forever, all the way back to when we were just receiving like the monthly newspapers and the quarterly newspapers, and there would be these photo spreads of trains and tanks and troops and UN, and look at all of the it would be like, look at the special sticker on all of the tanks. They all have this special sticker, and this is UN. So these people are actually beholden to the UN. And this is the other thing I was mentioning with somebody the other day, that we used to have all of these people, and these, I guarantee you these folks are going to turn back up because I haven't seen them around very much, at least relative to the past. But they used to, and I guarantee you there's a connection to the Doolittle and John Mark group here, where they talk about these sovereign individuals. If you guys haven't heard about this before, for a very long time, there was this big movement, and its whole intent, clearly, the outcome was it diluted efforts to try to do something positive for Western kind. And so they had all of these people come forward, not saying that everybody was an agent or that it was even started by agents or controlled by agents or encouraged by agents or anything of that nature. I don't know. The outcome was that it was detrimental for the work that we were doing for Western kind. And what it was they told people with this endless jargon that, well, American flags that have gold fringe and that don't have gold fringe, and that have the red lines this wide and the white lines this wide, and that it's really a corporation, and that really you are a sovereign citizen if you can just have the proper paperwork with you, and if you can just say the proper things when a police officer pulls you over or when you go into a courtroom, you just say, and then they would have like this little lines that you were supposed to, this little act that you were supposed to perform in court. And then the judge or the police officer would say, well, you have the sovereignty of a king. You are as sovereign and as individual as a king. You never signed on to these documents, and therefore we cannot bring the power of the state against you. It was pure asininity, and I could not believe how many people bought into that. If you all are seeing this, run away from that and tell everybody else it is hogwash. If these idiots start making a comeback again, everybody engaged in that is just quite frankly stupid. You are not going to get out of being arrested. You are not going to get out of going to jail. In fact, tons of these people ended up going to jail. Tons of these people ended up going to psych wards. Tons of these people, at no place did they ever say, and trust me, if there was ever any successes, it would have been lauded in all of the papers back in the day. There was never any successes. Nobody pulled over, pull out their script and said, I am a sovereign citizen of the whatever, and therefore I have the right of kings. That is such stupid, childish asininity. If it ever rears its head again, let everybody know how stupid it is. Let me know, so that we can find out who is espousing it, and then we can let everybody in the community know that it's hogwash. You shouldn't spend any of your time on it whatsoever. You're just setting your ass up. You're wasting time when you could be helping people to go free and therefore changing the environment that you live in, instead of believing that some document is somehow going to protect you from the jackbooted thug who puts that boot on your throat and says, no, dumbass, you're going to jail and you're never getting out. That's what the reality is. So it was a couple of, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, I saw a video where there was a woman talking and she was kind of alluding. I don't think she was maybe on that path, but she was kind of alluding to it. And anybody make sure this doesn't come up again. That was the most backward, dumbass literature, dumbass people, and an unbelievably waste of time for white well-being. And I just don't want to revisit it. We don't have the time. And it was just like these avoid the taxation folks, that they all went to jail. They all lost their houses. They all thought, and it was the kind of connection to this sovereignty movement bullshit. They also, well, you don't have to pay taxes, and here's all of the literature and you just have to say this and make sure you send this to the IRS guy. They all went to jail. They lost their houses, they lost their cars, they lost everything. They went to jail, and it was an enormous waste of time. It was like these religious group where they say don't have sex, don't procreate, and then they wonder why they go out of existence. We just got a financial gift. Thank you very much from Dissident Agnostic, $25. Thank you, my dear brother, for that kind financial gift. Should white activists always stress the point that international finance capital is largely responsible for our racial woes. No, I don't think that's necessary. In fact, it will probably be harmful to say so, because those who have heard about the international capital and they've looked into it at all, their connection to it, if they're not already somewhere close to where we are in the white positive sphere, their connection to it is to understand that it's a conspiracy theory or something of this nature. So you're almost assuredly going to be undermining yourself, helping them to go free. There's no the finance capital or whatever, that can be talked about, that can be studied later. What's important is that you help these people to begin going free, working on themselves and becoming better individuals. We're going to be reading very shortly from these magnificent testimonials that we have, and we have just page after page after page of magnificent testimonials, and I received by email, by direct messenger, by etc. And they are splendid, and we're going to see exactly the results of teaching folks and introducing folks to going free versus telling them about international capital and to look into international capital and who might, because you get into international capital and you begin talking about the international puppy, and that's just that'll go downhill from there on out. So better to just teach them to go free, let them reap the rewards of that, and then we can move forward. Folks can move forward to studies of their own. So thank you, though, for that question, and thank you so much for the financial gift. I see Promethean Promulgation is with us. Great to see you. And Ambrielle saying again that she's wearing the White Lives Matter shirt and she's getting compliments. That's awesome. And Lord Henderson saying, please grab the small pumpkins behind you and put them closer to the camera. Okay. I can do that before the end of the show. Do you need a still photo of them? Is that what you're looking for? A screen capture of the pumpkins? We could do that. Let me quickly, we'll do this then. I want to get to some of these things really quickly. I want to say again, a happy Thanksgiving to every one of our brothers and sisters in Canada. A big congratulations to James Edwards and his wife on the new daughter, Caroline, third child. Same thing to DB Cooper, the third child, a son named Jason, a wonderful testimonial to the process of going free and serving White Wellbeing. So thank you so very much for that. I really doubt that anybody has seen somebody teaching folks about, say, like the international puppy or finance or whatever it might be, or these sorts of things, and then said, you know what, I think so highly of that person's success that I'm going to name my child after them. No, people name their children after individuals either that are in their family or related to their family or very close friends, or it is for big historical figures that have accomplished great things, or it is very frivolous, vapid people who, they name their children after like some musician or something like this because the musician is vapid and they're vapid. They have this, they're just absolutely vacuously headed. And so they do that. And then you have cases like these where it's actually people's contemporaries where they say, wow, this is something admirable. And so my deep gratitude to DB Cooper and his lovely wife. Thank you both so much for that. We want to get back to Groundhog Fury's commercial and talk about that as well. And just looking through what I want to do also. Who of you out there would like some copies of Crucible to hand out to friends and family or strangers? I have 15 copies, and that I will, if you gift $5 a book, I will ship them to you. And it could be let's do it either as 3 groups of 5 or 1 group of 10 and 1 group of 5. If you gift me $5 a book, I will ship them to you at a loss to me, just to spread the word of Crucible to folks that you think really need this message and will help you maybe immediately or help the broader community. When you reach out to me, you can reach out with a financial gift here during the stream, and you can say, hey, look, I would like to financially gift and get 5 of those or 10 of those. And then you're going to have to message me. You can go to the website, nowhiteguilt.org, or the nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com, or direct message me on Twitter and say, hey, look, my name is this over where I financially gifted you, and here's my address so that you can send me those books. I want to try to help. I'm trying in as many ways as we can, sacrificing in as many ways as I can to get as many of these out to our brothers and sisters and make a biggest change while that we possibly can make while we have the opportunity to make the change. So that is right now the paperbacks are for sale on Amazon at $11.99. If you financially gift for either 5, 10, or 10 of these, and we only have 15 that I'm going to be giving away at a loss, $5 if you gift at $5 a book for 5 books or for 10 books, and then give me your address as I just explained. I will send these off to you so that you can then distribute them as you see fit. And I thank every single one of you who are already considering doing that, and I will keep my eye open. Let's also do this. We have coming up here at the end of the month, the great White Art Collective and Jeff are doing their competition again this year. And Mr. George and I, as TAP, have contributed to that competition. Again, this is the spooky movie competition. And very briefly, we are going to have a look here at that video. And then I think I'll just stay with you. But we'll have a quick look at that video from Jeff. I think I do have to change the mic, though, while it plays. So let me see here. This is their second annual White Art Collective Spooky Short Film Contest and Festival promo. Here it goes.
Do you like to make spooky movies? Then get ready for the WAC second annual Spooky Short Film Contest and Festival, with 3 cash prizes, with so many spooky shorts.
We need to talk about my son. I need to know where he is. Do you know where he is? He's with the fairies.
Don't be chicken. Join us.
Just saying, don't make sure you don't miss that one. It's going to be a heck of a lot of fun, and we are happy to support Jeff because we need, and all of our artists, because we need our artists. We need the creation of culture, and to put on as flesh to the psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. If we are going to build that community, which we have built and we continue to expand upon in service to white well-being, that's going to be effective for us. That's going to actually change our lives for the better. So thank you so much to Jeff and all the work that they are doing there in service to white well-being. It looks like a heck of a lot of fun. Probably I might end up on the show briefly on that night and share my own ghost story. And if you haven't heard it, then if I share it, then you'll get to hear it for the first time. I would also like to share quickly before we get into some of these testimonials, these magnificent, I can't even tell, just the testimonials that we have are just unbelievable, just fantastic. It's far more than we could ever share. It is, and this is part of the thing, folks, why I get so passionate, is that, does everybody hear me okay? Okay. Is that I see all of this working, and I've seen it working. I see how the other things we have to bring forward. Oh, and we're going to talk about, before we have more news to talk about, but we're also going to talk about this identifier issue that seems to continually crops up. So we still have a lot of great material to cover, and I hope that maybe we get some minutes on this thing also, in addition to what Kathy does in the background for us. And thank you, big round of emojis, raucous emojis and applause for Kathy and all the work that she does. But we have a lot of great material to share. This keeps cropping up, so we want to make sure that we do end up covering it. But I see this working. I see this information. So many people writing, far more than I could ever share. I'd be here 8 hours. And I want you all to share. Don't think, oh, I shouldn't send my testimony. Don't think that I shouldn't share with the world the success I have because Jason's already drowned. No. I'm never going to be drowning in it. I love it. Most important thing is that it is the best thing you can do to give back to the community that is helping you, because then other people see it and other people come to White Wellbeing and their lives are changed as a consequence. I can tell you, and you all have seen it. If you've seen it and there are new folks here, and you share it in the thread, not just in the live stream, because there'll be lots of people watching afterward. They're going to be looking, but share it in the live stream too. You could share your testimonials. You could share the testimonials from others that you've seen shared over the years now. But these are success stories. We have to share the success stories because this is far more valuable than just somebody saying, well, we've got a new flag, or we've got a new club name, or we've got a rehashing of something that's already been defeated. I really am just, over the years, fed up and with all of these silly claims that have no evidence to them, ruining people's lives. That's what's I see. This is what goes through my head when I'm trying to bring going free to people, and I can visualize a white person in a normal home, normal job, working for a living, have a car that occasionally breaks down, have occasional arguments in the house or whatever it is, and that person has very little time. There may be they have a couple of addictions they're dealing with, a couple of illnesses they're dealing with, and I know that going free can help them with these addictions, that can help them with illnesses, that can help them access their true physical, mental, and spiritual potential, at least get them onto that path, that can help them align with the archetype of Western kind, that can make a big difference in their life, in the life of their husband or wife, in the lives of their children, their little babies that are being reared in that house. Maybe get them out of their house. Maybe the daughter doesn't get raped. Maybe the boy doesn't get maimed or murdered because they end up going better. And I end up in a competition with somebody out there who wants to rehash some old political ideology or some academic peacock or something, and I am vying for this person's attention, and I have a history of knowing that these academic peacocks or this political party or this doom document or this doom dissector, that they have never done anything good for anybody, and they're not going to do anything good for that guy, his wife, their children, where they live, their circumstance. And I know that going free will, and seeing that day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, and having to deal with another new crop of idiots and another new crop of idiots, you might get a little short fused as well. Because what do I end up seeing? I end up seeing, like the guys in Michigan, go to jail. I end up seeing what's going to happen to their families. If you thought that their lives, the lives of their families or whatever, saw the pictures of some of these people that got arrested, they probably weren't providing, I could be wrong, but they probably weren't providing the best living environment for their wives or their children. But how much worse is it going to get with them in prison? How much better would it have been for them if, instead of hearing John Mark and Kurt Doolittle, which clearly they got their marching orders from, talking about using Molotov cocktails instead of high-powered firearms from 700 yards away or whatever it is. Instead of listening to them, if they had listened to us, if they had come into our sphere, those people would have improved their lives. They would have gotten themselves straight. Maybe they would have gotten off a substance. Maybe they would have gotten out of some other abusive. Maybe they're beating their wives or children, and maybe they would stop doing that. Their lives would have gotten better, and by making their lives better, we make all of our lives better. Not to mention, that's just the right thing to do, for Christ's sake. And then I have people who want to show up in the live chat and argue with me about propertarianism or Doolittle, and none of those jackass bitches have shown up to apologize, have they? Where do you see anybody in the chat that said, yep, I was one of those? Let's wait to see if even one of them show up that say, yep, I was one of those, Jason, who told you. There were a bunch who should have said, Jason, I was one of the ones who told you you were wrong. I was one of the ones who tried to get and yeah, I know all about it, of you absolute abject loser followers of these losers who try to get groups of you together to reach out to YouTube to try to get my channel shut down because I was not worshipful of Doolittle and John Mark. Where are they now? Why aren't they showing up and saying? So I end up with this year after year, as I say. So yeah, I get a little impatient. And this is why, by the way, that real heroes like Sakis show up with their talents here. That real heroes like Groundhog Fury show up with their talents here. Because they see that good is being done. They see that a difference is being made. And they see that this is the place to do it. They see that what we really want to do is we want to keep people like that out of prison. And the way we do that, it maybe keep their children from being. And yeah, now what's going to happen is let me just paint a realistic picture for you. And this is how it goes through my mind. One of those guys, let's just say, could have already maybe been providing a pretty wretched environment, pretty degraded environment for the family, wife and children. But he's hardcore. He's gone into the hardcore abstractionist idea that it's all about these documents. It's all about ideas. All that matters is that our ideas survive. And he's been hitting his wife with all that matters about our ideas, but maybe he's actually hitting his wife physically. We're not getting to him to get him to stop behaving this way or abusing the children or whatever it is. Then he ends up following Doolittle and John Mark, and now he's going to go off to prison for who knows how long, federal prison. And now the wife, who's been hit all along, physically hit by this idiot and mentally hit with it being, it's all about abstractions. Biology doesn't matter. Our people doesn't matter. Now she's going to go get herself a non-white boyfriend because he has a job that was quoted to him, not on his talents, not because of his sacrifices, not because of his education, not because of his achievements, but because of his race. Now she's going to go get hooked up with him because he has more money, and well, lo and behold, he's going to beat, or who knows? And we see the data of these boyfriends, these revolving door boyfriends in these single mother households. They end up molesting the children of any race. They end up molesting the children. All of this plays through my head like that when I get into arguments with people about which direction should they go. Should they follow the abstractionist, clearly glowing federal agent that pisses his pants and the other one that wears the red helmet? Or should they go with going free and improve their lives and save their families and their children, potentially saving the children from molestation and everything else? This is why I get frustrated, and my frustration is felt by epic heroes like Groundhog Fury, who then produce products like this to help us bring white well-being to the world.
American schools are hotbeds of anti-American brainwashing. Teachers and administrators are trained to indoctrinate and enforce ideological conformity. Submission is the norm. Crucible is the true story of one schoolboy's struggle against society's obsession with an anti-American ideology. This young man refused to surrender to the psychological abuse of his superiors and the violence of his peers. In Crucible, Child Patriot, American Victory, two visions of America collide. one is left standing.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a magnificent commercial that was put together. Groundhog Fury had to learn skills he didn't have. He spent a ton of his time, and if you haven't already given this great hero a great round of raucous emojis, please do. Something else he wants to do, though. He wants you to have that material. He wants you to have the GIF or GIFs that he made. He wants you to have it in multiple formats so that you can share it, not only grabbing a URL off of YouTube, but so that you can put it up everywhere that you have the opportunity to put it up. And to be able to facilitate that, I have uploaded all of this material to a file sharing site. And right now I am going to share the link to that file sharing site in the live chat, and you all will be able to download and then share broadly. You'll see that there are several folders there, and grab that URL if you are interested in spreading the magnificent work, a great many hours education that Groundhog Fury put into this, and this dedication of this genuine true hero for our people. And that is the link. And if the moderators could grab the link so that they have it as well, if anybody should ask for it, please do that. And we will provide all of that material to you free of charge for the service to White Wellbeing. That is how much of a hero Groundhog Fury is. So we give a big salute to you, Groundhog Fury, and we love you, and we thank you and all of you for all of the service that you're giving for White Wellbeing. And like I said, Sakis is doing an audio-only commercial, and it will be open, though, for people to provide with content that they own, visuals. If they want to put video to it, then we will welcome that. Of course, it's only going to be, the only thing that I will accept is, and the same is true for Sakis, is visuals that are in line with Going Free and White Wellbeing. Nothing black and white footage garbage, none of that. We are the people who decide who and what we are. And so Sakis also learning new skills, and we will have that commercial together available for you all as quickly as possible. Like I said, I want you all to get really excited because we are now well over 100,000 impressions and climbing. We are reaching a great many people. A big heartfelt thank you to those who I'm not going to name right now, because there are campaigns. There are campaigns against me right now. By the way, I've got this story I didn't even remember. There's so many things to cover. I got 26 pages. I don't know how it's going to happen. I mean, we just might have to we'll do like the full show today, and then I don't know, maybe tomorrow. It's just so much to have to cover. But a big thank you. There are campaigns, by the way, campaigns on Twitter, campaigns on Instagram to have me thrown off by anti-whites. Campaigns even are trying to find out the people who are helping with the marketing to have them thrown off these platforms. So we're just going to give a big thank you to those individuals who are helping and who are doing this work. And also one of those individuals, we'll be able to name who they are after the fact, even putting up some of his own money initially. And so we're dearly grateful for that as well. Big thank you to you, dear brother, for that contribution to White Wellbeing, not only monitoring and the time and the pictures and the updates. All of you, I thank you all so much. Over 100,000 impressions. We're making it happen, ladies and gentlemen. Anti-White's doing everything they can here and there to try to stymie us. But as I said, we are circumventing their efforts where we can and pushing where they have not been able to set up roadblocks to undermine us. We have people writing me, and I got to show you. I just want to share some of these. I don't know if I want to share right now maybe one of these conversations because you are, what platform was it on? Was it on this one? I think it was on Instagram. I want to share this with you. We got victory after we don't have enough hours. We don't have enough hours for all of the victories we have to talk about. And let me make sure. I hope. Okay, here we have a woman. Now, I'm not going to be saying her name. By the way, there's a woman on Instagram right now, and I'm wondering, should I share her with you all? I don't know. But she's a makeup. She's a anti-white, non-white in Canada, and she has tens of thousands of followers, and she's giving them my contact information and saying, oh, get him thrown off of his platforms. And this dummy didn't block me from seeing her page. So I got screenshots of it all, of her trying to motivate her entire audience and subscriber base to come after me. And why? What do you see on my platforms? You see love for Western kind. You see white well-being. You don't see any expression of the villain in the anti-white narrative whatsoever. So these people are outing themselves as vehemently anti-white, as monstrously anti-white when they come out against the things that we are doing here. And that is clearly what this anti-white pig is doing, trying to motivate her entire makeup tutorial. But I guess the only thing I can hope is that they're so drunk or inebriated on the toxic chemicals that they're applying to their hair and everything that they have to do. They change their appearances completely from what their natural appearance is. I can only hope that they are so inebriated on all of that substance that they can't follow her instruction. Maybe like Tiina was talking about earlier, when it came to asking these anti-whites who call themselves Democrats to vote, maybe she'll have to get nude on her Instagram to get people's attention long enough to get them to actually take action against me. But so far, not yet thrown off the platform. I had a woman that reached out to me, disgustingly anti-white, vehemently anti-white, disgusting anti-white, reaches out to me to tell me, and she thinks she's and just watch this, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to love this. And this is a testimonial about how effective going free is, how effective the lexicon is, how effective the dialectics are. All right. So we have this woman, she reaches out to me. She's trying to put this in by the way, this woman is half black, half non-white, half black, half white, but she identifies as black of her own volition. Now, if society, and I could have brought this argument to her as well, didn't bother, later on, didn't bother, there's no use. But if society really benefited white people, then she would have been identifying as white. She would do everything she could to deny that she has any non-white in her. She would want to get in on all the goodies, on all that, and she's light looking, she's light skinned. She could, if she were to do something with her hair, she could very easily maybe get away in most instances with saying that she is maybe Southern European or something of this nature, or descent. And then she could get all of the rewards, the so-called rewards of being white. No, she decides that she's going to identify as a black person. And why do that if the anti-white narrative is accurate? Well, because the anti-white narrative is a lie, that she actually benefits from being non-white. She doesn't benefit. She benefits financially. She benefits when it comes to getting into the school of her choice, to getting good grades. She benefits in so many ways. And the most powerful benefit is the emotional benefit, the benefit that you are a righteous, good person. You've been wrongly victimized and that everybody owes you. That's what she's after. And no doubt. And why would any of these people, so few actually do, end up taking the white side, where they have to feel like the ne'er-do-well, they have to feel like they owe everybody, they have to feel and that tells you all you need to know about the reality of the anti-white narrative, something worth sharing with your friends, family, and strangers. But she writes to me, she says that she has been spotting different things that people have put out, flyers, etc., and that are directing people's attention to white well-being. And she proudly says that she's been collecting everything where she finds it and throwing it away. And then she puts a smile face with the emoji that has the smile face with the hearts all around it. Because she wants to, she thinks she's actually digging me. She thinks she's actually like, I'm showing you. So I write back, of course you are, because you're anti-white. You enjoy inflicting harm on Western kind. We expected such behavior from anti-whites. I will be sharing your message with our rapidly growing community and thereby bring many more undecided folks to white well-being by demonstrating your anti-white evil. Well done! Exclamation point. How does that feel? You acted in a way and sent a message with the intent of inflicting harm, but you ended up being a tool in the service of my work for white well-being. How does it feel to be a tool? And then I sent back the smiling face with the hearts all around it. And then she writes back already, ladies and gentlemen, you all will know, those who are going free, you will see right away. She writes back, the first message is just a string of the letters H and the letter A. So she's just laughing uproariously. It's so funny that you said that. And then she writes, anti-white, I'm half white. And then a string of these emojis of laughter and tears pouring out from the laughter. And she writes back, and of course, what argument is that? Or she writes again, what argument is that? That is the argument that I'm white, or I'm half white, or I'm quarter white, or whatever it is. And so therefore, I can't be anti-white. These are the same kind of people that would use that dreadful racial slur, uncle, and then a name that starts with a T for black people who are not anti-white. So of course, I overcame that objection by saying, oh, fat people can't hate being fat. Catholics can't hate being Catholic. Americans can't hate being American. And you clearly hate whites. Such a weak argument. So instead of acknowledging that she was defeated there, she comes back and let's see, saying, oh, your argument to me, your argument is based on hatred. So anti-white slur. Then she says her argument is based on historical fact. What really argument has she made yet? It's a shame you struggle seeing the difference. And this, there comes, and as we were talking about, what was it, on Wednesday or on Sunday, we see this often from anti-white females, where they drop into this condescension all the time. Just use the condescension right back on them. It boils them up. Even if they do, if they hold a good poker face in front of you, they will rage. They will go to their car and make a video of themselves screaming into the ether how furious they are that you did not succumb to their condescension and take your place beneath them. Just hand it right back. Then she writes, and then the tries to go the route of the psychologizing. What is it you don't like about yourself? Don't ever answer any questions like this. This is, you're refielding. You're getting out of their delusional narrative where there is no truth, where there is no reality. So I wrote back, how silly. Don't you know that everyone of all races can participate in white well-being? And then she writes back, now, very interesting, duh. But no one is hating on whites. So do you all see right there the crack? And then I write back, you are. She says, no one's hating on whites. I said, you are. And then she, again, to the nope. I'm calling you out. It's very simple. So she's trying to stick with that narrative, trying to stay in her delusional world. And then honestly, you're not even worth conversation. This is the condescension again. And so I respond, then say that you support white well-being. I write back, then say that you support white well-being. I see that you can't say that you supported it, which proves that you are anti-white. You are living inside of the anti-white narrative. You need to stop viewing every white person as the avatar for the rich white people that you hate. No white victims, I write, question mark. That's insane. You're anti-white. And then she writes back, I support white well-being. The rest of it for her is downhill. So does this work? Do you want to keep on? Are you new to this? Do you not know yet? Do you not know that our lexicon and dialectics work, that they work all the time, that they work everywhere, that so many people have been able to walk away from conversations? I'm able to walk away from conversation after conversation after conversation feeling like the champion, feeling like the victor, feeling like the one who is moral, because I am the one who is moral. I offered to this woman, I said, look, you could support White Wellbeing. You're welcome to support White Wellbeing. No white person is able to get into your narrative and be anything other than evil. So she won't support White Wellbeing, but I did want to share that with you all. If you are new and you don't know the success that we have here, you want to still talk about philosophy or crime stats or how bad other races of people might be or whatever it is, you can continue with those failed strategies, or you can stop being a dumbass and you can do something that'll work. It's okay. You can be an adult. We want you to be redeemed. We want you to come and be a better you. We want you to align with the archetype of Western kind. We want you to have testimonials like we have right here. Red Pill writes, best channel I found all year, subbing to all outlets. Thank you so very much. Heil Odensire writes, Crucible Child Patriot American Victory should be mandatory reading for every child in every school. He goes on to write, such a good program. Thank you and all of the wonderful people for everything you do. So much love. It warms my heart. Heil Odensire. Thank you so much for that. So many testimonies. This is a couple of comments under my reading of The Raven. From Ron, outstanding. Your reading brought goosebumps. And the wonderful Fraulein Dresden, bravo, 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 standing ovation. Why might my reading of The Raven be something that you should be interested in? Because this time of year is Halloween. You can share this with your nieces, nephews, cousins, mothers, fathers, whatever it might be. Introduce them to No White Guilt by way of the story The Raven. Irish Ice writing here. We have him in the chat. I'm taking such risks lately. Now, why is Irish Ice effective? Why is Irish Ice motivated the way he is motivated? Why is he doing the things he is doing? Why is he transforming his world? It's because of white well-being. It's because of going free. I'm taking such risks lately, putting anti-white, non-whites on the spot about their complete lack of compassion for whites and white erasure. What an absolutely brilliant position to take. If you're new to this, why haven't you done that before? Why haven't you thought about, why have you only approached this the ways that these antiquated ways that have long track records of failure? Well, the reason why is because you hadn't heard of us before. The reason why is because you thought the academic peacock with all the doctorates or whatever it might be, that he or she must have the answers, or these old regimes, they must have the answers. Wrong. They have the answers for failure, if anything. This is where you find the answers for success. I talk to them very gently, and I ask them why they don't love the people that have done so much for them, and why they never even ask if we are okay. What an absolutely paradigm-shifting way to view this. Irish Ice is going to anti-white, non-white people and saying, why don't you care about us? We've done so much for you. Too many to count end up agreeing that what they're doing is completely wrong and that our ethnic family needs to be respected and protected. I've also explained the biospirit concept to at least 100 people and made such an impact by doing so. I can see it in their faces when they finally receive clarity about the, quote, it's only skin color lie. White advocacy is a highly rewarding job that pays in dividends indescribable. I'll keep in touch, and thanks again for all your service to white well-being, Mr. Köhne. You are a special and powerful gift from God. Well, my brother Irish Ice, so are you. So is every one of you who are out there doing things for white well-being right now. And we are all gifts from God. We are those angels in a very real sense to our vulnerable members in society. Are we not? If we are not there making the changes like Irish Ice is doing, like you all are doing, if we are not there making the changes, no one is. We are very real, tangible angels to those people who are our most vulnerable members. Who's another member just coming to mind? I mean, on Instagram, I have, oh my God, there are so many if I could just try to keep up, and I would like to, I'm going to have to start just grabbing these during the show, holding the phone up like I did the other day. Elaine Sabatino is a woman on a mission. She put up a picture the other day. I'm not going to share the picture unless she tells me, unless she asks me to do so, of herself, because I don't know if her account is locked or whatever it's called. But it's herself. She's got the No White Guilt t-shirt on that you can get at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. I don't know how many rocks and leaflets this woman has put out. She is a woman on a mission. I swear to you, I open the phone and it's like, here's another 20, here's another 8, here's another 13 that she's done. These are lives that are going to be changed. And as I come across, I'm just going to try to move. I'm going to try to be like this multi-brained, multi-handed, entity that can make all of this happen at once. Whether it happens or not, we'll see. But I'll be reading this and I'll be scrolling here and seeing what comes up. Evil Chars, ladies and gentlemen. This is a champion par excellence. Evil Chars writes here, met some people who are pursuing careers in the law sector. I managed to talk with several of them about the lexicon and its powerful value in cases or to refine the protection of white civilians. I shared with them how they may be the first in their fields to pursue this, which in and of itself could give them great prestige. We weren't 10 minutes into the conversation, or I guess before they overwhelmed me with legal terminology that could be attached to certain words from the lexicon for whites to basically regain their rights and stave off anti-white lawfare. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. Evil Chars is having a conversation here with law students. I don't know what race they are, but presumably they're white, and he's saying, hey, have you heard of going free? There's a lexicon, there are dialectics, and here's some of the lexicon. And immediately these individuals, these students, started thinking about their schooling, what they're being taught, how they could bring that lexicon into the cases that they could, in their minds, that they're fictitiously going through these things, cases that don't actually exist, but they could be utilized in the real world, how it could be brought forward, and they could litigate with this. And I will tell you this, behind the scenes, a lot of things are being organized right now for the benefit of the work that we are doing, because it is being empowered by the lexicon that we teach here, that we share here, that we expand upon here in service to going free. And here you have law. Is one of these going to be the law student that gets your ass out of jail? I don't know. Maybe your son. Maybe your son doesn't go to jail because one of these individuals learned, 10 years earlier, while he was talking to somebody who goes by the name Evil Chars about this bit of lexicon, and that individual then takes that into their law career and then sees a scenario 10 years later that they can argue in court, hey, look, this is XYZ. We're using this thing I brought from the past, and I'm using this precedent from law, and I wed these two things, and now your son goes free as a consequence. And it's all because of this little conversation. And he goes on to write, they told me that they'd share it with their colleagues. I purposefully waited for a white person sharing this long enough for the cat to be out of the bag. That's one for all our people that were unjustly treated in courts, were abused by law enforcement, and those who got tormented, murdered by the anti-whites, which got off lightly or even free from their heinous deeds. It is my hope that we can see many victims of anti-whiteism be repaid in double, at least, for whichever harm has been brought to them. Now, Evil Chars, heart in the right place. Not thinking, how can I cause harm to some other group of people? No, how can I protect my group of people? Right? Financially, but also physically, emotionally, and psychologically. Just another step toward a brighter tomorrow. I was thinking to myself, if the intelligent anti-whites who have to go all over the place to keep their lies intelligent to keep their less intelligent members in check. Why wouldn't we give them some more places that they need to direct their attention? I agree with an earlier statement of yours, Mr. Köhne, that anti-whites are trying to go for the death blow. I'd argue because they are desperate. They show that while they cannot be underestimated, that their game to torment Westman is soon going to be over. Yes, indeed. Let that be cause for all of us to double our efforts and give us the opportunity to, who knows, have a white positive president for the U.S. at some point. A 4-year campaign. We're basically already on it, right? We're basically already on it, he writes, right? Just a thought. Love as always from the pagan sphere. Work hard, everyone, and we're going to see things through. Thank you so very much for that, dear brother. And in fact, he goes on here, has another comment. It is a bit off a side topic, from the video, but I wanted to share this with you guys. So I was explaining to a white positive fellow about the lexicon, and anti-white intruded on the conversation and accused me of being inane after I had explained anti-white slurs. The anti-white also claimed to be speaking on behalf of reality. Silly as it may seem, I replied with a dismissive quip that sparked the ire of the anti-white. The anti-white began a rant, trying to claim he knew what was going on in my mind. Isn't that beautiful? When you are defeating them, they then have to say, no, what you're saying is not what you mean. I'll tell you what you actually mean. Already demonstrating evil Charles is winning that conversation right from the beginning, just like I was with that woman that came after me. The interesting part was that it was a denial and projection. Quote, I'm not going to be funny. And you're just here because you want to be liked. I insulted him for being a below par male while laying out. He's just groveling to anti-whites to become, by becoming one. The anti-white ended up admitting he is not victimizing whites for anyone else, but his own pleasure. Imagine that, getting him to actually admit that. And in front of this audience that they had, he called me an anti-white slur and another random slur, demanding that I, quote, stop playing the victim. You all have heard that one, right? You talk about us being victimized, and then these people who do nothing but talk about their victimization immediately turn around and say, stop playing the victim. Well, he writes here, just to ensure, and of course you just continue with the argument, just to ensure for those who are new what happened. Basically, the anti-white admits his selfish motivations, meaning there is no moral reason behind his statements, as there never are with anti-whites, while losing his temper and thus forgetting he was trying to get at me without using any anti-white slurs. It was also a showing how he's the rabid lunatic. He also indirectly admits that he's a victimizer, and he displays his frustrations that I'm not allowing him to guilt trip me, so to white guilt you. Yes, indeed, I did not allow him to do so. That is powerful. Sure enough, with nothing left, the now openly crazed anti-white starts repeating the same anti-white slur like a broken record, even literally spelling it out as if it makes him look less malicious and less insane, for that matter. And then I simply reply with that powerful line, racist is an anti-white slur. Why are you so anti-white? The anti-white now leaves the conversation. Another skirmish won. Hurrah, he writes. He'll be pulling the knot out of his panties for at least the rest of the day. And I get to have a good laugh and share the joy with you guys and girls. Hope it's as fun for you as it was for me. I figured that some people may pluck out some valuable tidbits for themselves out of this example, and hopefully that white positive fellow I invited to NWG's channel is going to pop up soon. He said he would check it out at last, all in a day's fun. And that's how you should view it, as Evil Charles has from the pagan sphere. We love you, brother. Thank you for being here and going free and helping others to go free, bringing the message of the work that we're doing here, winning those conversations one after the other. Thank you so very much. And you see, what did that anti-white end up doing? Handled him brilliantly. We have here listen, this was, I wanted to make sure I get to those cell phones. Who do we have next? Oh, the wonderful Blondie Blue Lass. And then we'll take a look at some of your comments now and maybe play a song. I'll get a drink of water, and maybe I'll take a look at that video with while we're listening to the song of the troops and see if it looks real at all. And then we'll come back. We have more of these testimonials to get at, maybe save some because we just have so many. We have the mailbag, so many victories. God, I could not be so excited or more excited than I am. It is absolutely astonishing. Bonnie Blue Lass, wonderful member of this community. And she writes here, Jason and Jared, this was underneath the one of our TAP episodes. Jason and Jared are such a great team. This stream was one of my favorites in a while. I just loved the behind-the-scenes take on Crucible. As usual, multiple comments disappeared as I listened to the stream over the course of a few days. You can tell a lot about a man by his enemies, and Jason and Jared have all the right enemies. Yeah, that's right. But our victimizers, yeah, indeed, the saying about you tell a lot about a person by their enemies holds true when it comes to the anti-whites. We have quite a few of anti-white enemies out there, don't we? Jared George is indeed a great gentleman. We're going to take a quick break and listen to some music. I will be right back with you all. And let me see. As I go to pull the song up, maybe we will listen to some Chopin from Richard Wagner, who sent me a little piece of Chopin music that he played for me as a gift to me. In response to Crucible, you will see Crucible on his piano as he plays.
Hey, how's it going? This is Raymond from the Australian Vanguard. I'm just walking down to my local shopping centre and I'm going to go in and grab myself a coffee. With this. Let's see if I get some good reactions. Take it easy. G'day. Reactions have been freaking awesome. I've got old women smiling at me. I've got people running up to high-five me. I've got old men and women driving past like grandmas, beeping and like sticking their hands out the window, giving me thumbs up. Like every second person's giving me a thumbs up and smiling. People are saying, good job, mate, good job. I'm saying, love yourself, and they're like, that's right. It works. It works. No White Guilt was right. It's about time people start listening.
And that is the great Raymond Foster. Is my mic working okay? We're back now, and we have, ladies and gentlemen, the mailbag. We always like to go to the mailbag, and this is from one of our truest snail mail participants, Randy, financially gifting $20. A deep thank you to you, dear brother, for financially gifting those $20. And let's see, was there something here? I didn't get a chance to read this again to see if it was something that I could share. Let's see, that's part is personal. Okay. All right. That's from Randy. Thank you so very much, brother. And I will move this over here so that I can respond and find you over on the other platform. And we have here, this is from our dear sister, Nancy Drew, who is here tonight. I think, are you still here with us? She was with us earlier. And look at how beautiful that is. Look at that beautiful card. And is Nancy still with us? She was here. Somebody better tell her that if she's not with us, thank you, Sean, for letting me know the mic is working. If she's not with us still, that next time we're together and she shows up, that we received her letter. It's beautiful and so sweet. And let's see, what can I thank you, dear Jason. Thank you for all you do. You know what'll happen is. And she financially gifted $20 as well. So thank you so very much, sister. Thank you for that, dear lady. That's wonderful. What's going to happen one of these days is I'll read through like something really lovely. I'll get to the very end and it'll just be like, P.S. Don't read this out loud. It'll be like somewhere near the end. P.S. Please just keep this between us. Oh, okay. If you don't, let me just go ahead and say to folks, if you do not want your message read to the community, you don't want it shared, obviously, if it's something that's just blatantly personal, then I won't even consider. You don't have to worry about that. But if it seems like it's just a normal friendly message, but for whatever reason you would like it not shared, please say so at the beginning. Because it's a lot easier for me, or than if it's at the end or somewhere in the middle, than it is to find it. Than it would be to find it at the very beginning. So thank you for all you do. Generous, mature, and kind spirit. Your generous, mature, and kind spirit is much appreciated. That's very sweet of you. Thank you, Nancy. And then dismissing what she's financially giving there by saying it's not much, but just to help. It's wonderful. Every single dollar is very meaningful to me. You are bringing hope and inspiration to all who listen to your videos and read your work. I believe I am in good company when I say all you have done will benefit us all and have a rippling effect into the future. Bless you and keep safe. Nancy Drew. That's wonderful. Thank you so much for those kind words. And I wish you were, somebody will have to if somebody could tag that in the minute mark, second mark in the thread under the video once it's up for Nancy, let her know that we got to her wonderful little card here and those very sweet words. Thank you so much, dear lady. That's wonderful. Thank you. So that's the mailbag. I had an opportunity to get back to the post office in the past couple of days, but I can assure you, as I said before, the people in the post office, they always look at me with a bit of a strange look, like kind of from the side. And the one person said I was an international man of mystery because I was mailing packages all around the world. And that's it's a glorious thing I love to share, that you have these several post offices around the DC metro area where I stop and just send out these packages. And they're all wondering, what is this guy doing? Well, what we're doing is we are recapturing the destiny of Western kind. They're like, well, Monte Carlo, Serbia, Estonia, New Zealand, Finland, Iceland, Canada. Who is sending these things all over? What are they being sent all over the place? Well, we're recapturing our destiny. That's what's happening. And you should all know that you are part of that process. Something that's truly glorious, something that's epic, something that is momentous. It's happening right now. We are the engine of that. This is the real rebellion. This is the real resistance. And it takes places in offices like this one. It takes places in the cabin of your vehicle. It takes place in the open air when you distribute those leaflets. It takes place on the highway when it's a big billboard that's put up for all to see, driving up and down that highway. It takes place in your living room. It takes place when you're out in the community and you're spotting these all over the place. It takes place when you are protecting your children from this anti-white filth in their religious textbooks, tearing out the filth of those pages. It takes place when you are inoculating your children against anti-whiteism and they grow stronger by the day. It takes places when you're unfurling banners, when you're putting up literature on spider webs even. It takes place when you do things like you share the work that we are doing and more people are brought into the community. Occasionally it takes place when you dance to to music off to the side somewhere. And it takes place all the time, ladies and gentlemen, with everything that we're doing here. And it is the real resistance to anti-whiteism. It's what's going to recapture our destiny. And I got to tell you, when we went to the song, wonderful piece, but when we went to the piece right before the whole song that we played from Garage Party, the Richard Wagner playing Chopin, that is a special sort of magic going through that gentleman, is it not? I mean, that was bringing that piece absolutely to life. I've heard it played many times, and I love it. It absolutely sweeps me away. And he was doing a unparalleled job. I just such a beautiful piece and doing a magnificent job playing it. A member of our community, a participant of our community. Tiina was talking earlier about how we need people that could do all these different things. Well, how about somebody that can bring Chopin to life and sweep your spirit away? Talk about how magical that is. So we have a wonderful community. There's Nancy, and we have Althea's with us, and Roy, and still, and I've mentioned Sean, the great Elaine Sabatino, William Runner, and Southern Bloom. So many fantastic heroes. We're the ones that are making it happen. Of course, we have the magnificent Brand Danger making him. Who's that? Oh yeah, Dave. We mentioned Dave earlier. So let's continue with this. Remember that you can get the commercial that Groundhog Fury made by way of the link that we provided. And if you ask for it, the moderators might have it. If not, I can post it again. Let me take a quick look and see. We have over here, and we have Panzer this over here, financially gifting on Cash App. Thank you so much, brother. Financially gifting $25 and writing here, I will message you via Facebook Messenger. Well, thank you so very much. I will look for that message. And if your name is different there than here, I imagine it is, make sure you start off with the name here. So we have, because of the anti-whites, everybody has so many different names to remain clean, to remain safe, to outwit them, to stay a step ahead of the victimization that they inflict on us for being heretical when it comes to anti-whiteism. You have to be anti-white in all things, or they will come after you. And we saw that in the Yelp story. But you folks will have to help me remember what other stories we might cover. We have some other financial gifts over here. The great 41 BMC, ladies and gentlemen, is with us tonight. And great to see you, dear brother. Financially gifting $20 and writing here in honor of the great Simon Harris. Rest in peace. Indeed, thank you so much for that and remembering that great dear brother of ours. It was a real heartbreak to me when he passed. And we said we were on PWR the other day, and Mark had said to me that they had received word from the family that he had died of a heart attack, and as though that necessarily obviates an infection by COVID-19. And I would say, unless his blood was tested negative for COVID-19, then his final comments were not the comments that I saw, were not the comments of somebody suffering from a heart attack. He wasn't writing in the midst of having a heart attack, my lungs burn when I breathe. I mean, come on. His final comments were indicative of some sort of severe upper respiratory infection that he said in his final comments set in rapidly. And we know for a fact, I have a dear close friend, I know for a fact that COVID-19 attacks the heart in many people, not all, who contract it. And so if he was already old, a smoker, heart issues, and contracted COVID-19, then it could certainly induce a heart attack. But yes, in honor of Simon Harris, thank you so much for those $20 to White Wellbeing in honor of that great man. He was going free with us. He was one of our best. And we inspired him. He inspired us, and his memory lives on. And we have the great Ezra St. White is with us, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting $20. Thank you, dear brother, doing double duty, moderating and financially gifting, and writing here, the spirit of Western kind weekly fund. Thank you so much. So he's $20 for the spirit of Western kind, the weekly fund. Thank you. It's your hebdomadal financial gift. And let's see, who do we have here? Let's see, what name shall I use? I will call you Kim. Your name is now Kim. $15 financial gift. Thank you so very much for that, dear lady. Very sweet of you. And writes here, no, this is for 3 crucibles. And so you'll have to reach out to me and give me your address on one of those platforms I mentioned, either knowmyguilt.org. Let me know what your name is here, how I'll be able to identify you, and then your address. And we have here Keith. Thank you so very much. Keith is back, looking like the warrior he is, financially gifting $10, dear brother. And he writes, keep up the good fight. Ad victoriam. Wonderful, brother. Thank you so very much for that. As I say, looking like the hero he is, $10 from our dear brother, Keith. And then we have another great hero, one and only, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like I should be the announcer at a prize fight to talk about our dear brother, Slots, financially gifting $10. Thank you, dear brother. Now, Slots has been out there on, I think it was Minds, and doing everything he could to spread the Crucible message out to as many of those, the MAGA people he could reach out there. The anti-whites are on me, ladies and gentlemen. You know that they are on me like white on me, and they're doing everything they can to shut me down, to prevent me from promoting. This is just how it's always going to be. So we have to take it into our own hands to say, okay, this is what needs to reach the people. And, whoever you are, you're going to do what you can to advance that cost. Slots is one of those heroes that says, what can I do? They're going to shut you. I'm going to tell you right now, folks, on Amazon, I'll just tell you one of the places. On Amazon, paying for and getting views there, getting exposure there that otherwise wouldn't be had, steadily every day, ticking up, every single day, ticking, ticking, ticking. Stop. How do you think that happens? So no more movement there. The anti-whites have said, who knows? I'm not saying it's for, most of these cases, I think what's happening is it's not from like the top down. It's just some anti-white urchin somewhere in the different rungs of the department or whatever it might be, and they're making the decision, oh, let me just quickly do this. No one will know that I am undermining this customer or whatever it might be because I just happen to dislike, I just happen to be, an anti-white or whatever it is. Excuse me. Okay. And we have Raymond is telling me about over there. I'll open that platform and we'll have a look. Let's see. Raymond says, Canards and Tropes donated a Ninja Guinea's worth of Lino points on D Live and writes here, Jason, you are a true American hero. We are lucky to have you on our side. That's very kind of you, brother. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. And we're all making the decision to be here. And I thank you with as much energy as you do me, because having you by my side is going to make this possible. Read Crucible. Let's get this out to as many people as we can. It's your story. It's your story. It's your story. It's your story. When the MAGA people, when the conservatives, when the Second Amendment, First Amendment, pro-life, whatever it might be, Christian, Catholic, pagan, whatever it might be, when they pick up Crucible and they look inside, they're not going to be able to put it down. When they watch the commercial by Groundhog Fury, they're not going to be able to resist getting it. When they get the flyer, they're not going to be able to resist getting it. You can get the flyer and maybe some more designs if we can get time to make some more. And over on the website, flyers, at the very top, you click on that. They're not going to be able to resist. Once they've acquired the book, they're not going to be able to put it down, even when they're not readers. I'm receiving message after message about it, people from these different spheres, and they're saying, my God, this is exactly what I went through, and it has never been articulated, and not even in my own mind until I saw it articulated here. What's that going to do for folks out in the world? They're going to be able to take their own story, their own testimonies of what happened, and now they'll be able to finally put it into words in their families. At these, the Thanksgiving may be up in Canada today, the Thanksgiving coming in the United States next month, the Christmas the month after, Halloween coming at the end of this month when we get together with friends and family. They'll finally be able to say what they went through because now they have the words to say it. This is what we have to be reaching with to as many people as possible. Thank you, Raymond, for plucking that one out there. And I'll have to open up the platform so we can make sure that we don't miss any more. If there are any more big Lino point gifters, let me see if this is going to give me a little bit of. No, it's not good. So we will just jump over here. Now, if you've given something prior to me opening this, I won't be able to see it because they haven't fixed that problem yet on D Live. Maybe they will in the future. Maybe they won't. But let's see what else we have to get to as we roar through another amazing night, day and night going free, wherever you are on planet Earth. And we have over here on the financial gift widget, Promethean Promulgation. Financially gifting $20. Thank you so very much, dear brother. I saw a glitch in the matrix. I hope everything is still okay. Promethean Promulgation, financially gifting $20. Going free hasn't improved my life. It's improving my life every single day. It's improving my life every single day. Do you hear that testimony? Okay, we're going to be having our brother come on, Roy, in just a minute. We'll get through these, and then we will have a brief call from Roy. He's going to speak to us, and I will call you, brother. So just stand by there, and we'll get through these. Promethean Promulgation. Listen to that testimony, ladies and gentlemen. Going free is improving my life every single day. All capital letters. God bless you, brother, for writing that. $20. Thank you. Promethean promulgation. And we have here Jesse writing, big round of applause. This is Jesse, no offense, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of raucous emojis for Jesse, no offense, writing with $50. Thank you, dear brother. Just because, he writes, these streams really do make me happy. I feel like there's purpose and I belong somewhere with the community here. A little thank you, a big thank you back to you. Thank you so much. $50, very meaningful because we know that you're working for a living like the rest of us. So thank you so very much for that. Big thank you. And we have Nathaniel writing here with $5. Thank you, my dear brother. This is a $5 donation on behalf of the anti-white who told you via correspondence that she's tearing down flyers with excessive emojis. Well, thank you so very much. Yes, good. Yes, indeed. Nathaniel, financially gifting. I'm sure you're watching, young lady, that he just donated in your name. So money for White Wellbeing because you thought you were going to be a little snot and reach out to me and tell me, well, I'm tearing down your leaflets or where I'm throwing things away where I find them. So there you go, young lady. And of course, we also got you to say that you support White Wellbeing. Well done. And thank you very much, Nathaniel. Promethean promulgation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, don't pass over that lightly. This is a hardcore anti-white that reached out to me. And I got her to say very easily that she supports White Wellbeing. What method do you want to use from now on? And if you talk to other people out there, for people you care about, what method do you want them to use moving forward? So thank you very much for that. And we have Promethean promulgation back again, financially gifting 10, count them, $10. If you need to take a break from going free, you're doing it wrong. You need to work for White Wellbeing until you can't work anymore and then find a relaxing way to spread Go Free. Indeed, very well put, Promethean promulgation. I love that. Thank you. Yes, there are many different ways, and this is how I never get so down and have to abandon the service to White Wellbeing. It's because there are many ways that you can serve White Wellbeing, and there are relaxing ways. You can make a decision to go someplace that you enjoy, and we talked about this a couple of streams back, where you can, I never say, like, if I were a surfer, go to the beach and surf, and then whatever we do, don't talk about White Wellbeing. I need to just get away. When you do that, you're setting yourself up for failure, because then it becomes a bête noire to you. It's something that is causing you pain. That means you're doing it wrong. So if you have to start going free properly. Now, meme curatives, I have to get to this, Roy, quickly, because this was much earlier in the show. Meme curatives writes here, at let's see, at some type of patriotic or anti-immigration Islam march, example in Europe, say Austria, and you have people saying, quote, we have to block these quote neo-fascists from marching, etc. Is it good to say, why do you hate white people so much that you want to deny them a right to a homeland and use anti-white slurs like neo-fascist? Or is that still partially in the anti-white narrative? Any other suggestions? And then what? And then parenthetical. Oh, wait. Part two. Is there a part 2 point? I see another point 2. Okay, so then he writes, but with a more Northern European stock are too reserved, cold, insert negative connotated trait. So I see a P2.2 and then a P1. So P1.1, P1, where's the P1.2, my brother? Where is that one? Am I just not seeing it? I see a P1.3. So, oh, sorry. Previous should be 1.2. 2, not 2.2. Okay, we can figure this out. What if you're dealing with people who aren't really anti-white, nor bad people, but are just brainwashed about Nazis and racists? Well, those are vagues, right? So you still use the same verbiage, but you use it in a gentle way. That's one of the beauties of using anti-white, that when I was thinking we need something, it needs to be a tool, a concept that can be escalated depending on the scenario. Gentle in some scenarios, I guess we could say mercurial, so that it could be volatile in others. So you could say, if somebody is saying that rabidly anti-white, and they say, no, any white person who doesn't want to surrender their country to people with different biospirits, well, they're evil, they shouldn't be allowed. Then you can say it really forcefully. Why are you so anti-white? Why do you want to do this to white children? Why do you want to harm these people? Why do you want to rob a history and a heritage and an inheritance from a particular group of people, this being the white race, Western kind? Why are you so anti-white? Now, when it comes to a vague, you would say it a little bit differently. If they say sort of the same thing, they're really villainy signaling. What I like to do is say something kind of like this. You don't want to be anti-white, right? Because that you're denying a whole group of people. It's just white people. Is there any other group that you would deny like this? So you don't be anti-white, right? That would be really ugly for you to be that way. And then they immediately start running. Oh, no, I don't want to be anti-white. I just want to. And then you say, sure, if you want to support these people as an individual or whatever, you want to give them money, but let's not XYZ, and then you can take the conversation from there. So it's mercurial in that it can be hostile, it can be gentle. It depends on who you're talking to. But yeah, to take their anti-white, their names that they're calling you, call them anti-white slurs, call them anti-white for these positions. Ask them why they hate white people so much. That's refielding. You're refielding there. You're not inside the anti-white narrative. So you're actually refielding. Uh-oh, now it's moving on me. Let's see. So it sounds like what you're doing is correct there. Let's see. Did you change? P1.3. Okay. Dealing with people who aren't really anti-white. Okay, so we got to that. And then part 2.1, suggestions for those common among women who say, I love, and then he's got in brackets, more southern or non-white country. People are so open, friendly, and fun, etc. there. And then I guess still inside the brackets, open parenthesis, and people here in a country with a more, I see, okay, what you're saying. So then where is I need 0.3, because that's P2.2. I get what you're saying, that you're dealing with somebody who's saying that, well, maybe a woman is saying that, well, our people in Southern Europe have a little different hue of Western civilization and culture that is a little bit more open, a little bit louder, whatever. Now, remember, part of what's happening there, and this is what just natural for human beings, is to romanticize that which is away, either in time or space. So it's always going to be, the grass is greener on the other side. It's, well, this is better. And just anticipate that. It is not an indictment or not an objective description of whether or not our people are warm and loving in some of the more northern countries in Europe, or less loving than some of the other groups of our people in Southern Europe or something. There's nothing objective about that. It is just an individual's opinion, and it is informed largely by this romanticization of what is not immediately in front of them. And rest assured that people who do that routinely, they end up that guaranteed. There are women in Southern Europe that are saying the exact same thing about Northern Europe, and maybe we could get these two ladies together and they could try to get it figured out. But I don't know exactly what you're asking there. Are you asking me if it's anti-white to say that? No, that's just an opinion. As I say, just something subjective. That's an opinion. And if you provide any more context or additions to that question, I will speak to it. I appreciate that, brother. And thank you for trying to clarify with your part 2 and then point. And you informed me that that's how it would work earlier in the stream. That's how I was able to quickly move through that. So I appreciate that. Let's jump on over to our brother before he has to get to sleep. And the great Roy Danton. We're going to have him with us right now for a brief conversation, see what's going on with him. And then we're going to return to you all. We have the news and we have this identifier issue. And we're going to talk about that. A lot of people are wondering. And I've decided to go ahead and speak on that a bit. And I think it's going to be very valuable, what we'll be sharing coming up here very soon in the stream. So, Roy, let me get the phone ready, and we shall place the call right now. Hello, brother.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you beautifully. How are you?
Cool. Yeah, new phone. I had some problems figuring out how to take the call. Yeah, it's nice. It's been such a stressful week for me. I'm packing. I'm getting ready for my move, but it's really exciting. And so this going free is actually going to be then the last thing on my big flat screen TV. Before it's getting dismounted from the wall tomorrow morning.
Okay.
I'm really excited about my move, even though it's so much stress and really packing it's been really annoying.
I bet it is. I've had to move many times. In fact, when I first moved out, I had to move every single year because when you get an apartment in the States, I'm sure it's the same way everywhere. They get you to sign the lease for that first year, nice low rate. But then the next year, since they know how much you hate moving, they jack it way up. So I became adroit at packing up and moving, but I hated it every time. It's very stressful, like you say. So I definitely sympathize with what you're going through, but really looking forward to your move and very excited for you, brother.
Oh, yeah, I had the same thing. They also do this. First year end was kind of okay, and then they went up a little bit. And this year was kind of annoying because, well, pretty much everybody is moving out, and they kept the rent at the same rate as before. Which I thought, okay, everybody is moving out, and they're still not reducing it at all.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really.
Yeah, really ridiculous.
But I'm really looking forward to my new place. I already bought a car.
Nice.
I will the car over there.
Nice.
Yeah, I actually didn't have a car in the US before because living in Boston, you can walk everywhere, and parking is like a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. But now that I'm moving to the countryside, I'm really looking forward to have a nice car.
Well, that's fantastic, brother. And when is the actual day? I mean, when is it happening?
Well, I'm actually going to do some camping. So the movers are going to pick up all my stuff on Wednesday, and I will pick up last RV on Tuesday, and then I'll go on to a little camping trip. So basically tomorrow is like my last full day, and then on Tuesday I have to make sure everything is really packed. I'm pretty sure the movers will come like 6 a.m. on Wednesday. But hopefully by Wednesday evening, I should be out of here and on my way. And I checked the weather report. It looks like there will be some very nice weather. Like here in Boston, we will have some rain once I'm out. And once I'm moving south, there will be some sunshine. It might be a little bit cold, but I think it will be a nice trip.
Oh, I'm elated for you. And we're really looking forward to you getting reestablished. And you're such a powerful member of this community. Everybody loves you. They're really looking forward to you being safe and settled and your new place and your new car. That's going to be great.
Yeah, and I mean, the living in the countryside has really helped me so much this summer, especially being with my mom. And you know, I spent the last 6 weeks pretty much renovating my mom's house and really putting it into some good shape. In the end, we wanted to do so much, but we couldn't finish. But we still got it into a very good shape.
That's great.
It was a good thing. So in the end, like actually me getting unemployed actually turned out pretty better for me because I had the time to really take care of this stuff that I didn't have to really spend all the time working.
Right.
But of course, after I moved in, my first priority needs to be like finding any job and hopefully finding a job soon because all this stuff is crazy expensive.
Right, precisely. Well, I have no doubt that you'll be able to find a great job, brother. You're very talented. You're industrious. You're tenacious. Really hard worker. I would provide you a testimonial to your employer, but I don't think coming from the white positive guy would help you at all. But probably just hurt.
I'm not sure that would be getting me employed, but I think.
Yeah, you'd be like, let me show you my reference. It's this guy called No White Guilt. He's got this website.
Yes. No, but seriously, I'm really looking forward to getting a job in a company where it's not so viciously anti-white as my last one.
Oh.
So that I don't have to like watch every single word that I say in the office because some anti-white might overhear it. Like I want to have something more relaxed where I can just have a good time and be who I am.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it doesn't need to pay me as much as before.
Right.
I mean, happiness in the end is a lot more important than making lots of money.
Amen. Absolutely. Yeah, you're not going to be able to do much with your life, have much to look back on if it was all about running yourself thin and ragged to make somebody else rich. So yeah, I agree completely.
Yeah, exactly. And if I look back and like what I paid in rent over here and what I pay in rent over there, like I pay like half the amount of rent and the place is going to be like more than twice as big. So that's going to make quite a bit of a difference.
I would say.
And besides, I'm actually looking forward to watch Chuck Martell's garage party.
Yes.
Outside my garage, because I'm going to have a garage.
Awesome.
The place actually comes with a garage.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, over here in the city, even when you rent a car, you just can't park it anywhere.
Right.
Like even just like stopping easy, I had this problem even like taking taxis and Ubers. You want to stop in front of the building just to load and unload, and people start yelling at you because you're taking up space.
Right. Yeah, you don't need to be in that kind of environment. That's tough on you emotionally. That's a lot of stress on top of everything else we already have to deal with. We all should be trying to get ourselves into the most stable, peaceful situations so that we can be most effective for ourselves in going free, and then for our people going free and helping them to serve white well-being.
Yeah, absolutely. And also this was like I came back from Germany after spending 6 months with my mom on the countryside, and the city I lived in for like the past 4 years, it didn't feel at home at all anymore. It felt like a strange foreign city that I felt no connection with anymore. Possibly because the city was associated with my last job.
Right.
And then this COVID stuff, like, okay, you have to wear masks and everything, and everything. Everybody's going crazy. And then also, really, you can't have a car and get anywhere. And I was so used to, okay, I get in my car, I drive out, and I be in the forest in like 15 minutes, and I can walk around, go for a hike. And this is so much more complicated. But now I'm looking forward to having a really nice vacation. Depending on weather, I might see the Blue Ridge Mountains for a little bit.
In the what mountains you say? I missed that.
The Blue Ridge Mountains.
Oh, Blue Ridge,
Virginia.
Yes.
I'm going to spend a couple of days in Pennsylvania, and then probably head down to Virginia. With the moving company, they take 10 days until they deliver my furniture. So I decided, hey, I could stay in hotels, or I could rent an RV and do some camping.
Yes.
I've never done that in my life.
Well, you are going to love. I mean, the leaves are all changing, getting ready to change, and further north of here, certainly up in Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of leaves changing. It's beautiful. You're gonna be in the midst of all of that magic.
Oh yeah, and I reserved some campgrounds for the entire trip, and I'm really looking forward to it. It's just so much stress that still needs to be done until I'm finally out of here.
Well, another accomplishment, another milestone in your life. We couldn't be happier for you, and happier to be able to hear about this milestone being passed, another milestone in your life. Do you have anything else you want to share with us, brother, before we get back to all of these testimonials and news that we have to share of our successes?
Yeah, if you have a second, I wanted to very, very briefly touch upon this first Doolittle and von Marx situation. I thought a little bit about this. And I think the problem is that most people got so much into this consumer mindset and this, I watch television and I get everything prepared for me. And these people are, I think, very good at presenting people some fictional superhero fantasy where they tell people, hey, you don't have to do anything. There will be some fictional superhero something situation emerging out of nowhere, and you can just like keep your ass on your couch, not do anything, and it will all be good. I think that's what these people are counting on.
Yes.
And what we are doing here, it requires actually working on yourself, working on self-improvement.
Yep.
You really have to like go out, learn how to talk to people, get into the real work. Okay, it takes some effort talking to people and convincing them of your ideas. It's so easy to just like sit on your couch and just complain about things, like get rationally indignant about anything and say, okay, this politician over there, he could do X, Y, Z, and then everything will be good, and not thinking about, okay, what can you do in your immediate environment? How could you talk to like your family, your relatives? How could you convince your immediate friends of going free? And that's what we are really good at. So we are doing real change, and we are really providing a future for our people, and not just some fantasy that like in the movies. That's pretty much what I want to say about this, Matt.
Well, from the mouth of one of our greatest champions, ladies and gentlemen, to your ears, absolute, beautiful, fantastic instruction, wisdom, testimony that it's not going to be enough to sit on your couch and wait for somebody else to do it, to gripe and complain about a politician not doing this or that, and if he or she would just do this or that, everything will be better. But here and in the real world, and that's why we do it here, you have to get out, you have to do the things yourself, you have to self-improve, you have to go free of the mean pathogens that are holding you back. And then you have to take that to your friends, family, and strangers, because it's that soup, it's that environment that we live in that's going to determine ultimately the kind of lives that we are going to live. There's nowhere else to run. And so we have to turn and make a stand and change this world, change our people, change ourselves to recapture our destiny. A big salute to you, my dear brother, Roy Danton, ladies and gentlemen, soon to be in the United States, the great state of Pennsylvania and the once great state of Virginia. And he'll be wandering around the beautiful countryside, energizing himself. He's going to get a great new job, and he's going to be with us. We're going to continue going free. God bless you, brother. And any final last words, and then we'll talk to you again soon.
No, that's about it for me. I'm very super tired. I have to sleep. I have the technicians come, I think at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning to dismount my TV. So I need to get some sleep soon. But it was magnificent listening to the show tonight. Like, I've been listening to the show tonight while I was packing, like packing with NWC.
Yes.
Best packing that could be. And I'm about done. I just have to take care of some of the toilet paper and some madness. Apart from that, it's about done. Just like
great.
Clean this place up and then done.
Wonderful. Well, get some good rest, brother. Stay healthy, safe travels, and we'll see you here in the U.S. I'm just outside of Washington, D.C., so we'll be able to get together in person at some point.
Oh, I'm absolutely looking forward to it, brother.
All right, man. Well,
but it was so nice talking to you, and have a wonderful night.
Same to you.
Good night, brother.
Promethean Hells.
Bye.
Good night, brother. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That is magnificent, ladies and gentlemen. The one and only Roy Danton, who has really, what a great example of somebody who came from a place where you won't even believe, I won't even tell you the kind of, he had a gaming addiction and the kind of money that he was spending his whole life would have been spent on playing games. And now this guy is has already written himself in the stars as one of our heroes. And will continue to do great things for us. There are many of you out there with similar stories, and God bless every single one of you. Let me read a couple more of these. Actually, you know what I'll do is I got to turn the AC back on because all I got to do is start getting fired up and the temperature goes up. So we have Turnip Soup wrote here, Jason, you should seriously consider starting a church because you could have been preaching the good word. Perhaps we could seek refuge under a religious affiliation. Maybe I'm ignorant if that will work or not, but I had to speak my piece. I know it's been tried in the past. Well, there are many ways to use defensive mechanisms, and sort of religion, of course, is one of them in the West. And thank you very much for your good words, your compliments, and that testimony. Let's see. Thomas here says, those debate tips were absolutely fabulous. I guess he's talking about me talking about President Trump. Yeah, President Trump and the rigor mortis on the stage. Those debate tips were absolutely fabulous. No idea why you want to aid the Trump campaign. Just start building up for a 2024 presidency run. You'd be the best person for the job as far as I can see. Keep up the great work, man. Well, I'll probably run for office in the future. It's more likely than not, but presidency, I don't think this, well, we'll see. I doubt it. But you never know how radical things might change. The context, social context can change rapidly and quickly, and especially with what we're doing and what we'll do over the next 4 years. Who knows? Thank you very much for that, Thomas. White Healing writes, there is no community anywhere near as uplifting and compassionate as this one. Trust me, I've been around many types of people. Prometheans truly are the most noble. I'm going to read that again. White Healing, magnificent. Thank you so much for this testimony. It's beautifully written, and it's a wonderful sentiment. White healing. There is no community anywhere nearly as uplifting and compassionate as this one. Trust me, I have been around many types of people. Prometheans truly are the most noble. And we will use that as a segue. Thank you very much for that, White Healing, to talk about this identifier question that people have been asking about. Now, I will often refer to myself as a Promethean, and some of you do as well. And it is in reference to, of course, in part, the definition of what it means to be a Promethean just in the dictionary. And as well, though, as informed by our story here, Prometheus Rising, the story of our people, Prometheus Rising, take back your destiny. So that's the sort of the spiritual element of it, but not everybody is necessarily, I guess, it doesn't necessarily need to just restrict itself to the spiritual by any means. But it certainly has a bit of an implication to it, that there's a recognition of something a little deeper and a little more. But then there is also sort of the mundane. And so people often ask, what sort of identifier? And this speaks to the organizational entity in many ways. And I don't know tonight, I mean, we're already at 6.5 hours. So I don't know about, and there's still a lot to do. Maybe it'll be the next time we get together, talk a little bit more about the organizational entity again and how it will function. But this speaks a bit to how the organizational entity will function in a way that will make it very difficult for the anti-whites to take down the totality of the entity. We'll be able to take down parts, but the way it will be established will discourage that sort of thing. It's sort of like what we do. I have a proliferation of platforms that I'm on, because by doing so, it discourages anti-whites to try to knock me off of any one here or there, because they figure, well, if knock him down off of one, what good is that going to do? He's still on all of these others. So in a similar way, it would function in a similar way, not would, but will, when we get there, it will function in a way as to protect everyone. And we've talked about this before. What is a practitioner of going free? What do they call themselves? Who are they? And I've said before, and I'm talking now just in general sense, you know, if you're speaking more to the deeper nature of it, the timeless nature of it, then, and you have read Prometheus Rising and it spoke to you when you read it, then surely you can refer to yourself as a Promethean. And as I say, that already has a large portion of the definition of what you would mean by that is already encompassed by much of what can be found in the dictionary and is understandable by anybody who hears it, and therefore makes it harder for an anti-white to mislead. And that's the problem, one of the biggest problems that we have. And it is one of these things that, one of these issues, these challenges that for many other thinkers has been intractable. And we have tackled it. We have found a way to deal with it. What a surprise, right? What a surprise. But we have found a way to deal with it. And generally we say, what is your flag? And I will just update you. I didn't hear back from a gentleman who wrote for me from South Africa about, he said, well, you know, my national flag is now the flag of the anti-white conquerors. So I don't want to show that. It has no meaning for me. And the original flag before the nation was lost to anti-whites I think is now illegal, perhaps to even show. I asked him about, are there any regional flags, state flags, province flags that have meaning for the people there, that have some longevity, that are legal as a consequence, the kind of thing that you can then put up, and those who live in the state or live in the state over, whatever it might be, they'll recognize it, they see it as legitimate. If you are a group, then you're flying something like that, you fly your national flag where you can, and that is your flag. That is the West. So if it's the Swedish national flag, that's your flag. That's not the flag of the anti-white conquerors, the usurpers. That's your flag. And that's the flag you put up in your country. Wherever you are, whatever is the legitimate symbolism, the flag, etc., that's it. What do you look like? What do you call yourself? Well, what you are is you are a Westman, M-E-N and M-A-N. You are a member of Western kind. And both men and women are encompassed by the term, as I said earlier in the stream, of Westman, just like human encompasses both sexes. But what further might you be? Well, you might also be, depending on your country, you might end up starting a little group. And the organizational entity that we have already planned, and we just need the liquidity to make it happen, it provides for the assisting individuals for starting groups wherever they might be. Excuse me. And they could have a name for that group. They could, let's just say it's in Virginia. They could be the Virginian Patriots or something. They could call themselves, we're the Virginian Patriots or whatever it is. And then we could talk about this on another night, how there would be this interplay between the organizational entity and the Virginian Patriots, that maybe they fly the Stars and Stripes and the Virginia state flag, both recognized as the legitimate symbols of the state and nation. Then they carry on their service to white well-being in that fashion with that name. But there is and has been this question about, well, is there something sort of mundane that could serve in the place of Promethean, if you're not necessarily wanting to identify maybe something about the dictionary definition, or maybe something about Prometheus rising doesn't jibe with you, doesn't feel quite right, and so you don't feel like you are Promethean as a consequence, but something else, something that is more prosaic, if you will. And there is that some people who are already going free that are not in any one group anywhere, but are dispersed and are using this name provided to them. And it can be an identifier that you can use as well. That what's important, though, and I will share it with you in just one second, what's important is that we are a people. We are Western kind. We can have many different symbols. We can have many different names. None of those symbols or names are us. And that's what needs to be at the forefront of this thought process. And part of the reason for that, there are many reasons for it, but part of the reason for it is that as soon as you make the symbol or the flag or whatever it might be that these, like, say, groups create, they draw up their own flag, that then becomes your identity. And that then is something that is very easy for the anti-whites to grab and say and misrepresent to our brothers and sisters. Oh, this actually means thus and such. Like we had, who was it that was saying that the person at work was saying, oh, I'll tell you what you actually mean by this. Was it Evil Chars? Or I'll tell you what you actually mean when you say you're white positive. And we've seen this all too often. You saw it with the alt-right, that this was a fad. We said here it was a fad from the beginning. It wouldn't last. And people ended up identifying with the fad rather than the people. And then those who identified with the fad ended up wearing the mark of the fad as like a brand that they then have to try to run away from. And those who were very openly identified with it are going to be wearing it for the rest of their lives. They can never escape it. And you can think of a few names. But Promethean is great on many levels because it doesn't suffer the same weaknesses that, say, like a fad name like alt-right would, or, a bunch of guys get together and they're going to name themselves the whatever. I'm sure that Michigan group probably gave themselves a name. Then that is easily taken, as I say, and misrepresented by the anti-whites to our brothers and sisters. Promethean already has a certain credibility and widespread, and it gives you mobility. That is what's important here, is you need to be able to remain mobile when it comes to a name that you're going to use, because ultimately you can shed that just like you shed your clothing. Excuse me. Because that's not who you are. Who we are is deep inside of our biospirit. All of that other stuff is dressing. All of that other stuff is we put on, we take off, we put something else on. So there's Promethean, and then there is Heartlander. So if you are, you're not a member of, say, like the Virginia Patriots that are going to be getting together and spreading white well-being to the different counties in Virginia. And you guys are flying the Stars and Stripes and flying the state flag of Virginia, and you go out together and you distribute leaflets, and you feel, because it is human nature to want to have some sort of moniker for the little tribe, the little group you're going to have. You feel like you need that. So be it. You can be the Virginian Patriots, and you're going out and you're distributing the literature, and you're getting together, maybe having study groups of going free, and maybe sharing. You could imagine like wives getting together, sharing ideas of how to make the work more accessible for different age groups of children. There's a lot of that already going on. But if you're not in the Virginian Patriots or the equivalent thereof, that's not an actual group, by the way, at least that I know of, but just using it as an example. And you don't feel like you can call yourself a Promethean, maybe it seems too grandiloquent, or for whatever other objection you have, but you do feel you're not necessarily comfortable with conversating with the friends, family, or strangers without giving some sort of name, or maybe even just for yourself, you feel like it, like you need some sort of name. And that's speaking again to the tribal, I guess, instinct inside mankind. Then Heartlander is a good option, and I've used that in conversation before. And the way that I use it is, I say, well, some people, consider themselves Heartlanders, and at times I can consider myself a Heartlander. This works for every single Western country, because when we say Heartland, what does that mean for the other members of our citizens of our country? Well, it means the heritage, the whatever, or like the deepest principles and morality or ethic, the founding principles, and all of this sort of thing, the red meat, the bones of the country. That's what it means for them. So it's something that is very difficult, and it means the same for us as well, but in an additional way. And I'll mention, probably some of you already onto this. Very difficult for the anti-whites to then say, oh, these people who are spreading this white well-being, they're calling themselves Heartlanders. Like you could imagine, okay, the Heartlanders of Michigan or something, they call themselves. It would be difficult for the anti-whites to misrepresent that to our brothers and sisters, because they're going to say, Heartland sounds like it's pretty favorable. I don't see how it can mean what they're claiming that it means. But this is not what you are. You are a Westman. That's just the name of a group maybe that you are identifying with at the moment. Now for us, Heartlander speaks an additional level to the reality that what is the blood and bones and sinew of our countries is also our spirit, our biospirit. So we are saying even far more than our vague brothers and sisters out there when they're talking about the heartland of their country, by saying that it is a product of the biospirit of our people. So it does have that resonance. It does have that additional bit of meaning that jibes very well with going free, with our talk of the biospirit. It's something that I will let us know if you use it. It's something that others use occasionally, and they use it successfully. It works for them, and let us know if and when you use it, how it works for you. But one of the things that many of you who listen to Going Free, since this is the advanced placement, you might be noticing, but maybe not. There are a lot of people in just mankind in general, but specifically we focus on our people, that because nobody else is, that what they need is something superficial to invest meaning in, to give credence to, even if there's nothing there. So you see these people, they are like this to join a new group, a new name. What's the name? What's the symbol? Where can I put up the flag of this group that I'm suddenly a member of? And there's actually nothing behind the symbol, the flag, the whatever it might be. There's nothing there. but they wear it. They want to put it on. They want to show it everywhere. It is a product of being a human being. It's just what it is. And so in some cases, in some conversations, you might be up against somebody who is saying, well, I don't quite understand this going for you saying it's a practice. You see, what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is we are a people. That's who and what we are. We have these different layers of identifiers that we can put on and take off. American, Southerner, Virginian, Patriot, etc., whatever it might be. But what we are engaged in is serving white well-being. This is a practice. It's not a flag. It's not a symbol. It's not what have you. And so there are people who just can't grasp that reality. You can grasp it, but there are many folks out there who just really can't put their heads around what exactly that means. And so for them, you can use the term or name Heartlander, the identifier as Heartlander. You can say, well, some of these people identify as something called Heartlanders. And then they suddenly, okay, there's a name to it. And that sounds pretty wholesome to me. It sounds like families are welcome there. And it sounds like it honors history. It honors heritage. It honors ancestors. It honors traditions that have proven themselves over time to be successful and therefore should be carried forward into the future. That will enable them to, these kinds of folks, to have something to grab onto and then potentially proceed to what we're actually doing here. Going free, service to white well-being, the actual practice behind the name. We will never be, in service to white well-being, we will never be a single name. We will never say, this is our name, this is our flag, or this never will be. Because we are a people. That's who we are. A single biospirit all the way around the world, a lot of variation, and we love the fact that there's a lot of variation. But we are going to force the anti-whites, as I have done for all of my life, since I dedicated it to white well-being. We are going to force them to demonize us as a people. Not get away with demonizing some group or some name or something like that, and then sweep us aside that way. They're going to have to demonize us as a people. And that is something that the moment they move to do that, we see in these conversations, they immediately lose. They lose the moral high ground, and our brothers and sisters out there, they immediately turn their backs on them. So I'm looking forward to getting your feedback and what you all are thinking. Any other questions? We've got a bunch of stuff to get to. I have to keep rolling so we can make this happen. Let me make sure I haven't missed any. Make sure I haven't missed anything here. Sakis says, financial gift of $3. Thank you, dear brother. Two things concern me about T-Rex's chances of winning the election. Voter fraud with fake ballots. And I think Angharad Celtic said something about voter fraud. And two, demographic change in the swing states. Could you please touch upon these? Absolutely. There's absolutely going to be voter fraud. The Trump campaign is anticipating that, and they are going and have already situated monitors in all of these places. As far as I know, not only using the Republican people who are members of the Republican Party, donating their time and will be showing up at these places to observe voter counting ballots and things of this nature and monitoring where they go. But I wouldn't be surprised if he hadn't also ordered there to be, I don't know what departments would be responsible for this, but observing the moving of ballots and the losing of ballots and all of that sort of thing, so that there would be lawsuits that they probably are, not probably, I guarantee you, they're already written. And it's just waiting to fill in the details if there is some sort of erroneous challenge by anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, which if it's close at all, they will challenge. And even if it's not close enough that they could win, they'll still challenge. So he'll be ready there with the lawsuits, and he'll move forward as the president of the United States once the election is over. I have very little doubt about that. Now, as far as the demographic change, there has been huge demographic change, and it's a challenge for us now, of course, and increasing day by day into the future. What is going to be the difference? Why do we? I see DG is here. Great to see you, dear lady. Thank you for joining us. And so is Nordic Iron with us. Great to see you, brother. Great name, that, Nordic Iron. Well, what's going to happen is that even though there has been demographic change, a lot of older white people dying from old age and other things, and a lot of reliable Democrat voters being born and brought in, border crossers, after they get out of their NASA outfits and other kinds of advanced technology costumes that they might be wearing. They then cross the border, come into our countries, wonderful people, and they reliably will vote Democrat. What's the difference here? Well, they're not motivated to vote. They're not motivated to get out. They don't really like rigor mortis at all. They don't really like this, what was her name? Kamala, but it's, what does it mean again? Horrible Harris, something like Horrible Harris or something. They don't like her very much either. There's no real excitement, no real motivation in their voter base. And there was a chance for that. And I mentioned that chance, and that was Ruth Bader Ginsburg passing away. And they then could the leaders of the Democrat Party could go out to the voter base and say, she died, we need to win this election, and to get people motivated to come out and vote. And I said, as soon as that happened, that it was incumbent upon the Republicans. I see Lapis is here. Great to see you. So is Jerome. Wonderful to see the both of you. If they had, it was incumbent upon the Republicans then to nominate and confirm a justice, because if they did that, that would take all the wind out of the sails of Democrat voters, and irrespective of demographic change, they simply would not come out to vote. On the other hand, Republican voters are looking around at their cities being burned to ash, and seeing their laws disappear, and seeing everything that they fear, this sort of a dystopian hell materializing in the world around them. They're going to be motivated to get out and vote. And when it comes to, then we have the middle ground folks, the undecided folks. When they look at rigor mortis, they're thinking, there's somebody who is not going to be able to carry on a debate with Iran, with Russia, with China, with North Korea, with whatever their concern might be. This is somebody who's going to lose. He doesn't have the mental capacity to deal with these other leaders, these other nations. And when they look at Kamala, they see somebody who's really childish, somebody who throws tantrums, somebody who actually said during the debate, and I really wish I had time to go over this. She actually said that she was worried about being responsible for foreign policy, and that Joe Biden, rigor mortis as we know him today at least, said to her, don't worry about this foreign policy. It's just like having friends. You keep your friends close to you and you keep your enemies in check. Well, of course, foreign policy is nothing like that whatsoever. That is the most asinine, superficial, childish take on foreign policy. And the fact that she would share that publicly as though some grand wisdom had been handed out from the dead lips of rigor mortis is so telling about who they are, and spoke to voters in the middle who were undecided. They thought, my God, what do you mean? It's like having friends. It's not like having friends. It's like, well, you have a friend and they have a baby. Well, they buy a house and you bring them over. It's just like having friends. And somebody snubs you, they look at you wrong, and then, you snub them, or you just, on the foreign policy level, snubbing them means that you invade their country. It's just the same thing. Well, these people can see that that's nonsense, and they'll be very afraid of it. They might not like Trump. They might not like some of the other things that he's doing, but they'll definitely be afraid of rigor mortis and Horrible Harris getting to office and really ruining things across the United States. They're doing a lot of things that are shooting themselves in the foot as well. As long as the Republicans confirm Barrett, it's a done deal by a lot for Donald Trump. The Democrat voters won't show up, and they'll say, screw it, it's lost. He just confirmed another lifetime appointed justice, and for for whatever initial amount of time, we'll just be making those videos where you see them on the ground, screaming in their cars, screaming in their house, screaming constantly, screaming out to Moloch or whatever it is that they're worshiping. So I don't have any concern about that. The only way that there could be any issue is you have to begin to speculate about really wild things that are so wild that their percentage of likelihood gets slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. And that is, is there going to be some sort of behind the scenes kind of a coup where the Democrats or their handlers or whatever have generals, enough generals or whatever it is of the military roped in or paid off or whatever it might be, that they could say, well, it doesn't matter what the results are, Trump, you're just going to go ahead and say that you lost and this is going to be over because of X, Y, or Z. But that gets, the further you go into that sort of speculation, the slimmer the likelihood. What is most likely to happen is that Trump's going to win by a lot after the confirmation of Barrett, and then we will have 4 years, and Lord willing, he will decide to take steps that will ensure the continuance of the things that he's done, and will at the same time enable us to reach more people. He definitely needs to do something about the censorship, because which he promised to do anyhow. And because if he doesn't, then this will it'll continue to be difficult for us. Not as difficult as if rigor mortis got elected, but still continue to be difficult over the next 4 years. And then after that, really, really bad. So that's what I see. Let me check over here to make sure. And thank you for that question. All right. Looks like we're good over there. Didn't miss anybody. I don't think we missed anybody here. Let me know if I missed you and you gave a financial gift I missed. And let me see if I can take while we're talking, I will run this video in the background. At least I think this is going to be the video. I'm not seeing anything just yet. Let's see. Something prepares China amassing tens of thousands of troops in Vancouver, Canada, to invade the USA. No, that's preposterous. Do not worry about that whatsoever. There's no invasion of the United States getting prepared for by China. The United States has plenty, China is well aware of this, plenty of nuclear weapons to obliterate its entire armed forces wherever we wouldn't have to nuke their actual country. The question is, could there be a massive amassing of troops, marshaling of troops, and then a mass invasion with a competitor who has tactical nuclear weapons and etc.? No, because they will just hit them one tactical nuke and that's it. They're all gone. And there would be no way to stop that from happening. You would be able to overwhelm very easily with many different types of missiles, many different types of weaponry, jamming and things of that nature, and it would not be able to happen at all. So I see some video of people marching down. They definitely are not professional troops. What's marching there? If that's supposed to be China, then those are not professional troops. Those are not even people in shape. They weren't marching together. They weren't, that was nothing. Do they have more footage than that? Because that's surely nothing. I guess that's about 100 people and two abreast, not in shape, long hair. There are no soldiers with long hair. This is something completely different. And they say here on Red Ice a question like a friendly military visit. If that's the evidence of some Chinese invasion, wow. No, there's not going to be any big invasion. The United States also has this technology to knock down incoming missiles as well that a country like China simply does not have. And China knows this. So even though China has nuclear weapons, and they could fire them if there was a nuclear war between the two countries, the United States missiles would all land on their targets, and I don't know how many Chinese missiles would make it through. Probably not very many. The majority would end up being intercepted, and the United States would still be able to wage war, whereas China would no longer be able to wage war, and their entire leadership clan would be obliterated, and they know that. So no, this is nothing to worry about at all. I got to tell you, I've seen things in the past that they really faked it good. Like they took video footage of, I mean, you remember what was it, last year and a half ago, when they were saying, look at the video here of the fighting going on in Syria, and it was really a military training. I mean, there were people who took this footage, from things like military training and troop movements and all this kind of stuff, and they strung it together to really make it look like, look at these UN troops or whatever they are with this special badge on the equipment and uniforms. And then they would show these masses of troops marching, but from a distance, so you wouldn't be able to see if they didn't have the little badge. But they would say, look, this is all right now in Wisconsin, and we have, and then there would be people who drove through. I don't know if any of you remember this, but there were people who made these long videos. I mean, it was like the end of the world. And it was all Alex Jonesian stuff. And they were driving through, and Alex Jones showing a bunch of this stuff too, but others driving through these neighborhoods where they were just videotaping empty houses, empty house after empty house after empty house. And they were driving down these streets saying, what could this be for? There are millions of these. And then you come to find out that there aren't millions empty houses. There are a couple, barely a couple hundred empty houses, and they are for troops when they bring them in. Also practicing fake communities for practice, military home-to-home practices and things. And they're going through these neighborhoods saying, oh, this is where they're going to be putting all of the UN troops up. This is where the UN commander is going to be stationed. And we have, what are these people up to? If not to prevent us from doing something efficacious for the recapture of our destiny? What chance do you have if the UN and China or whatever it is moving 1 million troops into your country right now, and they're moving the SAMs into your neighborhoods, and they're moving and all of this fake housing and all of the coffins, whatever? Why doesn't anybody ever ask, remember when remember all these people were showing like the millions of coffins, you'll be dead by next year. And then that never happens. Nobody ever goes back. Nobody ever circles back and says, wait a second, you fat turd. You had me all scared that you showed all this evidence that I was on the verge of being put in these plastic coffins or being stuffed into a Walmart for 6 months until I was starved to death and then put in this plastic coffin. You told me it was all imminent, it was going to happen any moment. And now all of a sudden it just goes away. And it goes away again and again and again. And people like Alex Jones get richer and richer and richer. And who knows what governments might be benefiting by keeping us all focused on things like being rounded up into the next sports stadium or into the next Target. That's why the Target is Super Target. And that's why they have chain link around the home and garden section, because that's where you're going to be. And then here are the plastic coffin. You think it's a planter? It's actually your plastic coffin. And then here are the houses being built. All this garbage for decades I've been listening to. None of it, not any of it has been right from these turds. None of it has been legit. They all have these grand conspiracies coming down the lane, and none of it ever materializes. So I have no fear, no concern for that whatsoever. What was the other one I was thinking about? So comical, the kind of things that they used to share. There was the big coffin thing. They never circle back and say, "Oh, that wasn't true." Or they always say, "Oh, it's off in the future." Oh, you know what it is, ladies and gentlemen? It's the middle of October. It's the middle of October. Does anybody remember what all of these big economic people said was going to happen by the middle of October? Am I the only one who remembers? I reminded everybody, I talked about it last month. Does anybody remember? How many are you ever going to listen to any of these people again? You would really have to be thick. I mean, you would really have to be thick. And it's a good thing that that I'm a good person, because if you're that dumb, you know, if you were in Alex Jones' presence, he would begin selling you on some sort of mental pill or some sort of weight loss pill that clearly has been effective on him. Because by the middle of October, all those big economic, I know some of you have to be in the chat. I know some of you who were saying to me are going to have to be in the threads and watching this once it's up on replay. I want to see your asses apologize. And then I want you to say you're going to be redeemed and you're never going to go down this stupid path again. You're going to start going free. Because I have people come to me, and this big one, this mid-October one was big. Oh, can't go free now. We can't do it because don't you know by mid-October, just like at the beginning of September, it was supposed to be 1920s style depression. And they gave all of these great, well, because this happens at this level of government and this at these whatever level of banking, and then this other level of banking, they're going to be doing this, and then all these other things they come up for having to be either repealed or refunded or whatever it might be, and then they throw a bunch of baffle gabbing at you, and all of these different things are going to baffle gab the hell out of you with this jargon, and then middle of October, we're living in the streets. People are eating rats, and it's the end of America. Remember, you dumbasses? Remember that? Well, it's the middle of October. We're here. It's 12:12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on October 12th, 2020, and it didn't happen. And do not dare tell me I'm going to move that goalpost again, Jason. No, it's not. It's 5 months out from now, because I've been listening to that for decades. Shut your mouth. No one is ever allowed again to come to me and say anything about economic collapse. I've heard it thousands of times now. I've seen it in so many papers by people brighter than most of the people who show up and say, can't go free because economic collapse in 6 months. Middle of October 2020, Jason, you're going to be eating rats in the streets, 1920 style. And I said, bravo, Sierra. Let's see if these people show back up and apologize. They never do. They never circle back. So you watch all of these folks that are commentators on these different platforms, on these different shortwave radio and where it's still heard, that are say these kind of things, and they propagate these sort of lies. What they do is they keep you from doing something effective. They keep you worrying about the end of the world. They keep you thinking about the Chinese invasion. They keep you thinking about the end of the economy. They keep you thinking about, well, the American dollar is not going to be worth anything. You know how many times I've heard that one? The American dollar is going to be valueless by next year. By 3 years from now, American dollar is going to be valueless. It's never happened. And they just want to push the date off again. Why? Because for some reason it's benefiting the person telling you that. Maybe it's their excuse to do nothing. Maybe it's, if nothing else, if you want to think nothing deeper than the reality that for them, it might be their excuse to not have the difficult conversations with their children, or the difficult conversations with their parents, or the difficult conversations at the Thanksgiving, like in Canada today, or the difficult conversations with their friends about going free, about white well-being, about what's happening to Western civilization. Why talk about that when China is going to invade? Why talk about that when it's much easier to talk about the end of the economy next October? It pisses me off to no end. Pisses me off. I'm just going to say, anybody that shows up talking about end of the economy, I'm just going to ask them what the inside of their rectum looks like, because that is where their head is. How long have you been studying to be a proctologist? My God. October, middle of October, where are you all? What do we have instead? We don't have us eating rats in the streets. Instead, we have a steadily improving economy in the United States. But go ahead and move that goalpost, loser. All right, let's see what we have here. We had somebody ask a question about, who was it? Mr. Wilson, no white guilt. Have you seen my question in the question widget? Let's see. Ian Wilson, how important is truthfulness in service to white well-being? How important is truthfulness in service to white well-being? I'm trying to grasp where you might be going. He goes on to write, some think it's okay to stretch the truth if it helps our cause, but I think it undermines our credibility. Can you address this issue? In what scenario, I wonder, might we have to stretch the truth of concern for our welfare or the citation of all of the evidence for us being victimized by anti-whites? I'm guessing that you think, that you're probably thinking about, well, why don't, instead of me saying this, I think I'm on to what you're asking, but jump into the question widget and provide an example. And I will speak directly to that. I think I know what you're saying. When I first read the how important is truthfulness in service to white well-being, the question strikes me as like, how important is it to be truthful about being raped while you're being raped? It's just, how important is it? Is there a question of importance or lack of importance for truthfulness? It's an objective reality. And the anti-whites, when you argue with them, it's very easy to state these things, or the vagues. It's very easy to say. Everybody knows that they can look into reality, look into the world around them. Every anti-white knows that what is actually taking place in the world. Look at all of these cases, like the young boy. We could cite so many. The boy on the university, young man, I should say, and he was saying that he loves the white race, he loves his people, and the anti-whites surrounded him and they're screaming anti-white slurs at him. And then one of the anti-white females starts saying, Twitter, do your thing. Twitter, do your thing. They know the reality, so you state the reality. I'm not sure where there would be any truth that would have to be stretched. There's plenty of evidence. So yeah, stay honest. I can't imagine that there's, let me just see if you add anything and I'll speak to it. But yeah, there is absolutely, we have all of the truth is on our side. It is perfectly truthful and legitimate to, I guess that's where it's kind of tripping me up a little bit, is it moral, or is it truthful, or is it stretching the truth to say that you are concerned with the well-being of our people? It's absolutely legitimate to hold that position. Is it truthful, or is it stretching the truth to say that we are going to put an end to the anti-whiteism that's in this textbook, you know, that the child is confronted with? Well, it's just an objective reality, and it's totally legitimate and moral. In fact, it's morally, it's the morally superior position to want to protect the innocent of your people. So it looks like Ian added here elaboration. Sometimes people exaggerate specific accounts of white victimization or cite false statistics. Okay, yeah, there's no need to create a false statistic. And you know what's more important, because it's the reality is just overwhelming. Like I said, if you come into a conversation with a vague, one of our brothers and sisters out there, vague, and you say, well, we both know X is taking place, whites are being victimized by this. You know, for example, on almost every single commercial that runs on the television, there is you're going to see a member of a specific race that is a tiny percentage of the population. In order to accomplish that, you have to discriminate against actors who are white, to have so many of this other group in these commercials, getting paid, getting fame, getting experience, getting opportunity to be seen and do more, etc. So you're punishing, you are discriminating against white people. when you're talking to a vague, you can say that, or an anti-white, you could say that. If they say, I just choose to ignore that, I'll just say that you're wrong, that's not happening. You can just disengage in that conversation. They know it's the objective reality. You don't need to say then, and it would be really ill-informed, and it's a great question in that sense, Wilson, to then say, well, I happen to know that there's this big plan or something that they specifically X, Y, or Z, something, make something up, fabricate something. There's no need to do it. The reality is so much. I see what you're saying now. The reality is so much on our side, defending our position, and we are so legitimate in our position, so righteous and morally righteous in our position, that there is absolutely no reason for fantasy. So yes, never do that. Never make up a boat. If you don't know the statistics, don't cite statistics. First of all, you shouldn't even have to cite statistics. That is a failed strategy. So that's not going to motivate any. That once somebody has made the emotional decision, they then can bolster themselves with statistics. They then can look at data, or you can then provide data once somebody's already made the decision to start going free. But yeah, there's no need to, and there's also no need to create we all have gone through horrific victimization at the hands of the anti-whites. You don't need this would be the kind of thing that an anti-white would do. They would, and they do all the time, as a matter of fact, they create these crazy stories. Some of the stories they've said, you all have seen them. I don't have to. About like, what about the girl in North Carolina, who the anti-white, non-white, I'm sure that her profession was stripper or pole dancer, whatever it was, but I'm sure she was actually just working her way through curing cancer or whatever it was. And she claimed to be like gang raped by all of these evil white young men or something. And then none of that ended up being true. They have to create those your experience of being browbeaten by anti-whites as a child is worse than her fantasy of gang rape. So what you need to do when it comes to your experience and your victimization at the hands of anti-whites is really dig into how that hurt you, how harmful that was to you. What kind of decisions did you make in life because of that victimization? How did that make you feel? How did it make you value yours or not value yourself? How did you end up feeling about your father, your mother, your siblings? The pain is deep. The trauma runs deep. So what you need to do when it comes to your victimization is you don't need to try to create some sort of a wild story like the anti-whites. That would be less effective than telling the truth about the ways that you were actually harmed. Did you end up like that young girl during the last, I think it was the last presidential election, a beautiful young, what was she like, 19, 20, got on her bicycle, and her bicycle, long blonde hair, beautiful girl, and rode down into the worst neighborhoods in Louisiana, I believe it was, to register everybody who don't even have a right to vote because they're all, guilty and been in prison and etc. of horrible crimes, and she never returned. You could have been in a situation like that where you lived through it. That story is all the horror that needs to be shared. That story of how you went from being a healthy little white boy or little white girl to hating yourself and hating your parents and hating your grandparents, hating your history. That is all of the horror. You just have to be able to tell that story. And the more that you tell that story with the lexicon of going free, the better you will get at it. And so actually, Ian, you ended up with that question there, helping us to work through something that is actually quite important. And that is the telling of our tales, the telling of our suffering, the telling of our victimization. And do not ever let an anti-white force you out of talking about how we as a people are victimized. They have been trained through entertainment media
to try to force you out of it because of the power of talking about our group victimization. There are many levels of power there, not the least of which is the identification that you are harmed because our group is harmed. Thank you very much, Wilson, for that question. We have, so we got to the Chinese invasion, we got to the meme curatives. See, Lord Hendrickson, non-whites, a new trend in Ireland, non-white, anti-white, non-white people beating up young white children and making them pose in pictures for ritualistic humiliation. My God, I have not heard of that. That is despicable. I'll click on your link and check that out in a moment. Let's see. We have Tall Kevin with us. Has cis white male with extra privilege reached out to you about the no white guilt signs he has seen? No, not that I know. If you are listening now or in replay, cis white male with extra privilege, please reach out to me. nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com, or DM on Twitter, and let me know where you saw those banners, leaflets, flyers, whatever you found out and about. And looks like we are good and blank over here on DLive. Great to see you all there, though. Not missing anybody, so delighted about that. I'm going to grab this link from Yiz, and we will share that in the live chat. There'll be a minute. No, there won't. Good. This is the video that Yiz made. And you can copy that URL for later, put it up in a tab. And it is about some legislation. And in fact, we have some digital currency news that we're going to talk about. And this is not the Alex Jonesian digital currency. This is, in fact, programs by the Democrats and what they would like to instantiate, make real in our world, because of the measure of control it gives them over the population. And it's part and parcel of some of the bills they're bringing forward, several of them. And we want to thank our dear Carlisle for bringing that to our attention. I don't know if she's here with us. Perhaps if she is, she can mention in the chat a bill or two or whatever it is that these are showing up in. But we do have some information about it. I see Misty is with us. Great to see you. So is the great Heidi. Wonderful to see you both, dear ladies. And we can talk a bit to this. You know, people like these conspiracy theorists that want to talk about, and they've been talking about forever about digital currency, and it's this inevitability. One of the things that we have to understand, and that you see very often, that seems to be like the proof or truth behind what some of these people are saying, is that the human mind, particularly the mind of Western kind, builds systems. That's one of the things that I'm sure every other race does better than us, but we seem to have a bit of a facility with it. We build systems to create simplicity so that system can be built upon system. And so there's always this natural drive, and this we need to, when we recapture our destiny, we need to recognize this about ourselves and create systems that will allow for this to exist where it is productive for us, and then thwart it where it becomes unproductive. It becomes unproductive when systems end up gobbling up control, and then you have a person or people astride too much power, too much control over the masses, and that's when things start going wrong, because those individuals then become subject to the power of finance, the power of people with money to come forward and to offer great carrots and threaten with draconian sticks or whatever it might be to get them to do what they want. So what seems to be the proof of such theories is really an observation that Western kind creates systems that simplify so that a system can then be built on top a system. And it's good that we have that, because our lives are made infinitely easier as a consequence. We just have to be in a state that we can prevent it from harming us where it threatens to harm us. And I have no doubt in my mind that we will be able to do that when we recapture our destiny.
But there are real efforts. There are genuine efforts by people who call themselves Democrats because they would like nothing more than to be able to see and control all of your currency, what you're doing with it, where you're putting it. And we're going to take a look at some of the most salient issues when it comes to these bills being brought forward in a moment, maybe just after a song. And before we go, is a great song too. Let me just close a couple of these down so we can stay on top of what we're doing here. How's everybody doing? I don't even know where we are. Oh, I did want to mention when we're talking about, I think Tiina mentioned earlier about this guy that owns this company. He's talking about some religious practice of a particular group of people that he then ended up getting fined for talking about, even though we don't have any opinion on this channel about, we're not talking about anybody else's group. We're not condemning or supporting anybody else's tribe or group or practice, religious practice or ethnic practice or whatever it is. We're concerned with ourselves, and we're concerned with protecting ourselves and advancing our well-being. Where some other group might be harming animals or children or something of this this nature, when we recapture our destiny, we can certainly make recommendations or something to these groups of people, but they're in charge of their destiny, and we want them to be. So we are not endorsing or condemning the behaviors or practices of other groups of people in the world, religious, ethnic, racial, however you want to view it. That's what they're doing, and they can do whatever they're going to do, and we're going to protect ourselves from victimization from all anti-whites. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, and that I'm not speaking for YouTube. I'm merely speaking for myself there. And if you want to know the truth about the practices, religious practices of any particular group, the one she cited or any of the others, then look into it for yourself. And I'm sure CNN probably has a whole canon of literature on the truth or falsity or whatever it might be of what different groups do. And I'm sure it will be very impressive, and you'll get right to the heart of the truth. So let's see. Oh, we have Fix It Fox here saying he would change my struts. Thank you. Smoking Monkey says, I tried red pilling my conservative friends, and turns out one of them doesn't believe IQ is real, and both think people are born as blank slates. Tabula rasa. And that all personality traits are learned. Well, this is going to be, remember, we don't need Smoking Monkey to talk about IQ to protect our well-being, right? We don't need to talk about our well-being by talking about whether or not people are arguing the blank slate, the tabula rasa idea or concept. We are an entity nonetheless. There are people that are called white. We call ourselves a Western kind, Westman. And surely these friends can see that we are being harmed. And so you appeal to them on that level. Now, after you make ground with them, you can say, look, we can talk now about the biospirit and why there are different cultures, and that this comes from some place different than show me evidence of where somebody has a group of people have created something other than what their biospiritual projection is. Show me where that's happened without the domination and the influence, etc., of another group. And they won't be able to. I mean, it's a fact. But you don't start there. If they're going to stonewall you at the IQ stuff is all fake, and don't even bring that stuff up. Just say there's a group called Western Kind, right? A group called white people, right? And here's how we're being harmed, and it's entirely moral for us to defend ourselves. And then get back to me and let me know how that's going for you. Bill says, fighting racism makes damaging white people, he wrote it that way, makes damaging white people a moral crusade. Good point, NWG. Precisely. That is, they have turned it, and that's what I discovered, and you read about that in Crucible, that I figured out right away, was that if their other arguments were true, and I cite those, then you made the fight against white well-being, and what he is using as racism, the fight against white well-being, a moral crusade for people. And that's indeed how they behave, isn't it? Somebody stands up for white well-being and they want to rain down hell on you, screaming like banshees, hair on fire. So that's something that you go back to Smoking Monkey. That's something you can talk to your friends about. They've made a moral crusade out of inflicting injury on white well-being, preventing people from serving white well-being. Bonnie Blue Lass here says, if my comment sounded like it could have come directly from a page from Go Free, it's because I read Go Free 5 times, because I've read Go Free 5 times and counting. And that was her comment from, I guess, last Sunday, where I said it sounded like it could have come right out of my mouth. And she was even teaching me a lesson, getting right into one of those points. It was fantastic. Bonnie Blue Lass. Soy Allergy says, this reading is the first time, this is of my reading of Poe the Raven. This reading is the first time I really got the feel of this great poem. If we're being honest, I was crying by midpoint. Wow, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Soy Allergies. Thank you so much. That's a great compliment. Jerome says, and this is about this under the poem as well, well read, took me back to reading the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe as a young man. I'm not sure Poe is good for my spirit, but this poem felt fine, a landmark from a high water mark for our civilization. Amen to that, and thank you. Let's see this. Nemesis writes, this was fantastic, easily the best reading of The Raven I've ever heard. Wow, thank you for that. You really need to do some of Poe's other work. Yeah, I plan to. It was a lot of fun. And again, the reason why I mention this at all is because we can introduce friends, family, and strangers right now. Halloween's coming up to white well-being by first introducing them to the reading by No White Guilt of The Raven. And if you have people who think this highly of it, then surely they're going to at least be moderately interested. Let's see. As this Carrie says, amazing. One of my favorite poems, and I love your reading. Well, thank you so much. Mine as well. Andy says, there is something intangible and visceral about written words being freed from the page and set loose into the ether by the spoken word. Good job, sir. Thank you. Yellow Gut, a great voice and reading, NWG, these being the days of COVID. Perhaps, quote, the mask of the Red Death is in order. Indeed. Your personal ghost story was pretty great as well. Well, thank you for that and remembering that, my dear brother. Euro Yankee, finding the best and brightest made easy. I approach people in the grocery store, not people who are not wearing masks, and I say, quote, you look like an intelligent person. Can I make a book recommendation? Go Free by Jason Köhne, written on a piece of paper, ready to go. God bless you, Euro Yankee. That is splendid. That is the kind of activism and the self-starting nature that we have here, participation that is changing the world that we have to live in and therefore changing our very lives. We're going to listen to one more song and we'll be back because I think we have less than 20 minutes to go. But I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen, right after this.
There's a feeling that grips you in your chest, turns your thoughts to needles and manifests an awful mess. You'll spend the comforts of a caring caress, and just to be alone with melancholy as your sole request. There's a storm that's raging in your head, a silent kind of sorcery that forces you to stay in bed. It talks in paradoxes, tells you that the world isn't worthy of your genius, and breathing's more than you deserve. But all that keeps you here is 1,000 forms of fear. It leaves an aching in your bones, makes them heavier than stone, till your mind begins to clear of 1,000 forms of fear. When you're lost in a labyrinth of lies, the darkness seems a part of you and starts to creep behind your eyes. All you've lost takes the place of what you've won, and every minute thinking is another thing you should have done. It's a sickness, a virus of the mind, that replicates and emigrates to every living soul it finds. It keeps you timid because courage is the key, and courage is the knowledge of connection to the great unseen. And all that keeps you here is 1,000 forms of fear. It leaves an aching in your bones, makes them heavier than stone, till your mind begins to clear of 1,000 forms of fear. All that keeps you here is 1,000 forms of fear. It leaves an aching in your bones, makes them heavier than stone, till your mind begins to clear of 1,000 forms of fear.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are rapidly approaching the end of the allotment of streaming time. I want to quickly jump around to earlier in the show. We had, let's see. Oh, we did have the Lord Hendrickson asking about the pumpkin. He wants to see the pumpkin up close to the camera. Is that what you need? You need a still shot of that for some reason? Are you going to make something else? There you go. Make another meme or something. Let's see. What else did we have earlier? Jonash saying ahoy, as he is wont to do. And Alleluia was here earlier. And so was, let's see, who else did we have here? There's Reptile was here earlier. Hello to you. Let's see. Elaine Sabatino, been here on and off throughout the night. And just walking through the crowd in time. But have gone back in time. And the great Groundhog Fury was here earlier in the day. What a great video. And I wanted to talk more about that. We're just running out of time so rapidly. But what a great video he made. The three-dimensional nature of it. The imagery that he chose to use. How he did all of that, ladies and gentlemen. I, of course, was doing the voiceover, but he put that right. He did the music. He worked his ass off making that three-dimensional nature that you were seeing there, the pouring of the molten metal into Crucible and the turning of the pages. So intelligent and artistically done with an eye toward getting people interested who need to be interested. That was all his doing. It was truly magnificent. And when he's back, let's make sure that we do laud him again for that, all of the creative nature that he put into that. It was an artistic and scientific endeavor, and it was all his choices. Did a beautiful job. I'm very proud of him and the work that he did. A lot of thought went into that. A lot of thought went into that. And so you could tell a lot about this man. So that was a bunch of folks from earlier, and great to see you all who were here. And we need to get into this story here. This is the one of the things that the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats are moving toward is and they're putting in some of their bills that there's something like a equity in banking or equity in economy or something like this bill. And you'll be able to look all of this up for yourself and then see for yourself exactly what they are up to. And another reason why we want to prevent them from taking hold now, at least for now, because this is the kind of thing that they would immediately be moving toward. And there's a big difference between, and you can see for yourself, if you're told by the conspiracy theorist, by the Alex Jonesian type, that these all-powerful entities, or this is what they're going to do to you, then you have no hope. But the reality is that there's a party in this country, the United States, that is trying to do this, and the other party is not doing this. The other party is objecting to this, at least for now. And it's been the case so far. These are the bills that they are bringing forward, the people who call themselves Democrats. Central banking digital currency, CBDC, would allow for, quote, comprehensive transaction services, including, quote, transparency in visible transactions, close quote, would be a currency, quote, without the anonymity of physical cash. This would allow a record of exchange to provide the data to create the best fit model for economic engagement. So what they're saying there in these bills, and they're writing, this is actual verbiage taken right out of one of the bills. You can look at this for yourself. Even though that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and say it's not true. You have to see it for yourself, or just allow one of our friends at YouTube or CNN to tell you what is the case. But you can see right here the quotes directly from these bills. And as I say, they're moving forward various ways by the Democrats, not they in power that you have no chance against, but a particular party. And it says they want comprehensive transaction services, transparency in visible transactions without the anonymity of physical cash. That would allow a record of exchange to provide data to create best fit model for economic engagement. When you combine this with the other things that the Democrats are bringing forward, they're talking about, of course, we've talked about with some of these other bills, and we're going to sum it up, sort of a synopsis in the coming weeks before the election. And you'll be able to share that with folks right up near the end. But they, of course, want to be able to punish you for giving to somebody who is a heretic, even your own money. And they can't do that now if it's already difficult. There are all these privacy laws and rules in the way to prevent them from finding that out as it stands. But what they want is, and you'll see as I move through here, they want everybody to have an account at the federal level tied to this is the Democrats. You can look into the bills for yourselves that are being proposed. This is not coming from me. So please look into it for yourself and then see if any of the anti-whites who call themselves feminists or who call themselves liberals or who call themselves whatever, what they're saying about this. But you can all see all this on that unitedstates.gov website. And what they're saying is you'll have your social security number would be connected to your bank account at the Federal Reserve. And this is a proposal and part of a bill or bills that they're bringing forward now, Democrats are bringing forward. And then from there, they would be able to manipulate your currency. They would be how much money you have. They would be able to freeze it. They would be able, oh, you've given to this person. We didn't want you to do that. You gave to that person. And now we're going to freeze so much of your money. Or maybe you won't be able to use your money in certain scenarios. You can imagine that being something that would work its way into the future. So you would only be allowed to, they would say, okay, now you're going to be punished. You gave money to this heretic, to Antiwhiteism. So now you're not going to be able to spend your money on any entertainment. You're not, no entertainment, no movies, no parks, no nothing except for bread and fruit punch will be all that you'll be permitted to buy now. So then there'll be like this measure of, well, we're not outright killing you, but you're only going to be allowed to buy food now, or whatever it might be. Maybe you won't have the ability to buy your electricity, but you will be allowed to buy food, and you will be allowed to have water, that sort of thing. So let's jump forward. It says reasons for the creation of the CBDC. The uncertainty created by COVID crisis, quote, the uncertainty created by the COVID crisis has shown that there is a need for instant allocation of funds to citizens. So you see the kind of, they use every opportunity they can to advance the infliction of harm on Western kind and Western civilization. Quote, will complement and not replace. So at first here, what they're discussing, what they are suggesting, and of course this is the, as is always the case with the infliction of harm, is it's going to be the camel's nose under the tent scenario. So initially they're saying here that this will be a complement to physical cash. It won't be a replacing of physical cash. Well, of course, you can have two currencies running parallel because the bad currency will chase out the good. That's always been the case throughout time. Let me move through this a little bit and see, because I know we're running low on time. The possibility that the Fed is seeking total economic control by creating an overlaying system that would force all digital transactions to be done within their system, allowing for transparency as well as the ability to quickly modify economic trends by the creation and reduction of currency. So the manipulation of currency. They'll probably make the argument, we have to do this because China is going completely digital. And of course, they don't have to do it. China can be completely digital. They can absolutely subject their population to hellish conditions where you have your social credit score and they control your money and everything else, and they're watching you all the time. They can subject their population to that. They will grow weaker as a consequence. And so you need not go down the same path of tyranny to be able to compete with them to do that. So let me just quickly glance through here to see what else there might be available. Remember, you have to look into this for yourself. I'm not saying anything definitively whatsoever. The bill defines virtual currency as a digital representation of value that is used as a medium of exchange and is not otherwise currency. And then we have the current, this verbiage is coming from S.3571, Banking for All Act of 2020, Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs, and H.R. 5635, Virtual Currency Tax Fairness Act of 2020, House Ways and Means Committee, and H.R. 5197, Managed Stable Coins, our Securities Act of 2019, Financial Services Committee. So these are the pieces of legislation being advanced by anti-whites who call themselves Democrats that you can look into to see exactly what they would like to do and what currently the other party is objecting to. And we believe, at least for present, that it will continue that way. Let's see what else they have here. Make sure I'm not missing something especially frightening. China is actively seeking a digital currency system and is close to implementation. All right. Just taking a quick look through these notes to see if anything else that should be shared. Of course, a particular party, not infallible and omnipotent, they in the Alex Jones-esque type are endeavoring to implement this. And why? Because they want to inflict harm on Western kind and Western civilization, the anti-whites, anti-white oligarchs. They want to be able to know what you are doing with your currency. They, more importantly, want to be able to punish you and have that threat, that sword of Damocles that sways over your head at any moment. The reason they don't like the Second Amendment is because they don't like disobedience. They don't like you to be able to defend yourself. They want to be able to control and manipulate you in all conceivable ways. And being able to observe every single transaction you make, to easily punish you from one location, to easily observe from one location, to easily reward anti-whites from one location is the dream come true for the anti-whites. They are reckless in what they do because their drive is merely to inflict harm on Western kind, Western civilization. They have target fixation. They have blinders on. They're not worried, thinking about, or care on any general scale, on any substantive scale, about what this would do to society, what it would do to their lives, what it would do to the lives of their loved ones. Or are they always going to be in the cat's house, catbird house, if you will, that it's always going to be working for them? They're not concerned about those future generations, even their loved ones. They're concerned about inflicting harm on Western kind and Western civilization. That is at the root of all of this. And even where there are other motivators involved, it does you no good to focus on those as though those were the dominant motivators, as though those other motivators might be greater or lesser for one class versus another class. It is no good for you because those other observations won't help you to make your life better. They won't help you to make the world better for your children and for our vulnerable members. What they will do is keep you trapped in the old model, which is the belief that if, rather than focusing on ourselves and how we're victimized, we focus on the things that harm society in general. And if we tell everybody this idea that if we tell everybody about what are the things that harm society, who are behind it, where did it start, what's the history, what are the preeminent characteristics, how does it harm society, where did it come from, where will it go, that if you somehow can tell the world about this, just by telling the world, of researching it and telling the world about it, it's suddenly going to go away. And then as an afterthought, it'll benefit our people by going away. That is the old paradigm. That's how you lose. That's how we've been losing all along, ladies and gentlemen. And that, by God, is not what we do here in service to white well-being. We move into the new paradigm of going free, the new paradigm where we focus entirely on our people. We ask the questions always, how does this harm us? How does this harm the people we love? How will this affect us in the future? How did it affect us in the past? By doing that, there isn't a single individual or a single group of people or a single industry or anything out there that could inflict harm on us and get away with it. We will have our eyes and antenna attuned to those sorts of things, and we will take the right steps to protect ourselves. We are down to a minute and almost 2 minutes. I'm going to take a quick look at what is what's being said in the chat and see if I can get any final things. Let me just quickly move through. Can you speak to what I sent you? It'll have to be next time. We are out of time, my friend. Irish Eyes, Sagas, what do you think of reading a sample chapter of Crucible? Maybe I'll do that. Not tonight, but that's a good idea, brother. Read it during a stream. Irish Eyes, I want to see, that was from Sagas. I want to see White Wellbeing marches against anti-Whiteism. That would be fabulous. Heidi says, you should do the monkey's paw. Oh, yeah, that would be great. Telltale Heart as well. You have endurance. Irish Eye says, we are blessed. Thank you. Lord Hendrickson says, cute pumpkin. You had me put that up there just so you could say that I had a cute pumpkin. Thanks so much. NWG has endurance. Thanks, Irish Eyes. Nordic Iron says, no white guilt, trillion inspiration. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Pumpkin carving contest by Sakas. That would be an interesting idea. Elaine Sabatino is still with us and here the whole time. She's multitasking. Thank you so much for that. Nancy Drew, shouldn't we let our representatives know we don't want this proposal to go through? Yes, absolutely. Let your representatives know we are opposed to all of these anti-white Democrat views. Anglo-Saxon sister, great to see you. I had a discussion with my boyfriend when I mentioned white well-being. We're running out of time. When I mentioned white well-being, he claimed he was not white. It referenced his Irish. Oh my gosh, we'll have to talk about that next time. That's nonsense. Anglo-Saxon. I'll copy that, and we'll make sure to get to it next time. Ladies and gentlemen, I love you all so very much, and I look forward to seeing you all going free next time. Bye-bye.